A look at the beautiful Brazilian port city of Aracaju, a fitting image for the teams here in the Brazil League who all have aspirations of shipping out to the Montreal Major in just a few weeks' time. But today, on the final day of the group stage, the most important thing is playoffs. 5 teams have already clinched a playoff berth. There is still one open spot, and for the 3 teams that remain, this final day of the group stage is all that matters. Welcome to Play Day 9 of the Brazil League, everyone. Alongside Davide Foxe Bucci, I am Jonas Willinger. First of all, Foxe, it's great to be back on the desk with you, dude. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I know. It's nice to get a chance to work together. And, you know, I love games. I love days like this where everything still comes down to the wire. So it's going to be an exciting day, hopefully.
Yeah, last time we were, you know, messing around on the desk. It was like early days, stage 1 NAL. Not a lot on the line yet. This is a little different because we have a 1 playoff spot left and 3 teams, FURIA, MIBR, and Keyd Stars, kind of fighting for it. The stakes as high as they've been at this stage.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like it would be a disservice to the world not to see FURIA play at the major. And obviously, it's in their hands to potentially make it there. And if they don't, I mean, there's definitely some hungry teams, and the other matchups throughout the day could get dicey. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if FURIA doesn't win it all at the start of the day today. Then it'll be interesting to see how it pans out.
Well, we got, and of course, as always, a 5-game slate for you today, everyone. And it will start with the most important matchup, NIP and FURIA, a game that if FURIA win, or at the very least, just get it to overtime, 6 rounds will guarantee FURIA a spot in the playoffs. All they need is 1 point to put it out of reach of the 2 teams in the playoff hunt behind them. But Foxe, those 2 teams will be playing right after them. That is Vivo Keyd Stars playing Black Dragons, a favorable matchup for Keyd Stars. MIBR playing FLUXO, a favorable matchup for MIBR. If FURIA lose that game against NIP, the door is open for those 2 teams behind them to capitalize.
Oh, yeah, it would be very stressful if FURIA don't win. That's why, like, obviously, NIP has been playing a lot better towards the end of this stage, too. Obviously, you know, we'll get into the little specific details once we get into the match, but it'll be really stressful if FURIA doesn't manage to get that win because, obviously, like you said, it's favorable matchups for both Vivo and MIBR. I don't expect either of those teams to go out with a loss against Black Dragons and FLUXO. So, I mean, it's literally all in FURIA's hands not to let the pressure get to them, but they've never been a team to let that pressure affect them in the first place, so I'm not too worried.
Well, the 4th and 5th matchup of the day, W7M, E1, Liquid, and FAZE. Not necessarily important for playoff implications, but seeding is still important. And for W7M and E1, a little flip-flop there of that 2nd and 3rd place spot. Foxe, as we know, that is a major difference when it comes to the playoffs, given that is the difference between a bye round and having to play in a scrappy first round against an opponent who could very well beat you.
Oh, yeah. Every single team wants to be able to get into those top 2 because you not only get a bye round, so you only have to win 1 game to make it to the major, but you get automatically 2 chances at making it to that major in playoffs. Even if you do lose, you can still get the 3rd place spot, and it's a big relief to get that. It doesn't necessarily guarantee you going to the major. I believe in NA, every team that's gotten top 2 has made it besides 1. So obviously the statistics look very good if you qualify for top 2, but it's not the end of the world. But of course, I mean, E1, W7M to play for that spot, I mean, they've both been having a really great stage, especially as almost like an underdog team from Brazil. It's not necessarily a team that we'd see in those top 2 spots usually. So it's very exciting that they get to play up for the top 2.
Well, with that 1 playoff spot up for grabs, naturally today is going to be all about the teams, and that is going to be the focus that we take this broadcast. Which team, of course, between FURIA, MIBR, and Keyd Stars is going to be the one to claim that final spot. But that doesn't mean that's all we're focusing on today. After all, there is still a very important question to answer. Who is the best player in Brazil? A lot of us want to know. To help find our answer, we'll pass things over to Ike to dive in just a little bit more.
Hey guys, Ike here, your analyst for the Brazilian channels. So the 2nd stage of Brazil League is coming to an end, which means we have a good chunk of numbers and stats to analyze the competition so far. That's why today we've selected some data to spark a quick but interesting discussion. Who do you think is the best Brazil League player in 2024? The list you see on the screen considers the average EPS, which is a score based on a 100 scale that accounts for the complexity of our players' performance during matches. And in this case, this ranking refers only to the 2nd stage, which, let's face it, has been a bit unconventional, with Black Dragons at the bottom and E1 at the top of the table. However, at least in terms of average score, things remain stable. That's because, considering all the data from the first and second stages of the league, the list remains virtually the same. These numbers include the group stage and GSL of the previous split, in addition to the maps played in the current stage. But we think we should take Live out of this comparison. After all, he only played 7 best-of-1 matches, and it's not very fair to compare him to Volps and Palu, is it? Well, now I want to know how the two main contenders for the best BR6 player feel in this spotlight position.
Cara, hoje em dia, assim, eu penso que é mais resultado, tipo, do conjunto, assim, tipo, muitas coisas assim que acontecem no jogo, o pessoal pode não ver, mas é muito tudo relacionado ao conjunto. Claro que tem momentos ali que o individual vai parecer um pouco mais, mas sei lá, eu nem penso muito nisso. Eu acredito que o importante é a gente estar bem ali, se sentindo bem, estar confortável.
Só tem jogador bravo nesse top aí. É muito bom estar desempenhando bem pro time, fazendo bastante, conquistando bastante MVP, jogando bem e tudo mais, pegando bastante eliminação. Mas o foco não é esse, o foco não é ser MVP, o foco não é ser MVP de campeonato, o foco é classificar para o Major e ganhar um Major, esse é o foco.
As always, our players gave us standard answers, but I think it's worth remembering some other details. If on one hand, Volps has a slight advantage in terms of score, the truth is that Palu turns the game around when it comes to MVPs, with 5 wins against 4 of the W7M Fragger, meaning the cavalry player tends to be more decisive. And I think we can go even further. In terms of individual awards, we have a new advantage for the Team Liquid representative. In 2021, at the Brazil Awards, Palu won the Dream Team Finals MVP, Brazilian League MVP, and the Player of the Year trophies. Volps, on the other hand, achieved some prominence in the following year, taking home the Dream Team and Rookie of the Year awards. So, have you reached any conclusion? To help, I'll let the competitors themselves say what sets them apart from the others.
Eu acho que isso é a questão de ser flex. Eu jogo com todos os operadores e eles não, tá ligado? Não significa que eles são mono, tá? Significa que eles não jogam com tantos operadores igual eu jogo. Não é isso, mas são bons iguais.
Eu não penso nisso muito não, já tive vários momentos bons na minha carreira e eu acho que é tudo uma fase, né? Tem momentos que são ruins, momentos que são bons. Eu acho que você tem que saber controlar, porque apesar de hoje em dia estar numa fase boa, eu sei que existem situações ali que fogem do controle, né? E você tem que ter o mental para você saber se controlar e, como eu falei, o principal é você ter constância durante o tempo todo e manter ali a sua melhor forma, ajudando seus companheiros, e é isso.
Will we have any surprises until the end of the season? It's worth remembering that in 2023, also at the Brazil Awards, the BR6 MVP award went to Cyber from FAZE Clan. Now all we have to do is just wait and see. To learn more about these and other Brazilian League stars, stay tuned to our broadcast. I'll take my leave here. Thanks guys, see you next time.
Well, something we've said, Fox, every single play day is that any given day, any given matchup, another player could step into the spotlight and seem like the best player in the league. But one thing is very clear, their performances over this first stage and the second stage, Volps and Palu, really are that 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is definitely very key. And obviously, I think Volps put it best. They do play different roles. Not to necessarily call Palu a one-trick pony like he said, but it was more like Palu has been around since the dawn of Siege. He's a very consistent player, and there hasn't really been a moment in time where he hasn't been putting up numbers. Volps is newer than Palu, but when it comes to the numbers department, there really hasn't been a time where he has not been putting up. It's just constant consistency, and he adds an element of versatility with his play styles, with the way that he's able to lead his team and be a team player, a team leader. At such a start compared to Palu's long historic career, it's really hard. It's very difficult. I mean, little differences in points that separate the two.
I mean, look at the clutches. You see Palu well and away leading this charge for his team. And as far as the rest of the league is concerned, you don't even see Volps in that top 10 position. But when you look at these two players, Foxe, is there one of them that you could definitively say is, in your mind, the better player? Is there someone that stands out just a little bit more, even though they're just so closely competitive in, again, so many different areas? You see kills, it's Volps leading the charge there.
I mean, off the top of my head, when I first saw the comparison, I definitely thought Volps maybe was the better player, just because I know he was the previous IGL for his previous teams. He's such an pivotal player, like all around the board. Even when he was on Liquid and Liquid wasn't really finding success, he was still able to put up numbers himself. And now that he's on W7M, he's definitely found his home. He's been so consistent, and he plays a multitude of operators. But Palu is also so consistent, so good. And the thing that we in North America always talk about Palu is it's not necessarily about having the flashiest kills or the most range and depth as a player, but it's the fact that he's always in the right spot. And that's what leads him to be so successful. Is every single gunfight, he is in the position that you least expect him to be. He's always putting himself in the best place to capitalize and increase the amount of positioning and the opening kills. Like, he's just always, he never makes a wrong mistake. It's always that much harder to fight him. And so it's really so difficult because they're both smart players. Yes, Volps is more versatile, so I'd have to give him the edge on that. But Paul is definitely more consistent. Like, he's never making a bad move in the server. Oh, it's so difficult. I think I'd have to pick Volps maybe, just because of he's just more recently, I guess he's been doing a lot better. So yeah.
That's fair enough. I mean, we've seen such impressive stuff from both players, right? Obviously, Palu helping propel Team Liquid to another potentially first place finish here. Massive recovery after not so good in the group stage of stage 1. But Volps, he just dropped 20 kills not very long ago. So again, very impactful players in their own right. But here are where things stand through 8 play days of the group stage. As we said, it is Team Liquid currently holding that #1 spot, fending off the challengers of E1 and W7M below them. On the bottom of the top 6, though, that is where our focus goes today, as FURIA try to hold on to that 6th spot against Keydstars and MIBR nipping at their heels. The first game of the day, NIP and FURIA. As NIP, they are comfortably locked into that playoff position, but that does not mean they're going to maintain 5th place. A win here could propel them to 4th. A loss here could drop them to 6th. Now, while there's no major difference, Foxe, between 4th and 5th, you're going to end up playing each other in that opening round of the bracket anyway. Dropping to 6th definitely feels like it wouldn't necessarily be the best.
No, not at all. I mean, I think for NIP, it's more a matter of pride since making this drastic roster change since the start of the stage, getting hates, getting fantasy. I mean, we talked about it. Was it necessarily the right decision? And it was the first time the NIP made a huge change like that. And obviously, as of recently, well, at the start of the stage, it was very hot and cold. But as of recently, they've definitely been dominating. And I think for them, it's more about finishing out with a statement, especially if they can beat FURIA and potentially gatekeep them from making playoffs. That would absolutely be the statement that this team, that the roster changed, that everything was built on. And obviously for them, confidence-wise, I believe that that's what they want. That's how they want to end their stage.
Well, NIP, right, they're in a very interesting position, whereas their opponents today, it is very important for FURIA that they get at least 6 rounds, whereas NIP, this is not necessary for them to secure. But if you're sitting where NIP are sitting right now, do you want FURIA in the playoffs? Do you want this world championship roster nipping at your heels and fighting into that playoff spot? You absolutely do not.
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, you know, everyone's going to want to be the best team at one point or another, but to just have an easier run, I think it would be a disservice to any team playing in playoffs if they let FURIA get into playoffs. Obviously, FURIA has been very hot and cold since the stage has been going on, but especially with a big 7-1 win yesterday, I mean, you know, it's just FURIA is definitely showing up. I mean, them beating E1, it looked like that scary FURIA that we all expected to come back into full form. And if they are coming back to playing like their normal selves, this is your moment to be able to keep them out of playoffs, force them to go through LCQ, have an easier run for everybody in the upper bracket. Obviously, they want to be able to stop them here, but it's not going to be an easy task.
Both teams coming off back-to-back victories. NIP back-to-back incredibly one-sided victories on Bank, FURIA, a dominant 7-1 win over E1 on Labs yesterday. The map, very important between these two teams because we've seen a real distinction between them in what maps they prefer. We've seen a lot of Bank from NIP. We've seen some Consulates, some Club, some Lair. FURIA, on the other hand, they've preferred a little bit of that Sky, a little bit of that Labs when they go down to it. And that's where we're going to end up here. The decision between Labs and Skyscraper left up to NIP, and it is Skyscraper where the first game of the day will go.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense why NIP would go to this map. Obviously, looking at the map just off of initial pick, I do think this is a favorable map for NIP. I honestly wouldn't be, I would give them the edge. I do think confidence-wise and the way that their playstyle can match up on their aggressive, ratty playstyle of getting those opening kills, Skyscraper is very difficult to find some success on attacks. And FURIA, the issue with FURIA doesn't matter on any single map. It has been a team issue off of the way that they play off of each other. Obviously, they were able to fix it against that game against E1, and it is later into the stage, and they only had one game of that much dominance so far this stage. If they can figure it out and continue that consistency from E1 into today, then I don't think what map it really comes down to. I think FURIA would be the one to win it, but this is the most difficult situation for FURIA to have let Skyscraper go through, just because I really think the playstyle wise, it fits NIP to a T.
All right, well, the very first game of the day, arguably the most important of the day. So we're going to dive right into it. We'll welcome in Intero and Jesse here as we look to kick things off. Gents, I hope you're awake because we are diving right into it right away. A ton of implications on this very first map, Parker.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is the matchup of the day, right? FURIA has been one of the main points that we've discussed every single broadcast, in the fact that they have performed far below expectations here, and they're in jeopardy of genuinely not making the playoffs, which would mean they'd have to go through the last chance qualifiers. There's only one spot to do that, and last time a Brazilian team did that, they ended up in the top 4. That was Team Liquid doing it in Manchester. So it doesn't mean that all hope is lost for FURIA, but they're going up against a team that has been steadily improving. This NIP squad has a lot of tools at their disposal. They are incredibly explosive, and if FURIA doesn't show up today, Vivo Keydstars has a golden opportunity to go up against the worst team in the stage and potentially get that 6th and final spot.
Yeah, very, very intimidating when you come down to these final few games. Do not want to let any of these teams have an opportunity to sneak in to that final spot. But Jesse, this is what we saw from FURIA yesterday. A team reawoken. Like they had come out and hit the reset button and were playing incredibly well against E1. You think they can carry that performance against NIP today?
Yeah, I think so, Jonah. I mean, they should know the stakes, right? This is now when everything matters. Yes, FURIA have had a rough stage so far, but these are the world champions we're talking about. If anybody is going to be able to turn it on when the pressure's the highest, it's going to be them.
Alrighty. Well, the last thing to do, send it to you guys to take this one with us. But man, this is going to be good. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, we look at all of our matches today, and the next two are also very important for these standings. But if FURIA ends up winning with all 3 points today, it will be a rather short affair. The other matchups won't become particularly important. E1 on round differential cannot catch Team Liquid, so Team Liquid has locked in first place overall. Their matchup against FaZe Clan to end the day will be quite exciting, but not with the same fireworks, etc. The other team to watch, Jesse, will be E1, who could, depending on the round differential, tumble all the way down out of the top 2. They've had quite a rise so far through stage 1, and now an even better showing through stage 2. Are they the real deal? Let's get through FURIA and NIP first. FURIA has been the big secret so far this stage, is that they are very weak, and anybody who has watched Brazil can see it. They don't play like themselves. And a huge culprit of that, Jesse, is Herds and his inability to stay alive.
Yeah, Herds has had some struggles, but obviously for FURIA, this is their time to showcase that they can be a top team still. They've only had a couple of wins so far at this stage. They're 4-4, but we will find out now in their game if they can lock down that top playoff spot. This is a team who needs to be able to get it done in this matchup against NIP.
It's time for our first matchup of the day, Ninjas in Pajamas versus FURIA.
Cara, contra a FURIA vai ser um jogo meio difícil, né? Como sempre, ali, os caras jogam bem. Mas eu acho que a gente vai secar a vitória ali. Uma hora eles vão perder, né?
Contra a NiP vai ser um jogo pegado. Eles mudaram a line, acrescentaram o Fantasy e o Hates. Uma line um pouquinho mais agressiva. Então, acho que vai ser um jogo difícil também.
Cara, tem que ficar de olho no Case. Eu acho que é o melhor do time, na minha visão, assim.
Acho que tem que ficar de olho na NiP é o Hates. Ele também vem jogando muito bem. O Split 1 do BR6 jogou muito bem.
Que isso, tu é bom, mas tu não é 2, então tranquilo.
Mandar um recado aí pro Fantasy na NiP. Se ele começar a dar as entradas displicente deles, vai ser muito fácil.
Jesse, what time is it?
It's time for the map bans, Parker! It's NIP versus FURIA. Operator bans, not map bans. We did that already. This is my favorite part of the broadcast, as you know. The Monty ban is to be expected. FURIA hate this operator. I'm thinking a buck here from NIP. It'll be Ying instead. I'm just going off of what they banned the last time that these two teams played Skyscraper, which was earlier in the stage. They both played it once. In that game, NIP banned Buck and Kaid, which are somewhat interesting bans. Both these teams can be very flexible with their operator bans. NIP probably more so, and they will change up both of them as they take out Ying Azami in this game. Last time FURIA were playing this map, they banned out the Tuber out, so I would expect that again. But perhaps without the Kaid ban from their opponents, that will change. And in fact, it will be the Bandit ban this time. So still some wall denial being taken off of the board from FURIA. Bandit can be really good on Skyscraper, especially on that kind of house single wall. So there's a lot of cool ways to use Bandit. Not today, though. Going to be taken off the board, along with the Montaigne, which FURIA have had horrendous luck with this stage. And then Ying, Azami, two extremely powerful operators, so no surprises there.
New R6 share skins are in the store as well. If you look down, you can see that brick wall with the FURIA logo right behind the player, or as the player card, right behind all of the operator pictures on the side of FURIA. You will likely see many an ad run in between the matchups, but also in the actual game itself for these new skins, etc. added to the game. Here's our schedule at the bottom of your screen. NiP and FURIA starting the day off. If FURIA lose here in regulation, it becomes a feeding frenzy with both MIBR and Vivo Keydstars poised to pick up that sixth and final playoff spot. Black Dragons still winless. They've only got 2 points, is it? I think so far this stage, 1 point. I stand corrected. That's been a rough stage for Black Dragons. And irrespective of what happens in this matchup, you have to assume that Vivo Keydstars will be the favorite to defeat Black Dragons and will very likely do so in regulation, which means 3 points for them is very, very possible. MIBR is our middle match of the day up against FLUXO. FLUXO is also in the basement. Both Black Dragons and FLUXO have been eliminated from playoffs for a little bit now. That, depending on how MIBR shows up, should be a gimme for them too. W7M versus E1 will probably be our second most competitive match of the day. That has top standings implications, with E1 holding second place at the moment, but that position is anything but secure. We round out the day with Liquid versus FaZe Clan. I think it's been called El Clasico by different teams or different casters in the past. Liquid will finish first overall in Brazil. There's no way to change that, but FaZe Clan want all 3 of those points so they can climb their way up the standings.
Liquid guaranteed top 2, not locked into first place just yet. They could still drop on round diff and E1 could sneak up, but it's pretty hard at this point. Similarly for FURIA, they are looking to lock down that final spot. As you mentioned, Parker, all they need are 6 rounds and they will find the final playoff spot. So, a lot to play for FURIA. NIP looking to make this more difficult for their opponents, of course. Starting on attack on Skyscraper, never fun. And so far, the roam clear's not gone so well. That won't go much better either. Hates the opening death to KZ. They're trying to blind their way into the site. They've got pressure all around the map, but they've taken so much damage. Just falling like flies, Parker. Only Psycho and Cons remain, and Psycho just on 2 HP. So quickly, this game has devolved into chaos, with FURIA finding all of the kills. This is very, very rough situation for NIP to be in. They've got to find some way out of it, but the swings just don't stop from FURIA.
No, I mean, when FURIA is on their game, they are pretty much unstoppable. Fellapox holding court inside of Geisha with those final 2 kills, and yes, I stand corrected. I read my notes wrong. Team Liquid has a locked-in top 2, but not first overall. They are a +8 over E1. If Team Liquid lose enough rounds and E1 win enough rounds with enough of a round differential, then yes, that can definitely change. The only two teams that can finish in the top two or in first place would be Team Liquid or E1. W7M is 4 points back. That's not possible at this current point in time for them. So no matter what, Team Liquid will get a bye in that first round of the playoffs. FURIA is a team that when they see adversity, they tend to tackle it admirably. And when the stakes are the highest and teams count out FURIA always seems to overperform those expectations. Well, this is a very high stakes match at the moment. Only a single kill for Ninjas in Pajamas in that first round. It's not exactly the start that the Ninjas want, but NIP were also on the outside looking in for a great deal of this stage, but the last couple games for NIP have been so good, they have guaranteed themselves a playoff spot. That's bad news for teams like Vivo Keedstars, MIBR, and Black Dragons, who are now at the bottom, but have been in the hunt for the playoffs in previous stages. 50 rounds have been played on Skyscraper before today's matchup, and it is a very, very defender-sided map. It is by 0.3% the second most defender favored, because technically Cafe is ahead of it with 64.3% of rounds, whereas Skyscraper's 64. So you know what? I'm just going to say that Skyscraper's the most defender favored because Cafe's only been played one time. That means 18 of all the rounds played have been won by the attackers. That is very, very low. It does not mean that NIP will have great success here. If NIP could actually take 3 rounds in this first half, they will be very well positioned based on the way this map plays, but FURIA in that first round did what we expect to happen on this map.
Yeah, big if. NIP gonna have to get some better shots than that. It's a good start. You see on the single wall. Attempted mirror trick with the impacts going through, but not fast enough from JV92, so the wall will fully open with the exothermic charge. A lot of pressure already. Flashbangs coming in, line charge as well. Looks like they're starting to make their way into this bomb site. Parker Hates has jumped in the window. Psycho falls outside, though. Fantasy picks up on the JV92, and a second coming through from the newest player of NIP, gaining the man advantage, and he does not stop. There's Philippox with 2 of his own. It's all on Nade, outside the bomb site, way back in drum, clutching a 1v2, but there's a whole minute 40 on that clock.
Yeah, and there's still one EE1D as well. Both players on NIP very high in HP, which makes the job even tougher for Nade. He has no idea where these players are, and the wall next to this plant going down is reinforced, so there's no potential to shoot through it. Nade on the Warden anyway, did not have an explosive. I don't know if he's put down that deployable shield, but obviously it's a little bit too late. Cross is being held. Cons isn't the first one to get the shot, but he finishes it off, and it's a tie game.
One thing that was said in the interview just before this game from Nade is that if Fantasy is careless on the entry, then this game will be easy. Wow, wasn't careless in that round. Beautiful little 2K to start off that execute. Fantasy has been one of the best entry players in the entire league. He has come out firing so strong for NIP after taking some time to play on some lower level teams. Of course, kind of rose to fame playing for the FURIA org, not with any of these players, but attended many international events with this organization. Ended up dropping from the org, obviously, when they dropped out of Siege. Hadn't really played on a top team since FURIA left the scene, and then now that FURIA are back, Fantasy's back too, although with a brand new team. Of course, that is NIP, where he's been their primary entry. He's been their biggest young fragger. He's been getting the majority of the kills on the team. He has been doing an excellent job so far. But I do think there's some truth to what was said by Nade in the interview, and that sometimes he can be a little careless, sometimes he can make some poor decisions, and sometimes those entries don't always go the way that he wants them to. So we're really going to see Fantasy step up and have an impact. He is always the most important player on NIP, and that is no different when you're playing against the world champions.
Yeah, I mean, this is the real test for Ninjas in Pajamas, and I think they definitely have what it takes to match up against this FURIA squad. The one player that I talked about very briefly right before we got into the match was Herds. He dies way too early. I don't know if FURIA has changed his deployment as a player, or maybe he's just gotten cocky. I know teams have talked about the cockiness of FURIA in interviews before, so maybe there's something to that. But when you're a player like Herds, I think you have every right to be cocky. And when you're a team like FURIA, the confidence that you have just continued to grow over this dynasty run that you have been on, and I think it's fair to say it definitely was a dynasty run until it came to a screeching halt in Manchester. This team looked unbeatable internationally. Fantasy, the first casualty in this round. NIP down by 1, and not just down by 1, but down by one of their best players. Psycho almost loses his life as well out on Geisha Balk. And we'll now look back over towards Terrace, where Nade is holding this spot, but the focus for NIP has turned towards Geisha itself.
Yeah, very different style of approach for NIP. Last time they went direct into sight. They jumped in with flashbangs. They got a couple of fast early kills. This time they're going to take the slow approach. They're going to enter in through Geisha. They're going to take their time with this. That does open the long angles. As we see Nate trying to utilize one of these. Philippok's also an aggressive moment, but finally it'll be KZ, the first one to get traded out, with Hates taking him out of the picture. That leaves it now to a 4-on-4, and FURIA, they aren't giving up this side of the map. They don't want to retreat and give this area to NIP for free. They're happy to stick around with both JV92 and Philippok's. Currently just happy to be playing the way that they are, sitting in this strong position, and Herds now goes down below to try to hold on with the C4 from below sight as well. Could be very impactful later.
There's Herds in the run out. He's got one, but he's in a really rough spot. They try to follow up as he hugs the wall tightly, like a family member who hasn't seen you for many, many years. Pino is waiting for the jump in. It's happened. And an easy collect. But all the while, the timer is working against NIP. They've equalized, so while the jump out and run out from Herds went effectively, you've lost the two most powerful weapons from FURIA of Herds and KZ. This presents an opening for Ninjas in Pajamas to pull things off. There's one on the stairs, and that is a bit of a sloppy play by Pino. What was he expecting up against a shotgun? Last vault in happens, and the final 3 kills are all Furious to be had. They regain the lead.
Yeah, nice bounce back coming through from FURIA. You can see as soon as that style of attack changed, FURIA felt a lot more comfortable being able to stop that far side aggression that was coming in from NIP, starting off with that opening pick that got them off strong, and then just never giving up anything, going for more runouts, going for more aggression. That's that confidence, maybe that cockiness that you do see sometimes from FURIA. They're a team who love to play aggro against a team. They don't have to. They can play many different styles of siege, but if they think they can get away with it, if this team thinks that you are not ready for their runouts, for their very, very far out swings, then they're going to attempt it against you, and often it does find success. It's a team who loves to win more. If they know that they can swing and they're already in a lead, well, they're going to be happy to swing. And so FURIA, this is a common pattern for them. It should be something NIP are ready for and watching for, because FURIA will continue to do it throughout this defensive half unless NIP showcase that they can shut that down, that they can punish it when it comes through. So that's got to be a focus for NIP, shutting it down as fast as they can so that FURIA learn and adapt and stop pulling those moves. Because if FURIA are swinging you, even when they're in a man advantage, you're going to be in a really, really awkward spot for the rest of this game.
Another jump out this time. But KZ's maybe a bit too early, Jesse's. He doesn't find the target he was looking for, but another jump out, this one from Herds. As he breaches through the wall, Nitro Cell goes as well, and Herds needs to get back inside. Fantasy was knocked off his stride in the previous round. The same will happen this time, except he's actually alive for the remaining 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He is the player to watch for Ninjas in Pajamas. This is a very aggro defense from FURIA. They are bringing the heat to NIP. And every single window, every single door frame needs to be watched by the attackers lest they get caught off guard by this aggressive defense.
That's just what I was talking about, right? You've got to be able to punish it, and so far they haven't been able to. I love the double bait run out with one player going out, drawing attention, then Herds trying to capitalize on that. Couldn't quite get the kill. Fantasy 13 HP, that's pretty good. And then even JV92, who was caught on a cutoff angle, managed to get back to sight with all of his HP. So really not effective for NIP. Now that they've kind of dealt with this aggression, now that it seemingly has been slowed on the side of FURIA, now you've still got to execute. You still got to make this push work. Fantasy looks to go down below, try to find this Geisha player, but it's not going to be particularly simple. It'll be Philippok's who's in there, 4-1 still on his KD. Moving around quite a bit, but nobody able to get the cutoff. Worried about a top black push. It's not coming from NIP. They're all setting up mostly down below to come up maybe the black stairs, get some vertical kills. I'm curious where the Buck is. Psycho's still outside the building. You'd expect a Buck to be in this position. Instead, it's a Striker, a Thermite, and a Blitz.
It's quite the lineup. It can do some serious damage. There's the very first pick that'll come in. Pino is gone. That's your main hard breach. The only hard breach, as you see, there's no secondary canister or can openers, as they are referred to as, on the board. Now the follow-up from the Blitz, it's Fantasy to claim the kill. He was the target number 1 early in this round. Hates being slowed down, obscured. He's got the goo mine also stuck in his foot. Nib have full control of the back portion of this map. A nice angle by Fantasy. He seemingly powers up the longer he stays alive. And now you have to engage the blitz. JV92 anchored down in this position. He'll lose some of the wall in front of him. A Psycho with yet to have a single kill will swing on in. That trend will continue as he dies to the Nitro Cell. And again, it's the site play for Furia that is winning them these rounds, locking out any chance of a successful execute.
I don't know. I'm just not a fan of that push from NIP, to be honest with you. Like, the early aggression was tough and they didn't deal with it particularly well. But then, again, they had full bottom floor control. They chose not to bring their buck to that area. If you want to get a vertical kill, why are you taking it with your thermite? That just doesn't feel like the most effective operator to do the job. They had a buck. The buck was sat on karaoke window the entire time. Eventually, Psycho swings in and he just dies to a Nitro Cell immediately. So he has no impact. Cons as well. I liked his blitz play on the black stairs. They very effectively dealt with the smoke in that position. But then once he got into sight, I think he was just barely out of range for that flash, and so didn't end up flashing JV92. A simple headshot coming out to shut down that blitz play. A few mistakes coming out from NIP and Furia so far, playing pitch perfect. They're playing classic Furia Siege, where they disrupt your momentum in the early round, they get aggressive on you, and then they just rein it in. They make sure that they waste their own time as they fall back in towards the bomb site. They play with their utility. NIP, they got to get something going here on these pushes. You know, I really do think that something fundamental is not lining up for them in a lot of these. I don't imagine that these are the exact pushes that they have practiced, but Furia is going to throw you curveballs on the defense round after round after round. And if you're not able to answer that, then you've got to find some way to make these backup pushes, these plan Bs, go in your favor.
It also just could be the map too. I mean, we can speculate.
That's part of it, I'm sure.
But I mean, yeah, this is an overwhelmingly defender-sided map where a 4-2 scoreline for the defenders is very common, and not just common, but frankly, the expectation. So if they can continue to just play these sides, starve NIP of this utility, kill their ability to gain information. How does Fantasy hit these shots, by the way? That is an absurd first engagement, and a second follows up as well. Just as good as the first. A read through the soft wall as Fantasy could have picked up another kill onto Herds. That would have been 3 for NIP to start things off. Very quick pace being set by the Ninjas.
Fantasy, one of the most aggressive entries in the entire world. He's so good in this position, though. He's got aim like no other. The #1 headshot percentage in Brazil. Now they've got to do something on Furia to make this man count come back to their side. They've now got some swings coming through in this window. You see on the other side of it's Philippox. If there's anybody to make something happen, to try to be unpredictable on Furia, it's probably going to be Philippox, but he's currently watching the wrong side of this window. Both seem to be somewhat aware. Oh no. And now they've seen the head. At the same time, KZ falls. There's the shots into Philippox. A little messy, but they get it done eventually, leaving just Herds in a 1v5. Having no trouble staying alive in this round, Parker, but he still might have some troubles winning it.
Yeah, this is gonna be brutal. I mean, he maybe gets 1 pick or 2. How about 0, actually? Flawlessly done by NIP. You want to regain your momentum. You want to show that you can evenly match up against this Furia team. NIP are right where they need to be with 1 round remaining in this first half. They have hit that 2-round magic mark. And the question becomes, this very final round, what happens with it? We're going to go up to Office and Exhibition. And I'm very eager to see the way that these teams approach this site, because right now, Furia have been so good over in Terrace and out on the balcony behind this A bomb site. Well, it's tricky to use that part of the map aggressively when, if you die, you immediately surrender control of a portion of the bomb site. So I don't know if we're going to see Furia take the same chances on this part of the map. I expect to see aggression down below and over towards Geisha, as maybe an early pick from Furia will be their focal point. Either way, it's right where NIP needs to be. So when they go to the second half and they go to the better side, they should be able to do a 4-2 scoreline themselves, or maybe Furia will simply show that they're better on this defender-sided map and put it away. A lot more at stake right now for Furia, but let's not ignore the fact that Ninjas in Pajamas are still on this upward trajectory. And if Nip can win this match in regulation, and FaZe Clan loses to Team Liquid in regulation, or loses in overtime, securing themselves 1 point on the side of FaZe Clan, but has a bad round differential, Nip could actually jump all the way up to 4th. But that is their ceiling at the moment. Things in Brazil pretty much locked in at this point. There's not a ton of movement that can happen on this final play day. Very final defense, 30 seconds into action, and Nip opening up those office walls and looking to strike.
Really early Nitro used by Herds. I mean, they have 4, so maybe not the biggest deal in the world, but I expected Herds to try to play below in this round and maybe try to stop an aggressive play in. They'll lose another C4 as KZ ends up falling to Fantasy, so this is really starting to get bad in terms of utility from FURIA very early on. We'll continue to monitor that through the rest of the round. It is going to be a full clear coming through from NIP as well. I'm a little surprised by that because when they won this bomb site in round 2, they did it by going direct. Probably just figuring that it's a little bit too obvious if they continue to go direct time and time again, and so they want to make this full clear happen. It's worked out to give them an opening pick, and Fantasy is very much, I believe, unknown down below. There are Valk cameras down here on the bottom floor, but he's on the IQ, so I have to imagine he's aware of that. Maybe not, though. I mean, he's just hitting Sight Parker all the way up the house stairs, and in the midst of it, they have no idea where he is.
Fantasy gets one, looking for another as Nip gets ever closer, but the retake from FURIA comes in, and there's the supporting cast yet again, led by Fellapox and Nade. These anchor players from FURIA, not anchoring the site at this particular moment, but getting ever closer. They have been the big story for this FURIA team. Fellapox finishes things off. Again, the support play is defining this FURIA defense. That'll be it for the first half. And just as the stat line on this map shows, it's a 4-2 half for the defenders. All things considered, you can swap out these team names to just about any other teams in the league, and this would be our expectation. If FURIA really was the team that was a cut above Nip, we could have seen a 5-1. But at this current point in time, the thing that will define this FURIA squad is how they do on attack. The numbers for attackers are quite poor. If FURIA can get more than 2 rounds, I think this match is theirs.
If they can get at least 2 rounds, the playoffs will be theirs. Keedstars and MIBR nervously watching. They now rely on NIP getting a 5-1 defensive half in order to have even a chance at making playoffs. Keedstars and MIBR both have to perform well later today, as long as FURIA also don't get 6 rounds. So FURIA very close to getting the ultimate goal of this playday. Of course, they'd love a win. They'd love a full 3 points over NIP. That would vault them ahead of them in the standings. Both would be making playoffs, so it would be fine either way. But still, FURIA very, very close to their overall goal. And I think those defenses really were what they were looking for. Lost 2 somewhat competitive rounds, but I think they're still feeling very confident with how this has gone compared to how the season started. Their 7-1 victory yesterday, and then their strong start to this game. I think FURIA are really feeling good about how their team is looking. But you're right, they've got to do it on attack. This is the much harder side, as it always is on Skyscraper, so still plenty of work to be done. Look at this defense from NIP. They're again spread out quite a bit around the top floor, but they're not going anywhere near as aggressive as how FURIA played it. You know, FURIA were going for jump outs, they were going for swings every single round. It felt like NIP, they are extending. They're not holding this part of the map, but they're also not challenging these entry points. They're going to allow FURIA to get some space, get their foothold up here on the balconies, and then NIP are going to take these gunfights, or maybe even just shoot drones and fall back. I mean, there's multiple ways to play this.
There's the exothermic charge to go off and give FURIA a window into the site. A missed opportunity onto the Fenrir of Hates, as he's 1-5, by the way. Psycho also 1-5. We've been so focused on the larger scale of this matchup that we haven't really gotten into the micro of how these teams are actually playing and how the players are responding. I'm glad that Fantasy has lived up to the billing, but Hates was the player that was talked about so frequently when he was on Vivo Keedstars. He was a huge get for Nip, and he does tend to play aggressive standout roles. So the fact that he is unable to keep pace with some of the big dogs of Brazil is troubling, frankly. Hates has had too many quiet games on Nip for us to say, oh, well, he's still just adjusting. At this point, it just looks like Hates' deployment on Nip is really not what it has been before. And fair play. I mean, you see players on teams where they don't have a lot of tools, they don't have a lot of superstars, and an average player can look like an absolute monster just because they're given free roam to do whatever they want. Hates doesn't have that same level of freedom on Nip. He's still an aggro player, but you've got Fantasy doing a lot of the damage. Psycho can step up, and Pino, of course, has been one of those guys for Nip for years at this point. 45 seconds left in the very first attacking round for Furia.
Yeah, and they've given a lot of space to Furia for free, and they will finally step up and take a gunfight as Cons, with less than a minute to go, to get the opening pick onto Herds. That will stunt this push, but it's got to come out sooner rather than later. 30 seconds, players are on the windows, we're trying to jump into Geisha, and they do get it down onto Cons to make it a 4v4 push.
A nice flick now over to Hates, who will not be able to muster up a kill in this round. They're looking to lock out the bomb site. Nate has been down. JV92 is dead now as well. This has suddenly become a 2v2 with only 10 seconds left. KZ dies, and there it is. The defenders on Nip doing what needs to be done. The gap closes. A single round separates these teams.
Big round from Pino, stepping up just at the end there, salvaging it for NIP. I was concerned with how much they gave up. Again, they didn't challenge Furia on the roam. They didn't worry too much about taking those early fights. It was a very different style of defense coming out from the two teams, but they eventually went for their aggressive swings. They waited for their moment. They used the Toxic Babe to smoke off that angle before Cons went and got that opening pick. And then, of course, it was Pino and Psycho, the last two players to lock it down. Two players who haven't been having the greatest of games. Of course, the two longest standing members of this team as well. They've been with NIP since, honestly, almost before I can even remember. NIP has been with these two players for an extremely long time. Psycho and Pino have been here for a while. So good to see them both stepping up. Pino's been extremely consistent throughout the stage at 63% on his cost rating. That puts him as one of the highest inside of Brazil, top 10. Psycho not too far behind either, just 1 percentage point above. So both of these players have been consistent. They've been long-standing members of NIP. They've not been the flashiest, and in that round, they kind of had to be, and they were still able to step up.
We're still early enough in the game where a tactical timeout would be not abnormal, but really not necessary, as we see. So plenty of time for these teams to settle things down. I really do like the way that Nip is responding to a lot of these rounds, as Furia seems to be the team setting the pace, setting the tempo, and if Nip can respond just with either patience or structured play, then they will be able to hang in there on these rounds. Furia had a huge advantage, but they just, I think they got a little bit too eager right before that execute happened, and it burned them. This round, how will it play out? Hates has actually got a silhouette out on that window. He had multiple opportunities to get the pick, as the default cam next to him was taken out by the Twitch drone. The Surya gate in front of him was also popped away by one of the flashbangs thrown by Nade. So you lose a lot of that coverage, and a lot of the things that can assist you when a push actually happens are now gone.
Yeah, not taking these opportunities from NIP in the early round. That's been a pretty common theme from them here. Cons wants to change that narrative, go for a bit of a swing, but after he tries it once, he doesn't re-swing. And honestly, that might not be a bad choice against a team like Furia. They are extremely good at punishing stuff like that, but you've got to get something going, right? The attackers starting to make their way in through Geisha. They're starting to slowly open up these windows. They do want to work their way across. First Logic Bomb will get used along with a drone to spot out Cons, but I don't see any punishment coming through unless they have somebody who's inside of Geisha. Not yet. They're still hunting for this player. Now there's one down below, JV92. He'll be the one to try to punish this and get the opening pick for Furia.
And using the safety of that black mirror amidst the smoke, you just mag dump at this point. Fellapox eliminates Cons, and now the fallback from Psycho on this position, who started to put together a few kills. He and Hates, if they pick up their pace, Furia will be in serious trouble and distress. At the moment, Furia not really sweating it, though, as they've got the first two picks. Fantasy, with his 8 kills, will almost certainly have to break double digits if this round will go in Nip's favor, and it'll be a tie game should that happen, which is a bit of a worrying sign for Furia with, again, just the numbers that we tend to see on this map. Nip winning the 2 defending rounds to start off this half is about what we expect. It's also excellent for their mental and excellent for the momentum. The question becomes, what is the tertiary bomb site they go to, and can they hold that together and do something that Furia was never able to do, which is win the full rotation. The problem for Nip is winning, and right now they're not winning much of anything. Hates with one pick, he got the down on the other, but FURIA was just too much for Nip to muster. And it is no tie game. A very, very successful round for FURIA, and the lead will once again grow to 2 rounds.
1 round away from playoffs now. FURIA, unless NIP win out, they will be our final playoff spot. You know, I really liked that Dokkaebi push from JV92. The roam clear was exceptional. I'm a little confused by the players that they found over on the roam clear, though. Pino and Cons both going down early in that one. Not common. Typically, Hates and Fantasy will be the roamers, the players who get aggressive for NIP. Together, they've taken more than 60% of NIP's opening engagements on the defense. For them to both be more towards the site, 2 of the last players alive through that round, I really do think that that's something that FURIA need to change, or sorry, the NIP need to change up into this, next 4 rounds, because those are 2 players that have been extremely successful on the roam game, on the defensive entry. Those players are the players that need to be starting things off strong for NIP. You see how good Pino can be in the late round. You see how good Psycho can be in the late round when they won round number 7. NIP needs to be able to replicate that formula. Get Hates and Fantasy active in the early game. Get Pino and Psycho and Cons active more in the late game. That should be their recipe for success. But I don't know, in that last round, it felt a little flipped on its head. Of course, we can't deny as well Hates 2-7 at the moment. Very uncharacteristic. He's had a great stage so far. He's been one of the best players on this team, only behind Fantasy. For him to be having such a poor performance against such a strong opponent is a little bit concerning.
I think it really does go back to those comments that were made in the previous round, right? Like, if you have Hates on Vivo Keatstars rising to the occasion against all of these best players, and now you have Hates in, I would argue, one of his most important games at the highest level. He's playing on a massive organization, a team that has won a world championship, a team that is historically one of the most winningest teams in the entire region, and is one of the orgs that frankly jumps to mind. When you look at Brazil, you've got to be better than that. Cons and Psycho will lead the way. Fantasy, Cons, and Pino then all dropped, and another kill could be had, as it's all up to Psycho and Hates' bad day continues to go. FURIA 1 kill away, Jesse. 1 kill away from match point, and KZ will find it. FURIA on match point.
And the world champions will make it to the Brazil playoffs, and they will be playing in those BO3s to try to make it to Montreal. Wonderful to see from them. They will lock out both MIBR and, of course, Vivo Keatstars, who now no longer have a chance at making it into the top 6. They did at the start of the day, but that door will be shut by FURIA in this match against NIP. Going to be feeling very good for them, of course. Some strong attacks here on Skyscraper get it done. They'd still like to get a win over NIP. This will determine seeding. Both these teams fighting to not be in the last seed. I believe the loser of this game will be 6th out of 6 playoff teams, which means in theory you have the most difficult first round matchup playing against the 3rd overall seed. So still stuff to play for these 2 teams. It would still be good for both of them to get the wins, but I think that's the main objective accomplished. FURIA, just a fast push in that last round. KZ showing what he's made of. Some great frags coming through there. Getting some fast aggression in, definitely catching NIP off guard. It's really been FURIA who have dominated the pacing. They dominated on defense. They dominated on attack. From start to finish, they have always felt in control of the early round, with NIP mostly just responding to how FURIA are playing. And that's really not the spot that you want to be in against this squad. For NIP, not the success that they've had so far this stage, but they're still going to be in a strong spot. They can still bounce back and win this game, Parker. And again, it does have some implications.
Yeah, the lack of a timeout is what's really confusing me the most about Ninjas in Pajamas here. But, I mean, Nip knows what the stakes are. FaZe Clan only needed a single point and positive round differential to freeze Nip in this position. But the thing is that while Nip have clinched the playoffs, FURIA winning in regulation will not just vault over Nip, but depending on the round differential, they could overtake FaZe Clan as well. If FURIA win this round, they'll finish with a +4, which added to their +3 tally moves FURIA up into 4th spot and moves Nip down into 6th, which means Nip would face whichever team finishes 3rd. That is not a very good spot to find yourself in, because you have to imagine that the opponents up there are a lot stronger. Cons and Pino starting things off. Psycho on the board as well. What the hell just happened? That round is over, and it is won flawlessly by Nip. There goes the whole round differential thing. So FURIA still have 2 more rounds to get this done, but good God, what was that?
Yeah, blink and you miss it, eh? Immediately rushing in again. We talk about the pace being controlled. That time NIP took it for themselves, and they got a really good defense round coming through. Maybe just expecting what FURIA were going to do at the start of that. It wasn't that FURIA were rushing into the bomb site, although they certainly were very close to the site and ready to go in at any moment. But it was really swings that came out from NIP, taking control of that. We saw a big swing from Cons at the top of Black Stairs. That found KZ. Pino elsewhere was able to pick off Herds, and once Herds and KZ are dead, well, that's a lot of the fragging power of FURIA off the board. They just did not stop. Fantasy ended up with a little 2K2. So nice couple of kills coming out from NIP. The pacing remains one of the most important factors in this matchup. If NIP can do that more often, surprise FURIA in the early round, get some swings that catch them off guard, exactly what FURIA were doing to NIP in the early parts of their defenses. Even if NIP don't end up getting a bunch of kills as they did in that round, you can disrupt FURIA's push, you can stall them out a little bit more, you can make them hesitate, and I think that will be the key to stopping down these FURIA pushes.
This has been a good matchup between these teams either way, and I've been quite enjoying the show. Again, this is like the first domino of Brazil. The result of this matchup will basically determine everything else for the rest of the day, and if FURIA can win this in regulation, then I don't want to say a lot of the other matches today become less important or unimportant, but they certainly don't have that same potential to excite. Whereas if FURIA loses, then, you know, it would open the door for Vivo Keydstars and MIBR. But either way, it's not going to happen. FURIA can still lose in overtime, but they've guaranteed themselves a point. And yeah, I mean, if the numbers number, then that should be FURIA getting that 6th and final spot in the playoffs are locked in, meaning Vivo Keydstars and MIBR are not really playing for much in their matchup. Still, will FURIA prevail, and will it be in regulation? 2 minutes for us to find out. If not, then there's another round, and that would be the final round of regulation. Fantasy with the run out, he gets taken down by JV92 after Herds dies early. And just as we focused on Hates' poor play, let's talk about Herds being 3-9 for a second here.
Yeah, surprising. His teammates continue to fall as well. That's 2 jump outs in a row from NIP. 1 from Fantasy, and then 1 coming out from Cons as well. This is exactly what I was talking about when it comes to controlling the pace of this game. This is what NIP need to do. They seemingly have cracked the code, Parker. Back-to-back rounds, they've done the same thing where they've managed to bring the fight to FURIA. They're not letting them get set up, and they found 2 big entry picks. You're absolutely right. They're the primary entries of FURIA. Both Herds and KZ are negative through this matchup, which is very surprising, but it really does come down to the pacing. Now, that doesn't mean you win the round immediately. JV92 silences some of this hype on NIP, getting 2 kills of his own, equalizing this man count down to a 3v3, and as his final logic bomb comes out, they will look towards the bomb site.
Playing around that bomb chassis. Hates his position is known as the logic bombs give him away. He's flashed as well, but there's no follow-up immediately to deal with him. Fellapox on 11 kills, JV on 10. These are 2 great numbers to have in the cut and thrust of this round. JV92 is waiting to try and lure out the Warden of Cons, but it will give him nothing. Now it's been a reposition over towards Bar as Hates holds down this A bomb site. Not a lot of movement from Nip as they await this push, and that's exactly what you need to do in this position. Just play steady, play safe, and play these sheltered moments. A swing from Hates as he ego checks the wall. Fellapox will punish him, and now it's Psycho to die next. Jesse, it feels like it's about to happen, and it does! As delicious as Hellman's Mayonnaise, the sponsor of FURIA, they get all 3 points, and they win in regulation.
They will send NIP to the 6th seed inside of playoffs, meaning NIP will have, in theory, the most difficult opening matchup, but both of these teams will be taking the stage again in our playoffs a little bit later on. Congratulations to FURIA for getting that done, and of course, in regulation makes it all the sweeter. Even when their top players aren't performing, the thing about FURIA, people have said it time and time again, they are an extremely deep team. All 5 of these players are absolute monsters. You saw JV92 bringing it back in that round to equalize the man count, and then who else but Felipox? Felipox has had kind of a rough stage so far. I mean, he's the lowest fragger on FURIA throughout stage 2. but you know that when the stakes are the highest, he'll be able to turn it on. He'll be able to step it up. I love that coming out from FURIA. They've clearly bounced back through both yesterday and today. The struggles that we've seen from FURIA seem to be mostly gone. This team is looking very good headed to playoffs.
Yeah, this is always a team that can compete. There's no denying that. It's just maybe the meta wasn't suiting them well. The one thing that was talked about quite often, actually, was that their decline as a team happened at the same time that the game got slowed down, right? Like, they changed how quickly you could ADS, and all that came with it. It meant that you couldn't take engagements as aggressively. And for a team that made their name by roaming and playing offense as defenders, well, of course a slower match is going to hurt them. It's not that FURIA was never a methodical team, but they were very run and gun, and they could capitalize because of good mechanics off of mistakes made by their opponents. You can't get bailed out that way any longer. You need to be a bit more structured because the gunplay is definitely slower, and the way that a lot of teams approach these bomb sites also much slower. FURIA have needed some time to adjust and settle into a position where they can play a slower game but still bring and show the same teeth that they did when they were thriving in the old meta. And it takes time. No team can be at the top forever. FURIA make it into the playoffs. There was some doubt about whether it was going to happen, but they and Nip, both the teams in this matchup, will fight to see who gets one of those 3 spots for the Montreal Major.
Back on Tuesday, when FURIA beat Black Dragons, in the post-game interview, Philippok said it was the first time he ever won a game and wasn't happy. That was an 8-7 game of one of the worst teams in the league. He said his primary focus was spending the next couple of days fixing the problems that had occurred on his team, doing everything they could to get FURIA back into shape for the final 2 play days. And I think it's very clear that he has been successful. The team have had 2 fantastic performances, 7-1 over E1 yesterday, and now a strong win over NIP as well. Not quite as dominant, but Skyscraper tends to be that sometimes. They still played exceptional today, and they've managed to achieve their goal of making it to that playoffs. They will have the opportunity to fight for the major spot, as you said, and it's great to see them bouncing back. You know, this is a team that we've talked about their struggles with shield play. We've talked about their struggles with the meta. Still don't seem to be having a great handle on that Montaigne, just having to ban it out in the majority of their games. But that's why operator bans exist, right? And clearly the Blitz not coming into effect this game. They did a great job shutting down NIP on all angles.
Yeah, I mean, Nip obviously were able to stand up quite well, and especially given the map, it's a tough one for Nip. But if Nip do want to be one of the top 6 teams in the region and prove that they deserve one of those 3 spots, or even maybe the 4th spot, depending on what happens, because the teams that lose in the playoffs will then try to go through the LCQs to gain that 4th and final spot. Nip needed a very competitive match against FURIA, and it almost went all the way. Clearly, there's still work to be done here, and I wag my finger at Hates and the way that he has played. Whether it be his inability as a player or the way that Nip is using him, he is clearly not living up to the billing that a lot of people thought he would live up to when he was acquired by Nip recently. And if Hates can figure this out and Nip can maybe make some changes to the positions they find him in or the operators he plays, then I think it's only upwards for Nip. They're already a team that are showing steady signs of improvement. I imagine that through the playoffs, they're going to continue to improve. But then the question becomes, what's your map pool looking like right now? Nip has not been a good team for a while. There are 3 maps, or you're going to have to play 3 maps in these best of 3s. What's in store for Nip? But let's not get there because we have an interview ready. We'll talk to our winners.
Well, thanks, Parker. Thanks, Jesse. We'll bring in Philippok right away to celebrate this win for FURIA. What a way to end the group stage and head into the playoffs. Philippok, we'll welcome him in now. As we say once again, parabéns, Philippok. Congratulations to you after really turning it around and now officially making the playoffs. How does it feel?
Obrigado once again, and it feels amazing to be in the playoffs. There was a moment in the stage that I really didn't think we were going to make it through, but we did. Like I said in yesterday's interview, we are playing really better than we were. The preparation this week was really good, and I'm just feeling great.
Well, I mean, congratulations again. You guys did qualify for playoffs, and you guys are now in that 5th seed spot. Now, being a team that obviously everyone knows you guys have won a couple events and you guys are a dominant team, but now that you guys have just qualified towards the lower end of the bracket, does that put any pressure, or does that let you feel that other teams are looking at you guys as a weaker opponent now? Does that affect your guys' mental game at all going into playoffs?
I think it's better for us that the other teams are maybe thinking that we are not as good as we are, because I don't know, it's good to be underdog once in a while. We are always the favorites, so right now maybe we are the underdogs of these playoffs, and I'm sure that we are going to make it through to the major.
Amazing. FLUXO, well, finally, is there any last details you want to share with us about this team and about how you've made this happen? I mean, talk to us a little bit about maybe your mentality going into playoffs, what your approach is going to be.
I think we're going to do the same thing that we did this last week, support ourselves in the difficult times, and talk about everything that about the problems that we have with the team, and just keep working and keep grinding and having fun in the game like we had this weekend. That's the most important part.
Amazing. FLUXO, thank you so much, and congratulations
Thank
again.
you,
We'll see you in the playoffs. Good luck.
Thank you.
Amazing. FOXA, wow. I mean, hard to believe that we were looking at this team a few, maybe 4 play days in going, I don't know, is this team really capable at making the playoffs? But they turned things around in such a big way. Their victory over E1, now their victory over NIP, and officially FURIA is a playoff-bound team.
Yeah, I mean, the first day that I worked was Brazil day 2, and they had a whole video segment. The whole day was dedicated to, is FURIA still good? You know, are they still going to get back on top? And they had a rough ride. Obviously, FLUXO even said they didn't even expect to make it in the playoffs. They were worried, they were stressed, but I mean, they brought it back to the basics, and we've seen that in this last week. I mean, really dominant showing from them, especially the way that they were able to shut down NIP today. I mean, it was a formidable effort from NIP, but the rest of FURIA, I mean, everyone was firing on all cylinders. Everyone showed up, and the way that they were playing off of each other was nice. It's reminiscent of that team that has been able to consistently be at that top, the way that they were constantly getting the opening kills. Besides Herds, I mean, he definitely struggled today, but everybody else on the team was definitely pulling his weight. And obviously, it's a team that's so good that even if one player struggles, everybody else on the team can pop off and is playing 120%, and they can uplift each other. And that, you know, as long as they kept the vibes good, they kept the energy nice, they were just able to stay consistent. And obviously, it wasn't as dominant of a win as it was against E1, but for sure was a statement, gets them into playoffs, and that's just what they needed.
Well, at the open of the show, we talked a lot about Volps and Palu, obviously, but we neglected to mention JV92, who maybe not on the year is going toe-to-toe with these two players, but on the stage, he is in between Volps and Palu in that top 3 position, once again, having a fantastic performance, 11-5 alongside FLUXO.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, JV92 has been really good for the team. I would argue he's definitely been the most consistent player of the last year. But I mean, FLUXO, I think credit needs to be shown exactly where credit is due. Being the IGL of the team, being able to round everybody up when times were tough and make sure that everyone's on the same page. And to be able to do all of that, splitting half of your brain to calling and having the other half limited brain capacity for just being able to shoot your gun, get those kills. And he was at the top of the leaderboard carrying his team today. I mean, it's always that much nicer when your IGL is not only leading the team, but also top fragging. I mean, it makes things so much nicer to just you sit there. I'm sure Herds was having a good time just sitting back, and you know, he might have been getting farmed on the opening kills, but he knew his team was winning, so I guess he couldn't be too mad.
Yeah, at the end of the day, FURIA will take that no matter how it looked. And, well, it looked pretty damn good to close out the group stage. We have our final playoff picture, at least our final 6 teams decided. It is Liquid, E1, W7M, FAZE, FURIA, and NIP, your 6 playoff teams here in the Brazil League. Now, the exact order and seeding of these teams is still a little up in the air, and that's what today is all about. But these are your playoff teams here in Brazil. For Keyd Stars, MIBR, FLUXO, and Black Dragons, they will have to turn their focus to the open qualifiers, then the LCQ. if they want to have a chance at going to the major. So a long road ahead for the bottom 4, but the top 6 more than happy to be able to move into those playoffs with a little bit more of that confidence. Maybe, at least for FURIA, a good bit of momentum as well after 2 wins, really recovering what was otherwise a tough start to the stage, Foxe.
Yeah, congratulations to them. I mean, obviously a little bit of a bittersweet moment for Vivo Keystars, because if they would have just been able to keep round counts close, they still could have been playing today for that 6th place spot. I mean, you know, points wise, everything has been so close. Even for MIBR, I mean, we saw some light out of those teams. And obviously the LCQ is going to be a difficult playing ground for these teams at the bottom. But I'm really excited to see who's going to be able to take that 2nd seed spot. So, you know, the day isn't just finished here. You know, seeding still matters, and everything, every single point definitely dictates what's going to happen. So I'm excited for that 4th game of the day, W7MU1.
Yeah, we'll see those fantastic finishes to the stage in that 4th and 5th matches of the day. Our 2nd and 3rd matches will be between teams already eliminated, unfortunately. The next one, that'll be between Vivo Keystars and Black Dragons, coming up in just a few minutes.
Por cima do Hash tem ele. Caiu agora um jogador. Se tem picar e Mitrix também. Hash vai tentando surpreender pelas costas. Raps tem a proteção do escudo, são 3 jogadores na frente dele. Olha o perigo. Hash ainda na frente. Surpreende o Lenda. São 2 agora. Vai puxar shotgun. Puxar shotgun para tentar pegar de surpresa. Pega o primeiro, vai pro segundo. Belíssimo trabalho do Red. Passou um drone. Dá fodil no air jab para evitar a rotação. 45 segundinhos, Getalha.
Será a zica do OT, meu amigo?
Não sei. Será que a VKS acordou agora? Vem pra cima. A gente vai vendo granadinha de impacto. Tava desconfiado provavelmente ali de um drone. O Lenda sofre dano, trocou de novo, caiu. O Raps consegue uma bela eliminação. Do outro lado pelo air jab, acaba caindo, surpreendido, foi na armadilha. Ainda assim, olha o Fluxo acordando pro jogo mais uma vez, Getalha. No 2x1 agora. Vamos ver quem leva. Fluxo conseguiu manter a vantagem numérica. Tá difícil, esse ponto cego pode ser ruim. Vem pela sua esquerda também mais um jogador para tentar enganar. Direita, agora trocou. Luke vem para uma triple kill. O Fluxo consegue levar finalmente um mapa, um jogo. eliminação. Vai sendo caçado também mais um jogador. Achou, tentou trocar, demorou demais. Luquid foi mais rápido. Sozinho agora o Dafodil. Agora o Dafodil tenta engatar na segunda agora, derruba mais um. Impressionante, Retalho. É 3x1. Tem mais um jogador na frente. Vai ver se consegue fazer o avanço. Tem jogador à sua direita também do Dafodil. Perigoso. Abre novamente pro outro lado. O plant vai acontecendo. Tá todo mundo marcado. Jogador à sua direita. Tá complicado demais pra ele. Ele ainda tenta trocar. Meu Deus do céu. Dafodil no 2x1 agora. Vai tentar fazer o drible. Vai ver se consegue achar o jogador na sua esquerda ainda. Ele tenta derrubar. 1x1 final. É o 4K do Dafodil. Um animal, Retalha. Respirou. Tem 30 segundos. Tá tentando ver se consegue encontrar o jogador. Raps. Acaba com o susto do Fluxo, Retalha. Mas isso não pode acontecer de maneira nenhuma, Retalha. Era um 5x1, era pra ter engolido o cara.
Crazy that it took us 8.5 full play days to figure out who our 6 playoff teams will be. This region continues to be one of the most back and forth competitive regions in the world, and this stage just did not disappoint again. But with our playoff picture finalized, we look to some other storylines around the league, one of which, Black Dragons still hunting for their very first win. They have a chance to do that today against Keed Stars Fox A, as Keed Stars now sit outside the playoffs and no longer have that extra chip on their shoulder to play for. But if motivation could be maybe keeping Black Dragons on the bottom of the standings, still deny that first win, that might just be enough.
It might just be enough. First off, I just got to say that beach in the overview we just saw is beautiful. Wow. I was starstruck. Anyway, yes, what's not so beautiful is where Black Dragons currently is on the leaderboard. I mean, obviously, they've definitely been struggling. For a matter of pride, you want to be able to get a win. You don't want to end out on a stage just winless. That would be the worst situation possible, especially if you look at where Black Dragons came from stage 1. They finished 3rd in stage 1 in the Brazil League. Obviously, went on the playoffs, lost out, but going from that to starting dead last, I mean, absolute fumble if you go from stage to stage.
And not exactly the off-season transformation that teams are looking for. Usually you're looking to, make some productive changes, maybe improve a little bit. But Black Dragons, of course, we've said they still haven't found their first win. They've come close, taking a single game to overtime, but have not gotten further than that. They've had a couple of people step up here and there. Guto, Ask, Hornetau have all had their moments, but it just hasn't been consistent enough to put them over the top of teams with plenty good talent like Lenda.
Yeah, I mean, you look at both of their statistics, and it's not necessarily anything crazy for either of them. Honestly, 2 of the struggling teams throughout the stage. The one factor that you could set aside is the fact that Lenda is a team player, really getting those plants down for his team, really being the guy to not only be on more entry, Slayer-heavy operators, but still getting those plants down. Whereas, I mean, there's not too much that you can highlight about Black Dragons to even start with. Obviously, they've been struggling on all angles. It seems very disconnected and disjointed, and it's going to be a big task and a long road to be able to get through the LCQ, through open qualifiers, to even have a chance at making it to the major. It's probably the most difficult situation for Black Dragons that you could imagine, but obviously it could start here today. I mean, if they're able to get a win out, and obviously not just be completely winless throughout the whole stage, at least it gives them a little bit more confidence, a little bit of a better footing. I mean, still, it's such a difficult task for these players.
Well, right. Certainly they're not going to be considered the favorites by any means to take spots in that open qualifier, eventually work their way into that LCQ. But this is Brazil, after all. We've talked about this the entire stage, just how competitive these games have seemed to be. Even with a team like FLUXO, for example, who still comes out on the losing side of almost every matchup, takes so many of these matchups to round 12, into overtime. They're competitive, right? And the same thing can be said for Keed Stars, a team who was on the bubble of playoffs the entire stage, just could not put themselves over the line into that position.
Yeah, I mean, Keystars is one of those teams that is the epitome of inconsistent, because even in the games that they are losing, sometimes they keep it close, but sometimes they just get absolutely blasted. I mean, they kept it very close against FaZe, but then they lose to NIP 7-1. I mean, every single day is a toss-up for this team, and you could really look at it on depending on the maps that you're playing or depending on the day, but it's just so inconsistent. One day this team looks like a top 4 team that you could believe in going to a major, you could believe in playing for Brazil, but then the next day it's like, where did the Monstars stole their powers? You have no idea where the communication goes. They don't play off of each other. They're constantly losing these opening picks, and it's a night and day difference based on the day.
When you think about the map that these two teams could be played, we have to talk about one very interesting statistic first, and that is the fact that Black Dragons are the worst defensive team in the league, just by defensive win rate. On the other side, Keystars are the worst attacking team in the league by attacking win rate. This is an unusual combination of factors, considering, Keystars, they are not at the bottom of the leaderboard here. They've had a chance. They've got 10 points to their name, but still, attacking has been a serious problem for them.
Yeah, I mean, in the current meta, attacking is very difficult. In its outright, it's very difficult to find those opening kills, and that's Keystar's biggest issue, is just struggling in the kills department. And it really is a night and day difference on their games, because if they start off defense, they can keep the games close. They're very good on defense. But when they start off on attack, that's where we see these 7-1s, these 7-2s that don't even allow them into the game at all. But obviously, Black Dragons, I mean, they're not even doing the easiest side first. So obviously that kind of goes to show why they're towards the bottom of the leaderboard, is if you can't get those defenses down and you're the worst defending team in the league, you have no business winning games in the first place, because that is your bread and butter. That is where you're going to get the most amount of your points or win out games. It's your defense. That is where you want to be at the end of the day.
Right, defense is supposed to come a little easier for teams. That's just Siege. That's just how it is supposed to work. Even if a team is struggling, you usually see those struggles exacerbated on the attacking side rather than the defensive side here. So it's been a troubling puzzle that we've been kind of scratching our heads about this entire stage long. Of course, different maps have different win percentages, and it's possible that Black Dragons could find themselves in a map that just is so easy to defend that they will absolutely just rack up these defensive victories. I mean, you think of a map like Skyscraper, the most defensive-sided map in the game, still up for now, but eventually it will be Black Dragons who ban that one out. Instead, with Cafe and Labs left on the board, they will eliminate Cafe, leaving Labs as our matchup between these two.
I mean, you just said, like, oh, if Black Dragon wants a chance here, they want to take it to a map where they can at least, be forced to get some defenses down. And obviously, those maps all got banned out by Black Dragons. They're going to go to Labs, and obviously, if you look at the statistics, I could not tell you why they're going to Labs. I mean, obviously, they like to play it, but they are not good at it. But I mean, to be fair, if they're at the bottom of the leaderboard, what maps could they be good at? Obviously, they're struggling to find things that work. They're trying things out, and in a game day situation, a game day setting, that's where you're going to get the best bang for your buck in trying out these new things. So obviously, Black Dragons is looking towards the future. They want to be able to right their wrongs, correct their mistakes. So if you're going to take them to a map like Labs, obviously the defenses, I mean, this is a very difficult map to attack altogether. So if you can't securely get some defenses anyway, then you're surely not going to get attacks, because you have to manage so much time because the map is so big. Obviously, I mean, not the best situation for Black Dragons to be in the first place, but like I said, they're looking forward. This is a nice first step for them to try new things and see what sticks.
That was a very funny graphic, by the way. Most picked of all the teams who picked this map, Black Dragons like to pick it the most. Of the teams who played it, Black Dragons have the worst performance on it as well. So that doesn't make a ton of sense, but we're in the final play day. We can get a little crazy with it. I mean, speaking of, right, you've got at least one player on Keystars who's been a little crazier, a little more consistent than the rest, and it's been Stemp, right, Foxay? This is someone we've talked about a few times, thinking maybe that his standout performance, his standout stats were just because of 1 or 2 good showings, but I think he's proven that it's been a little bit more consistent throughout the stage than just that one day.
No, he's obviously a star player, and I think there's a good amount of players on Keystars that have the potential. Stemp is one that sticks out just because he is the main carry for the team. He is able to carry his team in a lot of situations. Individually, he stays up at the top with all the other players on the top teams. The only issue is how Keystars plays around him. It's very difficult, and it's a night and day difference watching the top teams play around their star players like a JV92 or like a Paula. But when you see a player like Stemp who has the potential to get there, and it doesn't necessarily have the teamwork around it to thrive off of it and not necessarily playing off of it, it's just Keystars obviously being new to being at the top, I guess, and they're not at the top now, but being new to this situation of having a star player to play around. And obviously with a little bit more time, a little bit more practice like here today, they'll be able to maybe find a good path to start growing Stemp into a full flower.
Beautiful. Beautiful sentiment, Foxy. Well, we'll bring in Parker and Jesse to get in on the lovey-dovey action here before we send things down to our game. This one, guys, is not necessarily the same caliber of that first matchup. You're looking at Black Dragons still trying to get their first win, Parker. But we've been asking this question for weeks now. When is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? But if it can happen, when, right? Is Black Dragons finally going to be able to get that first win? Is today the day?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so, just based on the way that Vivo Keystars have played up to this point. And while they obviously just missed out on an opportunity to go into the playoffs, they're still a team that are going to look to prove something. You certainly don't want to be the team that lost to the only undefeated team in the region. That's quite a black eye for you to wear, especially when you go into the last chance qualifiers, which is exactly where Vivo Keystars is heading. Now, this might seem like a relatively unimportant match for both of these teams, but you still got to remember that Vivo Keystars want that preferable seeding in the bottom 4, right? They want to finish in 7th place. MIBR is in a position where if Vivo Keystars lose either in regulation or in overtime, and MIBR's matchup against FLUXO goes well, Vivo Keystars can actually slide farther down the standings. So you're not just playing for a standing spot, you're also getting in game day reps for the LCQ, and most importantly, you don't want to be the team, the only team, to lose to the undefeated team at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, it would be a triumphant way for Black Dragons to finish the stage, but frankly, as you said, a humiliating way for Keystars to end what has otherwise been a fairly decent stage overall, dancing in between in and outside of the playoffs. A team that we would think is a team to watch going forward, Jesse, but today is an opportunity to where they could lose that a little bit if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Fox was talking about in the desk, right? You know, we've seen this team have good moments. It feels like Vivo Keystars, they've had games where they've looked like a really solid team. That consistency is just not there for them. And so I think they could be a threat going into the last chance qualifier. As we talked about, they will be there. They've locked in a spot in LCQ, if nothing else. So get some game day reps in here, you know, do what you can. Try not to lose to Black Dragons. I'm worried a little bit about the motivation because before today, a couple hours ago, they didn't know if they'd be playing for a playoff spot or not. Now that door has been shut on them, so I'm worried maybe a little bit about the mental. That could open a door for Black Dragons to repeat OXG's success earlier this week and finally win a game, but we'll tell.
Well, at least, generally we don't like to show some bias, but I'm going to fully say you got a Black Dragon supporter right here. Give me the first win. You know, it'd be good to start or at least end the stage with at least something. But to find out, of course, we got to dive into this one. So Parker, Jesse, it's all you.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm excited to see what Black Dragons can do because they are the team that I'm going to be watching between these two squads. Vivo Keystars are at this point, they're a known quantity. They're going to be fighting for that top spot outside of the playoffs. They can't make the playoffs any longer, so their destiny was out of their hands starting today, but we've obviously got some serious work to do. I'm not trying to beat on Black Dragons here, but I mean, while you want to get your game day reps, I don't know how much you can learn from a matchup against a team that has been quite as bad as Black Dragons have been. But the big thing is play your game, get your own footing, figure out your own strategies, and yada, yada, yada. So that's what I imagine Vivo Keystars will do, but there are going to need to be improvements for Black Dragons here, Jesse, because, well, they're going to have to fight through, if they finish dead last, the open quals and then the LCQs.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult spot, obviously, to claw themselves out of. Going to be interesting to hear about their mentalities coming into this game as well, because this game doesn't have playoff implications anymore, but there are still some SI points on the board. Spots for sure, so definitely going to be fun to see what these teams have to say about one another before we start this game.
All right, it's time for our second matchup of the day, Vivo Keystars versus Black Dragons.
Cara, o jogo contra a BD eu acho que vai ser um jogo fácil. Nosso estilo de jogo é muito bom de jogar contra eles. Eles têm um Hornetão ali que acho que dá um up pro time deles. O Hornet é muito bom. Como eles gostam de falar, eles trabalham bastante, mas eu acho que falta talento ali na line deles. Eu acho que só tem um Hornetão de bom ali.
O jogo contra a Vivo Cage eu acho que vai ser um jogo tranquilo, assim. Acho que não vai ter muito problema, não. É um sentimento diferente, assim, né? Jogar contra as pessoas que se jogavam antigamente, mas vai ter lei do ex, com certeza.
Não vai ter lei do ex contra a BD, não. O Hornet é muito bom, mas eu acho que ele não resolve o jogo sozinho, não. E a galera da BD, o Hornet chegou aí como um upgrade pra vocês, mas hoje não vai dar, não. Hoje vai dar Vivo Cage.
Aí, Dafo, tu fica ligeiro, hein? Que eu vou te pegar, papai. Vou te pegar.
Black Dragons winless so far this stage. It has been quite the fall from grace for one of the most storied organizations in all of Brazil. Black Dragons have been around forever, and they finished third in stage 1. They ultimately lost in the upper bracket quarterfinals to E1 in the playoffs. E1 obviously going all the way, beating FaZe Clan, qualifying for the major. Black Dragons then went into the 5th place seeding match, beat Vivo Keydstars in that match, but then ultimately came up short in the LCQs. That was FLUXO versus Team Liquid that actually made it to the very end of those LCQs. Team Liquid, of course, grabbing that spot. NIP and Team Liquid finished towards the bottom of Brazil last stage. E1 Sports finished in 6th place, while Liquid is now going to be 1st or 2nd. E1 can be anywhere from 2nd down to 4th. NIP is in the top 6. It's Black Dragons who have been the big losers. They've gone from 18 points and 3rd place in stage 1 to a single point and last place in stage 2. Jesse, I'm so sorry. I talked through the part of the day that you most look forward to. So while we're doing setup for this very first round, why don't you go through the operator bans?
Well, I predicted 0 out of 4 correct, so we don't need to talk too much about them, to be honest. I think they're all very serious bans. They make sense. Vivo Keydstars hate shields. I thought it'd be Blitz, but it ends up being Monty. Then Maverick, very common ban on Nighthaven Labs. Tuberau as well, kind of goes along with that Mav ban, focusing on those walls. And then Mira, a common ban for Vivo Keydstars. Not hugely surprising either. I thought maybe Black Dragons would take out the Mira instead, but it goes regardless. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a fun game. Seems like teams are taking it seriously just by the operator bans, so that's a good start if nothing else. And I know there might be some fans out there thinking, do I ever want to stick around? I mean, this game doesn't matter for playoffs, but don't leave, because as you correctly pointed out in the pregame, Parker, this matchup does have some seeding on the line, with Black Dragons having the possibility at the end of the day to get out of dead last, and more importantly, Vivo Keydstars wanting to lock down that 7th place spot, guaranteeing themselves a critical 5-6 invitational points, which you never know, could make the difference towards the end of the season. Also better seeding, I should say, for the open qualifier playoffs, which Vivo Keydstars will have to play through since they have not made it into the playoffs. So, you know, it's not technically nothing. They do have things on the line here, Parker, and we're hoping to see a good game with that all to play for.
Well, every single match has something on the line, Jesse, and that's actually a victory. I don't know if you're familiar with how this works.
Sure.
I know that as a fan of the Edmonton Oilers, you're only recently accustomed to your team winning, so it's something that might be a little bit foreign to you, but winning is actually good. Losing, as you know from the Stanley Cup Finals, is bad. So here we are, 1 minute into the round. Skobos being brought by Vivo Keydstars, and I do like that because the robots don't actually have cams themselves, they just have the Dokkaebi thing in front of their eyes, and they run around with reduced visibility and the sound and all that jazz. It's quite a unique response to the gadget, and obviously Dokkaebi getting slightly reworked with the most recent season coming out. Right now, Vivo Keydstars are on the run as Black Dragons tear through that top floor.
Yep, not really contesting him in this early round, Vivo Keydstars. They want to get a vert angle instead. You see Daffodil hunting for that one, but Black Dragons, they seem to be aware, and it'll be Hornet to punish Neskin on that first vert angle. Stemp also picks up Ask elsewhere around the map. So these players are taking gunfights early on. Vivo Keystars, they will win one and lose one. You did lose your Scopos, but not the end of the world. That shield should remain in sight for all of his teammates to utilize. Also a camera on that shield. So you still got some utility down inside of the site. Stemp, the only aggressive player remaining, and I think they're aware of it. They pop a lion charge, but they don't seem to know that he's at the end of this hallway. Parker backing up. Oh no, he missed every shot. Oh, free kill. It just eludes Stemp.
Neskin dies. There goes the Scopos. Vivo Keystars not having the start that they want for this particular round, but Stem getting that one pick on to Ask. Ask has had a rough stage. He had a tremendous game last week when you and I were casting it. I think he had a great game as well from memory, if memory serves correctly, when it was Dez and I on the broadcast. It's a rough start so far. He's already used his utility as Dokkaebi though, so I mean, at least he got some value out of those logic bombs. Florio's outside of the building, and he'll get the creep up on the mute, who doesn't see that there's still one player outside. A bit perplexing that Black Dragons would be with 15 seconds left on the clock, removed from the actual cut and thrust. Miracle and Daffodil, last two remaining as the Black Dragons players are choked off by the gas. Diffuser grabbed by Guto, who takes matters into his own hands. And now it's Daffodil over the bomb site. His only hope is to find a kill hole and stop it in its tracks, and he does just that. There was a Black Dragons player still upstairs within arm's reach of Vivo Keystars, but Daffodil evades him. And that purple team, they win round one.
Wow, yeah, definitely around there. Black Dragons, I guess, forgetting about the clock. I'm not sure. It took them forever to get to the bomb site. You mentioned how odd it was to still have a player outside the building with 25 seconds. I think Stemp was thinking the same thing, like, what are we doing here? Thought maybe it was a bit of a bait. I thought Guto was going to salvage them, to be honest. He had some really good entries in sight, was hitting some great shots playing the Ram. But at the end of the day, that clock does not wait for anyone. And so Daffodil up above, able to get that denial. They had an intel on it too. I believe a bulletproof camera or something in the site was able to feed that intel to Daffodil for the pick. So yeah, well played. Taking down that planter. It's not often you see a team win a round with technically only 2 kills, Parker, because they didn't actually finish off the planter. They only downed him. But that's what you get when you get 2 teams that are already eliminated from playoffs, I guess.
Yeah, it was a bit of an ugly round. And Nighthaven Labs is a very intriguing map for these teams to go to. This is typically a strategic map in comparison to the more frag-friendly maps that we see elsewhere. I mean, like, when you look at a map like Border, for example, that would be I actually would have loved a Border between these 2 teams for their final matchups here of the groups. Neither of these teams obviously going to the playoffs, so we will see them in the LCQs in a little bit of time. Good news is they don't, well, at least Vivo Keystars doesn't have to fight through the open quals. Black Dragons have been out of the playoff hunt for about 2 weeks now, actually. So it's been a very interesting position for them to find themselves in, because you take that time with the lowest stakes humanly possible and the least pressure on your shoulders to just kind of, you know, go to the woodshed and just try to improve. And there really hasn't been a ton of improvement there for Black Dragons, not to the level that I'm sure they expect.
Difficult spot for Daffodil. He'll go for the swing. 3 Toxic Babes in pocket, but he doesn't lose them because he hits the head, and that'll do just fine. Finds Ask there, top of the cargo stairs, and will rotate back up top to the bomb site. That was an aggressive decision from Daffodil, but perhaps filled with confidence after getting that 1v3 in the previous round. So fair enough. Managed to not get punished. You talked about Ask's struggles throughout this stage, and he's not had a good stage, but he's been the least bad of the players on Black Dragons. He comes into this game only with a -1 KD, the best of his teammates, but still failing to get positive. Vivo Keystars, they just want to swing everything at the start of this game, and Hornet is happily receiving those swings. 2 beautiful shots to punish both Lenda and Miracle.
Daffodil needs to stay alive with 30 HP. He's still got those toxic gas canisters in pocket, about 45 seconds or thereabouts, if timed correctly, to choke off whatever execute will happen. Of course, this is if it all goes in the same direction. A lot of smokes on this bomb site in particular upstairs will want to cover a couple different routes into the bomb site. Nitroso goes out, and Stemp surely must have heard that, but he was too focused on that electrical doorway to hear it go overhead. Now, with very limited time, exothermic charge to go down. It'll work. I was Stemp keeping the IT wall in check, and there's that gas canister to block off that entry point. But as speculated, they will be used in different positions. As there's only one remaining from Daffodil, the guns are doing all the work themselves, though. Stemp eliminating Hornet, who had a superior start to the round over everybody else. Now it's a battle up on Rafters. Neskin missing the golden opportunity, but Gudo steps back, and Neskin secures the kill that he wanted just a moment before. 2-0 start for Vivo Keedstars.
Nice play from Stemp, an aggressive entry player. He's been the best player on Vivo Keedstars throughout this stage. 76 and 63 plus 13 overall coming into this game. Definitely has been their star performer. Usually, again, aggressive on the entry, both as a roamer and on attack. But in that round, later in the round, was able to find impact as his teammates kind of swung their lives away at the start of this one. You'd expect Stemp to be one of the aggressive players, but it was instead Daffodil who swung, and then Lenda swung, and then Miracle swung. Stemp just said, "I guess you guys can handle it. I'll sit in sight, play my C4s, and that'll be good enough to stop that push when it really went down to it." Black Dragon's really struggling to execute. They're struggling to take ground and find kills even when they're able to find those opening picks. Back-to-back rounds now, they have had a man advantage early on, but it's that final step. It's the late round chaos where they are continuously stumbling. The first round, not catching the player that rotated up above. Then in that second round, not able to really get into the bomb site cleanly, not able to trade their man advantage down to a successful round win, eventually just losing those bodies. So hoping to see something turn around from Black Dragons. Again, they have yet to find a single win throughout the entirety of this stage, but we saw it in North America. OXG, from the same fate, battled back and got their first win. Black Dragons hoping to do the same.
Hornetau's 2 kills, or Hornet as he's now referred to as. But I mean, I said this to you, and obviously you don't need to respond here, but I said this to you. Are we calling him Hornet? Are we calling him Hornetau? I mean, we're calling him the killer at the moment as Miracle peeks that window, decides to go for a challenge, and he ultimately loses that. I mean, he gets the last laugh, though, as there's a Kiba barrier blocking the drone hole that immediately Hornet will try to gain information from, but cannot get the drone through there. Hornetau, going by that name for a long time, still shows up with Hornetau on the official broadcast and in content pieces, but now just uses Hornet in-game. But this is something that we can't always really rely on. I mean, the best example that I always point people towards, maybe no longer as relevant as he hasn't played Tier 1 in years, is Jonas, who's a multi-time world champion and major winner with that G2 Penta roster. He literally never played under the name Jonas when I casted him. It was always Yunski. So, I mean, Hornet could just simply go with a different name, but still want to be branded Hornetau. I don't know. Halfway point of the round, and the opening pick obviously goes to Black Dragons.
Miracle taken through. Those opening picks have not been successfully converted from Black Dragons thus far, which is a little bit of a problem. They actually have pretty low conversion rate overall through the stage. Not the lowest, but certainly not very high. The intel coming out from Ask's teammates as well. They had a red ping on the player in Rafters, but he still loses the gunfight. A horrendous start. His teammate Nuxka will be able to get a trade onto Daffodil, so they still keep this man advantage. And the Deimos track as well, finding some of these site players. I mean, if there was going to be a bomb site that Black Dragons could win, this should be the one that they're successfully able to do so on. Neskin fully known as he does get Dokkaebi called and then drone to the top of Aqua Stairs, but he makes his escape regardless. The last couple players inside of Black Dragons, they're in garage, they're inside of trying to make it their way through storage. They could go for a plant at any moment. They just need to get Nuxka in.
It's bad shape for Vivo Keedstars, and it will get much worse as Hornet, first kill, another one to add to the tally. He takes out Stemp. Neskin was good in the previous round. Lenda doesn't have a kill just yet. He's going to be playing utility ops. Nuxka getting Diffuser down. And now things go from bad to worse for the purple Spartans, Gladiators. I'm not sure exactly what their logo is trying to be. Lenda reduced to a single point of HP. That is not exaggeration. That is as low as you can humanly go. So more will fall onto the shoulders of Neskin to try to keep this round from spiraling out of control. But it looks like for the first time, Vivo Keedstars will lose a defending round. A battle as Hornet looks for kill number 6. He'll find it, and Black Dragons are on the board.
Yeah, a good round from the Deimos play coming out of Hornet there. He's typically not the player on Black Dragons to play that operator. historically, you've seen both Ask and Guto playing Deimos a lot more frequently. Hornet had only played Deimos twice coming into this game, so that will be jumped up to 3 times now. And I really think both the entry fragging and the utility all came into effect for Hornet in that one. So good to see it coming through. Usually Hornet's considered kind of their vertical player. He plays a lot of buck, can flex around to kind of ace, Sophia, IQ, Brava, whatever's needed, but certainly is not often the one to play those roles. I think he should play the roles more often. I really liked that Deimos play, and I think maybe had he been playing that operator more frequently throughout the stage, maybe you'd see Black Dragons have some success. I don't think it's a coincidence that a lot of the top teams that are finding success right now are also some of the best Deimos teams in the world. I'm thinking about European teams specifically. BDS, extremely good with that Deimos. G2, extremely good with that Deimos. Both those teams having pretty successful stages so far. So I do want to see maybe Hornet playing a little bit more of that. He'll go back to the old reliable buck for round number 4 as the repick comes through. But certainly impressive. And again, maybe if we head back to that bomb site, we'll see Hornet bring it back.
Hornet is a tremendously gifted player. I mean, he and Hates were very, very good in that stage 1. And it is kind of funny how good Hates was for this Vivo Keydstars team way back in the day. But, you know, Hornet going to Black Dragons has obviously changed things. This team, I don't get Black Dragons at all, Jesse. I really don't. I do not understand how this team has a single point. They look lost and like they just don't have any coordination. And I mean, with the players on the team, that really should not be what's happening.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are struggling to find impact throughout the stage. Obviously, we've seen players like Nuxka really struggle to get onto the scoreboard. Nuxka currently the worst rated player in all of Brazil, not really finding those impacts, at least in terms of the kills. Florio and Guto have also had rough stages in terms of getting a number of kills. It's kind of only been Ask and Hornet that have been the ones to find frags, and even they have not been able to do it consistently. So this is the issue that we see with Black Dragons. They're 1 for 2 so far. It's not a bad start to a game, I would say, and I like the way they're starting this round. They've got some really good cutoffs. I think it's very clear what they want to do. They're entering in through Cafeteria, and then they're going to push down Vending into Exosuit, and then likely finish with a plant inside of Assembly. That should be the kind of game plan here, but there are a lot of bodies up and around this part of the map for Vivo Keydstars. They don't want to give anything up for free, and 0-4 will be the start for the captain of Black Dragons. Ask, his worst game of the stage is seemingly on the horizon.
Down goes Nuxka as well. Black Dragons falling apart here. They are just running into the bullets of Vivo Keydstars. A great quote to use when these things befall these teams, and it's all left to Hornet, who, by the way, has 7 kills. The rest of his team has combined for 5. That is just simply not good enough depth at this current point in time. Ask and Lenda, the 2 players that don't have kills just yet. For Lenda, I guess he plays that sheltered role, and he's been playing utility ops. I don't know exactly how impactful those utilities have been with keeping Black Dragons out of the bomb site, but I mean, he's obviously not contributing on the scoreboard, but with the way that this team matches up to Black Dragons, I really don't think, and I say this with all due respect, you need all 5 players of Vivo Keydstars participating in every single round for them to have that advantage, especially when a couple players on Black Dragons are having their own challenges here, Jesse.
I would not disagree. I think that Lenda's been playing fine so far. Daffodil will continue to prove that point. Neskin for the final will clean this one up. So a heavy man advantage will be secured for Vivo Keydstars. Another round where the entry just went horrendously for Black Dragons this time. That's kind of been their one strong point throughout this map. They've been doing pretty good on those opening picks. They've been punching a lot of aggression, but that felt like the first time that Vivo Keydstars said, let's just rein it in a little bit. You know, we finally lost a round. Maybe we need to show a bit more respect. They stopped swinging. They stopped playing hyper-aggressive, and it meant that Black Dragons had to actually enter and clear that roam by themselves, take their own initiative, and that really did not go well. They lost 3 opening gunfights across the map, struggling to find anything in terms of that kill department. And this will be a tactical timeout. Pretty sure it's not Furia calling this one. I would wager a bet that it's Black Dragons who have made the call. And it's a bold tact timeout for Furia. If they're calling it this late after the game has already finished, I imagine.
Furia's on the bus ride back to their homes, and they're like, guys, we didn't call a timeout. They're the puppet masters pulling the strings here.
They're like, we got to help Black Dragons. This is bad. This is a bad start.
First stop's always the Sao Paulo studio for Furia. They're making up for lost time. But yeah, I have to imagine that's a Black Dragons timeout, and given that the camera was on them for most of it, I think that's the correct speculation. If there's a team that really does need to call their timeout, it's BD, right? I mean, when you look at a map like Nighthaven Labs, it does have that distinction, and we say it every time this map comes up, as being one of the most well-balanced maps statistically in international and domestic play. Those numbers have kind of broken apart here in Brazil, though, and they're not matching up with historical values that we have seen. Right now, this is a quite defender-sided map. It is a 60-40 split, with the defenders winning 60% of all rounds played. That means, just as we saw in Skyscraper in the previous match, Vivo Keydstars should walk away with a 4-2 half. Now, the thing is that while Vivo Keydstars are currently in a 3-1 position, all 3 of the rounds won by Vivo Keydstars have been quite dominant. These have not been close matches. Black Dragons have not been really that close to being able to win those rounds. And even the one round that BD did win, 1 or 2 kills, break in a different way, and I think this is a 4-0 start for Vivo Keydstars. So that's why I think you take this time out of your Black Dragons, because you realize that even though you're on the bad side of this map, you are behind what your own expectations and frankly the map's expectations of you should be.
I will also say it's almost impressive that this map has been defender-sided, because 2 of the plays that have come through Brazil on this map have been Black Dragons games, and Black Dragons is not contributing to that defender-sided statistic. Their defenses on Nighthaven, the 2 times that they've played at this stage, have been very bad. So they're really hoping to get some more round wins on attack. They themselves have a slightly higher attacking win rate on Nighthaven than defense. It's 40% on attack versus 33% on defense. So yeah, for Black Dragons, I don't know that things are going to get better for them specifically when they move to that secondary half. Obviously, things can change, tides can turn, but they wanted to get some of these attacking rounds to try to minimize that effect when you go into the second half of things. Tactical timeout being utilized early on. And this push has started off with a lot of good bottom floor pressure. I like that they've got the buck down here from Ask. They're using these Candelas to get into rafters. This is a lot of space. IT wall opened and entered already. It's a very fast push from Black Dragons and a bit different from what we've seen from them so far. Honestly, I really like it.
They go back to drones as they've hit the halfway point of the round, and they've only got half of their drones still remaining. But with the tracker that we see in the top right of the screen, it only shows what drones are available. It doesn't necessarily show who exactly can still pilot them and where they are on the map. So while Black Dragons still have 4 drones available, these could be completely ineffective when it comes to the actual execute. Everybody's still alive, which is a bit abnormal with the timer being what it is. Candelas. Not many left, just 1. Not a ton of utility from Black Dragons. They're intel starved, they're utility starved, and they'll wander their way in. But you know what they're not starved of? Bullets! And bullets ultimately win you the rounds, don't they, Jesse? Hornet and Gudo start off the killing. Neskin and Miracle answer right back, and Vivo Keydstars will then take advantage of this utility-less Black Dragons team. Ask will search for his very first kill, and he needs not just 1, but many if he wants his team to win this round. He finds Miracle and does some serious damage, but he will still search for his first kill as that round is ended by Vivo Keydstars. 4-1 the first half. That's exactly where these purple shirts want to be. And Black Dragon's timeout does not work.
Parker, when I was a little boy, my mom, I was afraid of ghosts. And my mom told me that as long as you don't believe in ghosts, ghosts can't hurt you. And that honestly made me feel a lot better. When Black Dragons were young, they were afraid of Neskin. And their parents told them the same thing. If you don't believe in Neskin, he can't hurt you. So that is why they rushed through the Aqua hallway. Not a single person turning their head to the left to worry about Neskin. They didn't believe that he existed. But Neskin's not a ghost. Neskin's a real human being, and he got 3 kills into players who should have known that he was there. As a common spot, he was covered in Kiba barriers, but they just were so focused on getting through that doorway. The Candelas could have helped them surprise their way in. It could have blinded Neskin while they made that entryway, but they pushed so late after those Candelas that it didn't seem to matter. He was fully able to see once they started rushing in, killing 3 players, again, coming in from the Aqua door. Unfortunate push from Black Dragons where they're just not able to isolate the gunfights. Again, despite the 2K opening in that late round chaos, they are unable to find the right targets.
So Black Dragons will have one more attempt to keep this gap between them from growing even more. It's been a very ineffective start to this map. And again, it is a defender-sided map, but the numbers really shouldn't look like what they're looking like. Vivo Keedstars could be up 5-0 right now. It has been very, very good for Vivo Keedstars when it comes to these defenses, and there's only been a bit of sloppiness on their side. Honestly, I understand that they're going up against a weak opponent at the moment statistically, but Vivo Keedstars, like we have seen other teams higher up in the standings, going up against teams like Black Dragons, MIBR, FLUXO, etc., they can get a little bit cute, Jesse. They get a little cute, and when they do that, they cost themselves a round or two. With the way that this game is played, and a lot of these maps go this way, a round or two can actually make a huge difference. Vivo Keedstars are actually respecting Black Dragon's potential and playing poised. Black Dragons get the leadoff pick in this round. Neskin is down. That's the best player in the lobby, not named Hornet. And that's bad for Vivo Keedstars.
They're believers. They've realized that shooting him is a better answer than trying to pretend that he doesn't exist. This is good. This is progress from Black Dragons. We've spotted out one of the most powerful players on Vivo, Keedstars. Of course, coming back onto the team at the start of the stage after playing in the Middle East in Stage 1 and having a very successful stage domestically, I must say. Had ridiculous stats in that league back in Stage 1. Lenda also falling, continuing his trend of not being able to find a kill this game. Florio finds another. Finally, we see Vivo Keedstars answering back. They get one, but that's still a two-man disadvantage. Miracle at the bottom of Garage, Stemp Cargo stairs as well, and they're going to have a blitz that's about to barrel in this window and make their lives miserable.
Manages to evade the Nitro cell for the time being. Nuxka still looking for a kill, a vault out from Miracle. It was a desperate attempt to keep these numbers close. It's what you have to do when you're staring down the deficit that they are. Nuxka with Diffuser now getting it off as Stemp rotates all the way around, and he's missing visibility. Nuxka pulls it off. 4 players still upright from Black Dragons. 2 of them have been torn to shreds but are still standing as Ask and Nuxka are just a bullet away from death apiece. Earlier in the round, by the way, Ask had picked off his first kill. He's 1-6 to close out this round. As the retake to the bomb site from Stemp will find 1 player, but that's all she wrote. 4-2, the first half.
And they seem pretty excited by it. Seems like this team is starting to get a little bit better at these late round executes. They did have, once again, the man advantage, but were able to convert it that time around. Got a few more picks around the site. They won't have to do that again until overtime, though, as they will swap sides and move to the defense, which, again, statistically has been very poor for Black Dragons throughout this stage. We actually move on to the to both of these teams' worst halves. Black Dragons, as they move to defense, are the worst defensive team in Brazil with only a 31% win rate. And Vivo Keedstars, as they move to attack, are the worst attacking team in all of Brazil with only a 27% attacking win rate. So we may not see the highest quality rounds coming out through this next half, as both teams are 10th out of 10 on the standings for these particular sides. But it will really be a matter of who can improve the most, who can showcase what they have been working on over the last couple of weeks and try to do what they haven't been able to do all stage long, and that is be successful on their least favorite sides.
The tech pause coming out. We've actually been pretty free and clear of tech issues so far today. So
now you've said it.
And
now
I know.
We got 9 more coming thanks to you, Parker.
It's all my fault. Like FURIA controls the timeouts, I control the tech pauses. If FURIA and I were to unite, we could really just control the whole pacing of these matches. And that's excluding the fact that the casters actually start the game, Jesse. So not only do you and I get to choose when this game starts, but we also get to determine tech pauses. FURIA calls the timeouts. It really is just a whole shebang-a-bang. So we could all unite for good, or we could unite for evil. Vivo Keedstars obviously coming out on the right side, and I'll let you talk about the point that you wanted to raise.
Thank you. It was an important point because I was going to say, I bet that FURIA would give you some of their mayo from their Hellman's sponsorship, which could be extremely delicious. Fun fact, true fact, actually had some Hellman's mayo in our break between the 2 games because I got thinking about it. I had it on some crackers, and it was a delicious little snack to power me up and get me energized for this next game. So that would be another benefit to you combining forces with FURIA.
I've actually started making my own aioli in a lot of ways. Also, can we just talk about the fact that Mayo rebranding to Aioli is like the most successful rebrand of all time?
Very smart. Yeah.
Very smart. Everybody's like, Mayo's gross. You know, I'm team mustard. Mustard's really cool. Ketchup's kind of lame and Mayo's gross. And then they're like, what if we put a little bit of garlic in it and call it Aioli? And people were like, ooh. So now here we are with, you know, now Mayo is very, very back. But yeah, I mean, I know you don't want to talk about recipes, just as Des and I did when we casted. Oh. Mayo is obviously a staple of both tartar sauce and the mac sauce, which I spelled out the recipes for, and I'm very hopeful that somebody clipped it, because now you too will be able to make delicious tartar sauce and mac sauce for your own foods. But yeah, I think Hellman's is Hellman's is definitely an interesting choice for a sponsor. I'd love to know how that came to be. Step taken down. Vivo Keydstars on attack. The worst side statistically on Nighthaven Labs. And with Stemp gone and the Candelas still all in pocket. Excuse me, all four? Never mind, he's retrieved. That could have been so bad for Vivo Keydstars.
Disaster averted. It still could be bad. Of course, there are some toxic babes, some C4s, even an impact, some Goyo canisters. There's a lot of chip damage on the side of Black Dragon, so Stemp will have to be very careful as they look to execute towards the end of this game. You would be forgiven for thinking, oh, this must be a full anchor strat from Black Dragons because there's been no kills for the first half of the round. You're wrong. Hornet's on the top floor with a Boss G. The other three players of Guto, Nuxka, and Ask are all around the mid floor. Ask just rotating down to the basement now. So a lot of players were aggressive. They were roaming. Vivo Keydstars extremely slow in clearing out this map. They are just getting to vending stairs now. And whether they've misdroned Hornet or whether they know that they have not droned the top floor and that there could be a roamer up there, Hornet could have massive impact all the same. That's an important pick. You find out that C4 and it will get detonated. Can they execute in time before the flank comes back from Hornet, or are they going to be in for a nasty surprise here, Parker?
I think a surprise is warranted, and I like surprises. My parents bought a birthday cake last night just so they could eat a birthday cake. It's neither of their birthdays. They just said, you know, why not? And my mom sent me a picture of it, and it literally said on the top of it, instead of like happy birthday in Tarot Mom, it literally says just because. And you know, I work next to a guy who said that adulthood is realizing it doesn't need to be somebody's birthday for you to buy a birthday cake. Neither of these teams right now in any position to celebrate, as there's 10 seconds remaining, and while the kills will come in for Black Dragons, they are running out of time on the side of Vivo Keydstars. Black Dragons holding down the fort through the fire and the flames. Lenda charges in. Daffodil's last man standing. He gets the pick, but he runs out of time. Black Dragons working the defense the way you ought to. That gap will close.
And we are almost exactly 1 month away from Daffodil's birthday. That's a true stat. His birthday is in 1 month and 1 day.
It is insane that you know all of this information.
I have my ways. Well, he's not going to have a birthday surprise. It's not coming early this round, as he did end up losing the clutch. Again, the time really the problem for Vivo Keydstars. It took so long for them to finally clear out that roam game. Yes, their execute was pretty good. They rushed on through. They managed to get some kills in that late chaos, but like they didn't find any roam clearing kills. It took them over 1.5 minutes just to get into vending stairs and shoot the default cam. It was an extremely slow round, and that's a problem that Vivo Keydstars have dealt with throughout the stage. They are once again the worst attacking team in all of Brazil, and that clock has been their biggest enemy. They are often far too slow in a lot of these pushes. They've been a great team defensively. They've often been able to stand up and have some really strong holds, but when it comes to their pushes, they have just been lacking time and time and time again. Black Dragons, despite being down a round, especially on a map like Nighthaven Labs, could be in a great opportunity to finally win their first game. I will say though, Parker, throughout this stage, Black Dragons have attempted to defend the top floor of Nighthaven Labs 5 separate times, and they have yet to be successful. They played this map twice. 5 times they tried to defend top floor. They have never won it. So despite a lot of teams favoring this site, despite a lot of teams thinking that this is the strongest site on the map, for Black Dragons, it has been anything but, and they'll need to break that curse if they want to tie the game here 4-4.
Oh my, what a chance that is to take for Ask on that engagement. And Daffodil survives, but for a moment, that could have been a scary, scary start for Vivo Keydstars. They will immediately respond by tracking down Ask with those death marks. Lenda only has a single kill so far. He's been the bad standout on the side of Vivo Keedstars. And as this match tightens up, the comment that I made earlier will no longer be particularly relevant, which is that, you know, Vivo Keedstars, when they were up 4-1, hey, they don't need all 5 players active in order to beat Black Dragons. Well, now they certainly do. Black Dragons goes on to the better side of Nighthaven Labs if they can play a restrained style, or if they sense they have an opening. And it's a guaranteed early pick, as you saw Ask try to go. And that could have been a guaranteed early pick if Ask had literally just landed his shots. Then Black Dragons will be in great shape, and you will need all 5 players from Vivo Keedstars.
Continue to be slow here. It is harder to roam clear. There are no players outside of this top floor, and they will find Guto. So a great little play with the Grim. Stemp coming out on top, using his utility to accurately get that kill. That's massive. Can there get any trades back? Ask is looking for it. He's had a much better second half than his first half. They're going to be working their way through IT. This will be the brunt of the push, and a great swing finds a trade onto Stemp that still leaves Lenda outside the breach with the fuse kit, and the rest of these players trying to work their way up through Rafters as Miracle comes in from behind.
He'll plug that hole on Rafters. Miracle has a potential opening here, but will rely on the rest of his team to gain the information needed for him to capitalize off of that. He needs either a Deimos track, a drone up in that position, something, anything to know whether he has Catwalk free and clear. Hornet decides to check top fish and is punished immediately by Daffodil, who's then vanquished by Ask. Trade back and forth with Lenda picking up a second kill, and he might have just broke this bomb site wide open. Last death mark will go out, and it's Ask yet again to be harassed by the Deimos, but Neskin is looking in a different direction. They were baited in by Nuxka, the non-target. Lenda gets the final kill, a nice exit frag, and no tie game will be had. Vivo Keedstars celebrating an awful lot for how close this matchup is against the bottom team.
Lenda was trying to take his vacation early this game. The first 7 rounds, he was like, guys, I'm not really going to get too active. If you guys could kind of handle it, that'd be great. But with the scoreline getting a little close, his teammates said, Lenda, we're going to need you. And so he came in and said, fine, I'll help out. Get some great frags pushing into that round. Definitely had a huge impact to help win that one for Vivo Keedstars. Get their first attack on the board. That's now 0 for 6 on Black Dragons defending the top floor of Nighthaven Labs. That's got to be some kind of a record. Don't have that exact stat on me, but still, that site does elude them. While it was still a slow push from Vivo Keedstars, they had the man advantage the whole time. The trades were really good. Every time they lost a body, they immediately traded it back. They had that opening pick again with really good Grim play from Stemp. And that from there was able to just snowball into a successful round when I believe that even if Lenda hadn't gotten that final kill, there would have been a trade coming through. And so they would have been able to win that in the final 1v1 too. So honestly, really good stuff from Vivo Keedstars. Time is still going to be a factor going forward, and this is going to be a bomb site that might take a little bit longer to clear because you oftentimes do want to full clear the top floor. Sometimes clearing the basement can be the objective of these attacking teams as well on this site. So we'll see if that does continue to be a problem, but I like their push on the top floor. That was pretty nice.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a nice clear out. And I think the big issue for Black Dragons was how little they were able to hold that garage and rafters part of the map. We see time and time again, if teams can wrestle away that exterior door leading to that catwalk rafters position into the rotate that leads to the bomb site, you end up in such a hard position to keep map control because there's an entire side of Nighthaven Labs that you have effectively lost. You lose IT, it gets even harder because then the walls, the proverbial walls, start to close in on you, which is a bit ironic because the walls at that point are largely open, but you know, they close. So it becomes very challenging for the defenders and they have to run off of this position. Now, with this being a different bomb site, it being the main floor, it not being the top floor, you still need to hold it, as you see Black Dragons doing right now, but it's not dire if you fall off of this position the same way if, say, you were holding the actual wall into the bomb site. Nuxka has not been moved off of this spot. This is exactly what Black Dragons needed to do in the previous round. They weren't successful. They're doing a better job of it now.
And opening pick for Gutso, hunting for another though as Nuxka barely survives that. The Selma charge gets used on a soft barricade just to open this without having to waste any bullets in the clip. That'll allow Neskin to walk into this Raptors position. The flashbang might force him to get in even deeper. He's got a teammate there. It's Miracle at the top of Raptors too. They will all run away as Black Dragons know that they have that man advantage. They've done pretty good work through this early round. Now every single player on BD has fallen back to the main floor. As you said, it is not critical to hold the top floor. It's certainly helpful. But with Vivo Keystars committing a lot of resources to it, you are happy to fall back with 5 players alive. The drones will confirm that there's nobody else up here. And now we can start thinking about an execute from Vivo Keystars. If they want to, they can try to rotate over to the storage window and go for a plant that way. The other option would be to try to move in towards Control. And I think based on where he just exited, that will be the location. Control's often a better bomb site because it's harder to deny it from below. They've got certainly enough control to do it. So unless there's a flank coming up and some big plays out of Ask, this could go well.
Well, the Tracers will miss their marks. Ask has been dropped. Nuxka is also dead. That's 2 quick picks for Vivo Keystars, who after losing Stemp were behind the 8 ball, but now in the driver's seat with 30 seconds to go. Another will follow as FLURIA is picked off. Vivo Keystars marching their way towards at least 1 point as 2 kills separate VKS from 6 rounds. And that would be match point, Jesse. Black Dragons have Guto and Hornet. I mean, those are your 2 top frags. These are the 2 best players to accomplish a clutch, but Hornet has just lost all but his head in that engagement. Diffuser was going down. Lenda has to get off of it. Time running out. Can they get it in time? No. Excellent defense from Black Dragons to hold that round together. A big pick on the Diffuse carrier, and Black Dragons are still in this.
Yeah, big mistake to not notice Guto was down inside the basement. You saw him toss that C4, so there should have been something that clicked in the minds of Vivo Keystars. Hey, there must be somebody down below. A C4 just popped off. Guto then rotating up the cargo stairs, shoots Daffodil in the back of the head. They trade him out, but that just opens the door for Hornet to swing out down the Diffuse kit. Hornet then hits the deck under the desk, hides for his life, and successfully wins the round on time. A really good 2v4. The coordination between Guto and Hornet, the timing where Hornet distracts so that Guto can flank, then Guto gets traded, but that opens the door for Hornet to make the move. Really, really nicely done by them. You got to wonder what the rest of the players on Vivo Keystars were doing throughout that one. Both Miracle and Neskin stayed alive, but weren't able to find much success other than trading out Guto, which is what Neskin was up to. So yeah, ultimately, a good recovery from Black Dragons. It seems like they're very successful at winning the rounds when they don't get the opening pick and when they are in a man disadvantage. But when they have a massive lead going into the last couple of rounds, that's when Vivo Keystars seem to find success. I don't know. Weird game so far.
Yeah, it's a very strange game. I mean, when you have 2 teams that are both eliminated from the playoffs, they're not playing for as much as they were a week ago.
5 SI points.
I know. That's why I said not as much, because while there's still things on the line, I was very particular with my words, Jesse. Okay?
You're right. I just get excited.
I know you do. You love numbers. You see numbers. Hold on a second. Let me do this, Jesse. Let me just say some numbers. See how excited you get. 27.
Ooh.
4.
Oh.
13. Okay, well, you know, we had a good run. See, this is why you are the numbers guy. I am not the numbers guy. But I can read that the scoreline at the top is maybe a little bit too close for comfort for Vivo Keystars. Again, these are 2 of the 4 bottom teams. You do not expect a blowout in just about honestly any match that we see at a tier 1 level. All of these teams should be evenly balanced enough that these should be close games. We're talking 3 rounds probably for every team most of the time. And there haven't been a lot of blowouts in Brazil up to this point. So, I mean, it stands to reason that we go into this matchup expecting, well, Vivo Keystars have the leg up. It should probably be a close match. There have been mistakes from both of these teams, and Vivo Keystars are now trying to swim against the current as they are attacking on Nighthaven Labs. But Black Dragons have genuinely improved as this matchup has gone on. That is a beautiful shot from Lenda on a stationary Hornetau, who, as the top player on Black Dragons, finds this team in a much weaker spot. Guto will follow as he had his back turned to the window. Stemp is still outside with half the round to go, and Vivo Keystars have a 2-player lead.
I think Ask just got droned there. I believe he did, so they should know his position. They might prompt Nuxka to make a move. Kind of has to get aggressive at this point. You're unlikely to be able to stall a push with 70 seconds to go. Yes, you've got some toxic babies in a C4, but probably not going to be enough in a 3v5. They can just flood your site. We'll at least cover for Ask, and they will both make the retreat together, so they seem to be confident in their stall capabilities. The push is coming exosuit, Parker. That is the idea. They're going to walk down the vending stairs and try to make that happen. They're already popping out these Goyo canisters. The Twitch drones doing excellent work from Daffodil. They're going to open this breach now, have a bit of an angle to cross and try to cover this plant. But here we go. Ask with 2 big kills to start.
And he was at one point, what, 0-5, now 7-9. He's letting the defensive side work for him. Nuxka challenging Miracle. As with the last round, the bigger focus for Black Dragons will likely be to deny, just stall, yeah, get the picks. But Vivo Keatstars have issues getting into the site and bringing the objective with them. Ask finished off by Daffodil, and now it's all up to Florio to save the round. Daffodil with that diffuser finds himself in the site, and out goes the smoke. Amidst it, he will go for the plant that prompts Florio to rotate around, and he can easily tear through the floor with that TCSG, but he's a little bit too slow. Diffuser goes down, and now his position is known. Whether he drops the hatch, whether he goes for the stairs, this is a very advantageous spot for Vivo Keatstars to be in. Florio's at full HP, and he's got great guns in his hand, but he's dead to Daffodil. Vivo Keatstars will move to match point.
Florio probably not going to be happy with how he played that 1v2, but it was never a likely victory on the boards for him. Good execute. Once again, the late round has been dominated by Vivo Keatstars. It feels like unless they put themselves into an unwinnable situation late, they have been always coming out on top. Love the way that they pushed down in through EXO and got that defuse kit down. Little surprised that Black Dragons had no intel as to where the plant was being planted. We saw no bulletproof cameras in sight. There was a Valkyrie, but the only two cams that were still alive were both on the top floor. Maybe there was a cam down there in the basement. It got shot by the IQ. Oftentimes you do see the combination of like an IQ and Twitch working together to try to clear out some of those cameras. Didn't notice that, but it definitely could have happened somewhere off stream. Regardless, the intel just not there, and you notice how important bulletproof cameras can be on that basement site, because so often you find yourselves in that position as a defender where you're trying to deny from up above, but couldn't do it without that information. So that will be a match point for Vivo Keatstars, and we return to the bomb site, where Black Dragons have never won. It's my favorite stat of the day. Black Dragons have yet to win this site on defense. They will be trying for their 7th time all stage to finally win a Nighthaven Labs top floor hold. If they can't, it'll be game over and last place locked down for Black Dragons. Not a single win if they can't win this round.
Only a single point would be what they get, and with a minus 28 round differential as well, there are very few bright spots to this Black Dragons team so far through this stage. It would be the 2nd stage in a row this year where a team finished last with only a single point. FLUXO had a really tough stage 1 all the way back in the spring of this year. Now, they emerged from the group stages to go on one hell of a run through the last chance qualifiers. They actually went up against Team Liquid in the Brazilian LCQ finals, and had FLUXO won that, they would have gone to Manchester. For people who watched that event, you know it was Team Liquid who prevailed, and Liquid actually went on to a top 4 finish. Could Black Dragons replicate that same level of success? I mean, I always want to say no when you see teams like this, because it is just so unlikely that you will go from dead last to the finals of an LCQ, especially with the teams that are going to be competing against you. Not only will you have the tier 2 teams from Brazil, and Brazil tends to have quite a strong tier 2 division, but you've also got Vivo Keatstars, MIBR, and FLUXO down there, in addition to 3 of those top 6 teams in Brazil. It could be E1, it could be W7M, it could be FURIA, it could be Team Liquid, all having to battle for that final spot to go to Montreal. So the job does not get easier for either of these teams once they get out of the group stages, and neither squad is going out of the groups in a positive direction. Vivo Keatstars, though, still gunning for all 3 points, and they're a minute and 10 seconds away from accomplishing it.
The pacing continues to return for Vivo Keatstars. It has been slow. They've got the IT wall open. They can make their move at any point. I'm curious whether they will be pushing through connector. Looks like they will be, but they do have some pressure that's still on the roof. Could move that over towards Aqua. A little bit spread out if they choose to do that. Nobody giving up their lives for free like last time. It'll be Daffodil hitting the back of Raptors to try to get a trade out, but he's being focused on. It's all a bait. Miracle down the stairs finds the opening kill into Nuxka as this push gets underway.
That's not what you want for Black Dragons. When the match is on the line, only a single overtime loss for Black Dragons, as it's been a very large fall from grace. We discussed this right as we were getting into this matchup. Can they get a single win here? They're firing back. Gudo doing some serious damage. It's a 2v2 as Ask has been dropped. Gudo finished off. Florio, last one left. And Black Dragons cannot get it done. Vivo Keydstars, they take it in regulation. A big win, I'll say. At this point, neither of these teams have had the stage that they wanted. And for VKS, they will have to be kicking themselves, Jesse, because even one more point and this Vivo Keydstars team would have finished above Ninjas in Pajamas for that 6th spot. And VKS would actually be in the playoffs. They will finish with the same points as NIP, but the round differential goes in favor of the Ninjas, not the purple shirts. So VKS will fight it out in the last chance qualifiers. They'll have some time off. They'll have some time to develop new strategies, maybe deal with the new maps, maybe deal with some of the new operators, and come up with a good plan as to how you want to tackle the very tough adversaries that you're going to have as you look to basically be a spoiler and upset this region by getting one of those spots to the to the Montreal major, of which there is just a single spot on the line in the LCQ.
Obviously, the current situation not going to dull their spirits. They looked quite happy after getting that win, which is excellent to see. It is their first professional win on Nighthaven Labs in a Tier 1 setting, so plenty to be happy about there. They break a 4-game losing streak on Labs, so yes, it's against Black Dragons, but it still counts, and that will be good enough to correct the stat line for Vivo Keydstars. Yeah, I think they're going to be looking towards the open qualifier playoffs and the last chance qualifier with some optimism for sure. You know, this is a team that I think has a good chance of doing well. I expect them to frankly dominate the open qualifiers because all playoff teams will skip that by default. Even if they don't immediately make the major, they will go straight to the LCQ. So it is Vivo Keydstars and the other bottom 4 teams from Brazil that will go straight to the open qualifier playoffs. And I expect Vivo Keydstars will be the favorites in those open quals. LCQ will be a bit tougher, but plenty to work on, plenty of time for that as well. So they've got a lot of opportunities to fix their mistakes. This is a brand new team, don't forget. Both Miracle and Neskin just joined this roster not but a couple months ago. So for them to still be working on some of these issues, I don't think it's surprising that they are just falling short of the playoffs, but plenty to be happy about. And I think there are a lot of upsides that they can look back on through the stage. They can try to maybe fix some of those mistakes and get a little bit more consistent. Definitely got to work on some of that pacing on attack, but man, if they can get there, this team certainly has the potential to be quite good.
I mean, the difference in round count is actually quite large. It ended up being a +4 for NIP and a -7 for Vivo Keydstars. So their inability to win the matches they won by large margins and their inability to keep the matches they lost close would ultimately be their downfall. But yeah, I mean, this Vivo Keydstars team, even one more point and they're in the top 6. It was not a great stage for them, but not as dreadfully bad as I think some people might look at the numbers and say, oh, well, that was the case. And this is about right where they finished in the previous stage, right? Vivo Keydstars actually finished with 14 points last stage, 13 points this time, 1 point off. But the difference was that VKS won a match in OT last stage, whereas they lost a match in OT this time. Other than that, almost a mirrored or almost an exact same score line in the standings for this team. And it goes to show that this is at least a consistent roster. They lost some of their best players, and yet they were still able to be competitive for that playoff spot, Jesse. That's good for Vivo Keydstars because that leads me to believe that 1 or 2 roster moves or even just a little bit more time in the oven. And this could be a team that consistently finishes in 5th or 6th, which in this stage means that you would have to beat FURIA and NIP, which is no easy task. But FURIA had a bad stage, and NIP were still struggling to adjust with a new roster.
Certainly, and I think that there are upsides for Vivo Keydstars with their brand new team. I'm really excited to see how they can do for the LTQ. Black Dragons, certainly a fall from where they were in stage 1, but plenty to work on for that team as well. You don't want to hear us yap about the game. You want to hear from the victors. So let's go to the desk and hear about Vivo Keydstars after winning this game.
I don't know, Jesse. I was happy to hear you continue to yap a little bit. At least that's just me. But for now, we will welcome in our victors, and Neskin will take center stage as we chat with Vivo Keyd about this win. You got to imagine spirits are, you know, probably a little high. Neskin, first of all, welcome. Congratulations on this win here. How's the team feeling after another, decent finish this stage? Unfortunately, just missing out on playoffs.
The first game was FURIA against NAP. After their game, we knew it. Like we were out of the playoffs, but we played the same way. Like we didn't like throw the match, you know. So yeah, the feeling was good, and let's go for the LCQ now.
Good.
So pretty much after this stage, I mean, you guys got really close, literally didn't get top 6 by round count, right? Very close. What are you guys taking going forward into the LCQ? Like, what is the biggest takeaway from this stage for you guys?
I think we need to solve some mistakes in the team. Like some rounds we are throwing like 5v2, 4v3. Rounds with advantage, we can't throw these rounds, and another stuff as well. We just need to fix them, and it's good.
Well, Neskin, we'll get a chance to see you guys again in the open qualifier playoffs, the last chance qualifier. As far as your experience on this team went, would there be a favorite moment or a favorite matchup that you had this stage that it's going to be the defining moment of the stage for you?
I don't know. It's hard. Maybe against Liquid, we lost, but I played very good. Like it was my best match for this team. And I think it was very important for me, because I was playing a bit bad, so it was good for me.
Amazing. Well, that's great insight. Thank you so much, Neskin. And yeah, well, good luck in the last chance qualifiers. We'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
Amazing. Well, Black Dragons, unfortunately, FOXA not able to get a single win this stage, so they will get out of this entire group stage winless and try to harness some energy coming into the open qualifier playoffs. But for Vivo Keyd Stars, it is another win and a heartbreaking loss in terms of playoff chances. I mean, they came as close as you could possibly come. They've got the points, they've got the wins. It is just the round count. It comes down to just a few rounds difference between them and NIP.
Yeah, I think you could hear it in Neskin's voice. I think the emotion said it all itself. It's, they got the win today, but unfortunately, I mean, throughout the stage, it wasn't in their favor. I mean, obviously, they lost to NIP 7-1. So if you hold them into comparison, if that game was even a little bit closer, maybe we would have a different situation on our hands. But obviously, I mean, there's some good takeaways from Keyd Stars to go into the LCQ with. I mean, obviously, they performed hit and miss, very hot and cold. And obviously, if they can just figure out their attacks, which was the biggest issue. I mean, even today against Black Dragons, arguably one of the weaker teams, it was still, I wouldn't be too happy, right, with a win that was a 7-4 win against Black Dragons. Obviously, Black Dragons has a whole another set of struggles. I mean, the fall from grace of finishing stage 1/3 to now last with not a single win. Obviously, something is not working at the grassroots, and that is a whole different story for Black Dragons to have to go into. But a lot of good takeaways from Keyd Stars. I mean, really, really unfortunate situation. I mean, we heard Neskin say some mental gameplay of him just struggling individually, and thankfully things turned up. And obviously, they will be a threat in the LCQ. I mean, there is some light, there is some hope with Keyd Stars in the way that they've been playing, and they have amazing individual performers. They just need to make sure that they can play as a better team all around.
You see there, of course, Daffodil and Neskin doing fantastic, strong performances there, and it will be, of course, Daffodil taking home the MVP in this matchup on behalf of Vivo Keyd Stars. Now, as we said, Neskin, it was good to hear that insight from him, like knowing what was that moment that kind of defined the stage for him. What was that turnaround? And you got to imagine that for this team as a whole, maybe had something like that happened a little bit sooner, that they would be walking out of here in 6th place, heads held high, in playoff position. But with a good performance from Daffodil and a win to close out the group stage, seems that their spirits are high enough as they head into the last chance qualifier. Feel good about their hopes going into open qualifier playoffs and hopefully eventually the last chance qualifier soon to follow. That locks them in for 7th place. They don't have to worry about being caught by MIBR. That guarantees them the 70 SI points and the prize pool Emmy accolades that come along with it. MIBR at 9 points. Even a regulation win will not catch them up. So Vivo Keyd Stars, you see it there, 13 points to their name. The round differential on the far right is the problem, and that right there, the reason they are not in 6th place above NIP. But another good one. Black Dragons remain on the bottom, and Vivo Keyd Stars lock in that 7th place spot.
I mean, yeah, I think you put it pretty simply. I mean, it seems like everything's kind of like shaping up again. I think the only 2 teams that could definitely switch up in the current standings is E1 and W7M for that 2nd place spot. And that's obviously the game of the day. I think everyone's anticipating both teams want to play. We're going to get some high quality gameplay from them. Obviously, MIBR FLUXO coming up next is definitely going to be a little bit of a game for pride, you know, obviously make the standings a little closer. But even if FLUXO get the full 3 points, they will be still locked in at 9. And they have, you know, to use this as a potential testing ground to try things. I feel like all the teams at the bottom are playing a little bit more loosely, trying out a whole bunch of things that they can anticipate into seeing what works going forward to the LCQ.
Well, that's what we have next, a battle for pride, maybe some game day reps for MIBR and FLUXO as their gaze shifts to the future, to the open qualifier playoffs, and to the last chance qualifier. But it is MIBR and FLUXO coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting warmed up.
A NiP também tá adulta, não tá dando a cara, tá esperando no bombe essa movimentação e a decisão da BD por onde avançar. Pode ver, ó, os jogadores nem aparecem ali. E a BD acha que tem alguém que vai sair e forçar a troca.
Exatamente. 20 segundos. Olha o Condes. Flash dos dois lados. Flash dos dois lados, o Flório consegue pegar a primeira, ainda tem trocação, o Psycho cai também, 2x1 agora, Retalha. Olha o Condes, perigoso, tentou trocar, Black Dragons! Garantiu mais um round, Retalha!
Fala galera, reuni vocês hoje aqui porque nós vamos ter uma skin no R6 da Cade. Então eu preciso de ideias de como a gente vai fazer ela hoje. Leandrão, eu tive uma ideia. Não seria muito mais da hora se a gente mesmo desenhasse? Beleza, então bora desenhar. Bora. Caraca, hein, mano, mandou muito, hein? Você quebrou dessa aí.
É isso, rapaziada. Vambora?
Vambora, Gui.
Bora, aqui, ó.
como é que vai ser aí esse trabalho dos jogadores da BD nesse fim de round. Ainda assim complicou pra NiP, tá?
E 20 segundos.
Pois é, nem chegou perto do bombe. Psycho sozinho, cadê os outros jogadores? São 4 jogadores, mas já avançou na área aberta, é isso mesmo? Olha o Pino no ADM, pode tentar varar, o Psycho... consegue eliminar, mas o Nuzg e o Wesk vão diminuindo aquela vantagem numérica que existia para Black Dragons, para Ninjas e Pijamas da verdade, com 4 segundinhos. Eles vão tentar avançar para tudo. O Wesk sozinho. Meu Deus do céu, retalha! Nos últimos milésimos de segundos, o Wesk sobrevive!
A look here at the colorful city of Recife in Pernambuco, Brazil. Foxe, you said you're going on a trip sometime soon. You don't happen to be going to Brazil, do you?
No, I'm not going to Brazil. But my one time in Brazil for the invite was beautiful. I loved it out there. It was a great time. Very, very beautiful. Great people. Great time. Felt amazing.
It's great out there, man. It really is. And if there's a competition here in the LATAM League, Brazil League, I'm casting too much LATAM. Here in the Brazil League is any indication, yeah, we're going to continue to have a good time going into these final 3 matchups of the day. And a final 3 matchups of the group stage. This one, MIBR and FLUXO. Not necessarily the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop at the top of this league, but still a matchup with a lot of potential to be close and competitive. Because if there's one thing that's been consistent between 2 otherwise inconsistent teams, Foxe, it has been that they can go the distance against any opponent on any given day.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When you have big individual players, that's what we find on these lower tier teams is they have 1 or 2 players on the team that are just standing above the rest. Obviously, they're able to individually carry themselves and do amazing stuff for their team. And it just takes a little time for teams like this to center around it, their star player, figure out how they want to play, and just go for it. I mean, you can see 2 amazing players, Yex and Astra. I mean, both have been doing amazing for their team. You know, obviously, team as a whole, right? Both towards the bottom of the leaderboard. But it doesn't mean that there isn't any shining lights or great standout individual players. And if they can fine tune and focus on those players, relay the team behind them, focus on building a strategy around these players, then obviously maybe a little bit more success is down the pipeline.
Oh, it's funny, we're looking at Yex and Astro, both the 2 players that were at the top of their respective team in their last matchup. But when you look at MIBR, it isn't Yex that necessarily comes to mind as the top player. It is Machina Foxe, who has been not only the new pickup on this team that's caught a lot of attention, but also the top performer on this team as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the star player for this team, in my opinion, as well. Very young, talented player. I mean, he's obviously finding success so far. I mean, obviously, if you look at the stats of everybody on MIBR, I don't think it's cognitive to how they've been performing throughout the stage. Obviously, they are towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They're currently sitting in 8th place, and that's where they're going to stay for the rest of the stage, even after this game. But that being said, statistically, all of these players are actually putting up pretty good numbers, specifically Machina. He's been a really good headhunter for the team, and obviously he's the most aggressive player on this team. And he's been finding a good amount of success, and he's been looking pretty comfortable for being fairly new to the scene. So obviously this team, I mean, them being so low on the leaderboard, I feel is only due to circumstance, and I would imagine that they are still going to be a threat in the LCQ to come.
Right, it may not be the FLUXO side of things that we are attributing to, okay, they're expected to have a very good LCQ performance, but MIBR certainly are up there in terms of LCQ contenders. But FLUXO, as we said, have had a lot of struggles this stage. It did take them a while to get a win under their belt, but they finally did, so they don't have to worry about that. They currently have 4 points, and when you look at the positive aspects of this team, Foxe, one that jumped out to me in terms of this performance, in terms of the entry game, has been Hashi, who, in terms of the entire league, is actually sitting the 2nd place player in entry. Only Volps is better. He's 17-9 this stage, 32-25 overall. That's +8 this stage on the entry. Volps, in comparison, is +10. STK also +8, right behind Hashi there. So it's been competitive in terms of the entry for Hashi, but the rest of this team is still looking to find something else.
Yeah, I think that's obviously the issue with FLUXO is I really like to think they have been having a better entries, especially with how Hashi's been performing this stage. I really think their backline and their leadership with Astro has been good, but I feel like it's that middle ground. I mean, you see the 3 players on the right of your screen, it just not able to find their footing. I mean, KD is struggling, EPS, entries, they're not necessarily backing up the entry from Hashi. And when it comes to these executes of being able to go for these plants, focusing on what the game plan is late round, obviously that's where it seems to be the disconnect, is that middle flex players, just are having kind of a struggle of a season. And hopefully we can see them fix it up, because they have the difficult part down. They have the entry. Hashi's been having an amazing stage so far, and they're able to get those plants down. They have the leadership. So if they can just glue the front and the back together, I mean, they will be in a better, significant place than they currently have ended this stage.
But it seems simple, right? On paper, it's like, all right, you've got the start to these rounds going so well, thanks to someone like Hashi. Just put the pieces together and you're going to have a winning team, or at least some more success than they've been having. Obviously, it's a lot easier said than done, and FLUXO have just not been having the performance that we know they're capable of, that they know that they're capable of. And so again, it's just a matter of time before we see this team click, but they can't do it in the group stage. It'll have to be the playoffs, rather the open qualifier playoffs and the last chance qualifier, where they make their mark. Today, though, a chance against MIBR. Of course, still need to figure out what map they're going to, and so we'll get to the bottom of that now. I mean, this is a team that has played, as we've said, a lot of maps against a lot of different opponents, and they have been competitive on several different frontiers of battle. But they're not going to go to the maps that we've seen a lot so far this stage. No bank, no club, no labs here. Instead, border will be the ultimate decider.
Yeah, I mean, I think for either of these teams, there's nothing to hide, right? There's nothing to necessarily worry about. Obviously, you want to take everybody to a map that they can improve on, try new things, see what works, find a new playstyle, because currently we know that this stage, it has not worked out in MIBR or FLUXO's favor. And obviously border, I mean, you can see the worst performance so far has been from FLUXO. So obviously they're trying to right some wrongs, find what works and what doesn't, and try some new things. And obviously they're going to have to go through the open qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken, as opposed to MIBR just being put into the LCQ. So when you're set into those open qualifiers, you're going to play a lot of unexpected teams, a lot of teams that you have no preparation on. So you want to make sure that you have a whole lot of preparation when you go to a map like that.
Well, just for clarification, the way it works in the Brazil League, this is a little different than North America. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, all of the teams out of the playoffs go to the open qualifier playoffs, no, not directly into the LCQ. So it is going to be a very similar path for both of these teams. Of course, the big difference is there will be SI points up for grabs here for MIBR. In fact, they have already guaranteed themselves 65 SI points. They just will not be able to get a free pass into that last chance qualifier unless something behind the scenes changes, which I assume, at least on the rulebook, open qualifier playoffs looks like where they are headed. But as we get this one started, of course, we're going to welcome in this fantastic casting duo that's been taking us through the action so far this stage. And today, we'll bring back Parker and Jesse as we get our final thoughts going into this one. Hi, Parker. You're looking nice and cute over there. The last time we saw Border for FLUXO, it was against NIP, and it wasn't so good. We saw it on that graphic a moment ago, the worst performance on Border. We saw Black Dragons go to their worst map in Labs not too long ago. Is this just kind of the mentality for these teams right now, you think? Just go to the maps, try to work something out, game day reps type of a situation?
I'm gonna let Jesse take this one.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I think Border is one of those maps that like you can kind of turn your brain off and play, to be honest with you. It's a very frag focused map. It's also a map that we've seen these two teams play in the off season. A couple months ago, FLUXO beat MIBR on Border in an off-season tournament. So, you know, there's some history there between these two squads. Obviously, people have kind of accused FLUXO of being an online team in the past, and they've definitely done better in some of those off-season tournaments than they have here in Brazil, which is a LAN league. So I'm not so confident that result will be repeated, but you never know.
You never know. Parker, since you threw that last question to Jesse, I'm going to throw you a question a little bit more suited to your talents here, okay, and your interests. So I threw this question to Ace yesterday, kind of similar theme. So FLUXO, they're the underdog here. It's very important that they were to, fuel up, get ready for a performance like this. If there were to be a very easy dipping sauce, aioli recipe to give them to fuel up here, what would be the components of that dish?
Well, I'm going to have to go back and I'm going to have to plug FURIA's sponsor, Hellmann's here, because as everybody knows, one of the best sauces you can use is just a blank canvas is, of course, mayonnaise or aioli. The one thing I've been using a lot recently is just a really nice, hot aioli. If you like spices, definitely for you. There's 3 main ingredients. Half of it's going to be mayonnaise, and then you're going to have 1/4 as honey and 1/4 as sriracha. Dump a lot of smoked paprika in there, a little bit of garlic, a tiny bit of salt, and then some pickle juice. If you want to use some kind of sweet pickle juice or throw in a small tablespoon of sugar, mix it all together with a whisk. Whisk it until it's really nice and thick. Throw it in the fridge. Wait 4 to 5 hours. Pull it out when it's a little bit cooled and it's actually a little bit more cohesive and not as runny. And then there you go. You can do it. You've got great heat. You got good flavor profile, depending on how you want to do it with the paprika and the pickles and stuff like that. It's really, really nice. It goes great with chicken. The only thing I wouldn't really advise it with is fish, but chicken, beef, everything else, it's great.
Fox, thoughts?
I mean, couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, Gordon Parker over here. I mean, he's definitely cooking up, but hopefully we can see one of these 2 bottom tier teams cook up something in the server, because they're both been struggling immensely. And if we bring it back to the teams, I mean, obviously it's not going to be as delicious of a dish to watch both bottom tier teams stay at the bottom. We want to see some improvements, and hopefully they can be a little bit more medium rare as opposed to well done cooked teams going into the open qualifiers.
Fox, incredible. That's it. We're going to step aside. You guys take it. We're out of here.
Thank you. I mean, hopefully I haven't made all of you too hungry at this point. I don't know why Brazil has turned into a bit of a cooking show, but here we are. Amidst my boredom, and honestly what the tipping point was for all this chefing that I've been doing was that prior to doing this job, I don't think a lot of people know, I obviously worked in politics. That part is well known by people who follow me, and maybe they don't like that I reference it, but I also worked in a bunch of kitchens and bars and restaurants and stuff like that, some of which were quite good, and you just kind of passively pick stuff up. And then when I became diabetic, I realized that eating pre-prepared foods would be a challenge, and I should probably, at that point, at the age of 29, I should probably learn to do more than just boil water. So I embarked on this cooking, path that I'm on, and ever since then, it's just been all upwards from there. Jesse, these 2 teams are cooking. Which team do you think will perfect the dish?
Well, neither of them are really cooking, to be honest, so far this stage. They are both locked into their positions. MIBR will be in 8th, FLUXO will be in 9th, regardless of how this game goes. So hopefully they'll be able to get a little creative, make us a dish that we've never seen before, have some fun with it, and enjoy the meal, because this has been a game that both these teams don't have anything to play for, so hopefully they can put on a great show.
Jesse, let's cook.
Contra o Fluxo, esse é um jogo bem tranquilo. Os caras não ganharam no split passado. O time deles não mudou. Acho que eles estão no meta meio antigo também. Acho que vai ser um jogo mais fácil.
O MIBR acho que vai ser um jogo tranquilo pra gente. Acho que a gente vai sair com a vitória. É um time muito novo, né? Não tem grandes nomes.
Acho que tem que ficar de olho no Rachask, o cara da bala. Mesmo eles não conseguindo ganhar os jogos split passado, mas o cara da bala.
O MIBR tem que ficar de olho no Gomes. Ele é um player muito flex, joga muito doido assim. Então acho que tem que ficar de olho nele.
Recado pro Fluxo é que se eles jogarem igual sempre, eles vão perder. Se eles tentar mudar alguma coisa, eles vão perder também.
Aí, Gomezão, se prepara, hein, pai? O Fluxo tá voltando quente.
The line is it's time to cook, Parker, and we're gonna be cooking in the operator bans. I want to see what these teams can bring out. I have predicted some normal bans, but I hope that I'm wrong. I hope we see some fun choices. I'm expecting a Blitz Monty to start us off. I don't think either of these teams want to mess with shields, especially on a map like Border, and especially in a game like this where you're just here to have a good time, work on some strats. There's the Blitz from MIBR. Will we follow it up with a Monty ban from FLUXO? Perhaps. I think they will, but there's other unfun operators to remove from the game. Perhaps a Ying could be another good option here. It'll be a Lion. Okay, you don't see that every day, especially when there's operators like Deimos and Dokkaebi on the board. But Lion it is. I'm thinking Mira Azami for these last two bans. Both these teams have quite a few plays on border, so we do have quite a bit of data to look at. Castle Lion. Wow, FLUXO, they're really getting creative. They're trying to flux with these picks, Parker. They're taking out two very interesting operators. Yeah, I don't mind it, especially if they've been VOD reviewing MIBR, if they've seen what MIBR like to run on this map. Again, it seems like we are going to get a pretty serious game just based on these initial impressions. Will this be the Azami as expecting? It'll be the Valkyrie instead. So, yeah, I mean, some good bans, certainly, but not what I was expecting.
I was going to say, I mean, you were on a bit of a roll, and I certainly didn't want to interrupt you, but I wanted to say, you're like, I hope I'm wrong. And I'm like, Jesse, I always hope you are wrong, by the way. I am your biggest hater. Your favorite caster is Lynx. My least favorite caster is Dezichu, but you are like a close second there. So, you know, you can't, I know this will hurt you to know that you are not even my least favorite caster. You don't even take up that space in my brain of being at the bottom, just as I don't take up space in your brain of being at the top. This is a very abnormal bomb site to start a match off on.
Yeah, MIBR going to take us to supplies and customs to start this round. Typically thought of as the worst bomb site on border, which doesn't have great bomb sites to begin with. I mean, Armory Lockers isn't bad, but it can be pretty straightforward for the attackers. Bathroom Tellers has got an immediate rush potential from the window. It's not often thought of as amazing. Fence Workshop isn't great either. So, I mean, you know, it's not like you have some fantastic bomb site you could go to instead, but this bomb site is still thought of to be much worse than the other three. So we'll see what they can do. They're clearly cooking up something. They've got some Mira windows up above. Got certainly some ideas they want to use for this site. I think what MIBR are doing is they're trying to try out some stuff. You know, maybe they've got some cool ideas they haven't gotten to show off yet. Maybe they've gotten some interesting concepts of plans that they want to try to get into fruition through this game. But yeah, I mean, we'll find out how it goes. There's no better test subject than FLUXO.
Whoa, my, what is happening this early into the round? Hashi walks in, he dies. Rare was there to punish him. Mitrix trades it right back. We will be on Mitrix watch, as he is one of the most important parts of the Fluxers themselves. If Mitrix cannot flux, then they are in major fluxing trouble. Down goes Mitrix to that Nitro Cell. The Ash is no more, and we are not even a minute into this round, and 3 people are dead.
Yeah, I think a border with the stakes on the line that we have, this is not going to be a theme that goes away. We're likely to see a very fast game on our hands, Parker, so do be ready for that. MIBR have already come off swinging. The intel not great at the start of the round from FLUXO, especially without that Lion available to them. One player outside of Fountain. Don't believe anybody's actually in there. They're all in the hallway. Don't be deceived by the outlines. They're clearing through this top floor. Again, bomb sites down below in customs and supply. Every single player in MIBR, though, is above because it's so easy to deny the plant from top floor. Trying to take these gunfights now. Bullet doesn't actually have the hatch open, so can't actually fall off. Maybe could rotate out to security or find some way out. Gomez falls down to site now and will be the only anchor as the players in FLUXO start to reposition to the first floor. Try to find a different angle of attack.
As these teams come to blows, MIBR will be in the commanding lead of exactly 1. Raps has found himself very close to that customs door. That looks like the Bandit of Gomez playing by the metal detector. Lucan and Raps next to one another. Yex could actually hit it from the back here. Oh my, he hears something. Raps isn't looking. FLUXO have no intel. They lacked intel from the onset. It is not going to get any better the longer this goes on. The only extra drones they have on the board are the Ram Boogie drones, which provide no information whatsoever. Yex overstays his welcome on those metal stairs. Lucan guns him down. MIBR still with the advantage. 30 seconds to go. Diffuser in neither of the hands of FLUXO, so they will either have to retrieve it or just go for picks. Bullet dancing around that server rack, and he gets the final 2 kills to give MIBR the first round.
What? Why didn't Lucan pick up the defuse kit? It was right there. I don't know why he didn't pick that up, but it didn't matter. Bullet found 2 great kills at the end there. I'm happy, honestly, to see a good start coming out of Yex on the defense. Throughout stage 2, he has been the 3rd worst defensive player in all of Brazil. He's pretty good on attack. He's not bad. But defense has been very, very, very bad from him. So I'm happy to see him starting off with a 2-in-1 stat line. Definitely had a really impactful kill, taking down the defuse kit through the middle of that round. So certainly had a huge impact. And yeah, MIBR taking some advantage of FLUXO, just looking a little bit lost through that round, I would say. They got into the top floor. They didn't have full intel as to where the roamers were at on the side of MIBR. Again, bomb site was pretty much free the whole time. You don't really want to just hit site on that bomb site because obviously you can get denied from above. There's really fast ways to retreat back to the site. So I don't mind them going for the top floor clear, but they gave up on it halfway through. Never felt like they really had the intel. So unfortunate from FLUXO. They're going to have a couple more opportunities to turn that one around, though. And yeah, hopefully this fun, fast-paced style of border does continue.
This is what, 25 seconds into round number 1 when we saw Hashi die, and then he just had to sit there and wait. That's an awful long time to spawn in. I mean, you lose the information, you lose the drones, you lose all the gadgetry, you lose the guns. Rare obviously was traded right back, which is fine for FLUXO. Then they lost Mitrix right after that. Very different lineup for FLUXO this time. The Osa with the shield is a pretty common operator to see on this top floor bomb site. You can set up those Talon shields either on the armory wall, or you most commonly see them over towards the archives section of this map, either in office or out on the balcony. Very common for teams to smoke off that bomb site, walk through the door, get the shield down, try to plant behind it, and the only real way to stop it at that point is a nitro cell. And look at that. That's exactly what's happening here. Mitrix smoking it off. Both smokes landing in similar directions. Problem for FLUXO, though. There is a Warden on the board, and he's looking to get into position as this crossover on vents is held by the Glass of Mitrix. Those are their only smokes, by the way, and it looks like they might have expired at this point. Diffuser going down by Astro. Rare collecting the very first kill. Luke is dead. The entry for FLUXO not exactly as successful as they want. Mitrix still holding this power position. No nitro cells remaining, so it'll just have to be pure bloodshed between these teams. Astro pulling it off as Makina kills Hashi. An exit kill from Astro as he gets out of there before being picked off by Bullet. And a 4v2 for MIBR with not a ton of time left. Mitrix needs to win these engagements. If they can pick him off of this position out on vents, then he can very easily hang on, and it will force the defenders into unwinnable positions. That seems exactly what's happening. The kill feed dominated by FLUXO, and they equalize 1-1.
I gotta say, that's some of the worst utility play I've seen from MIBR in a very long time. They had 2 C4s, they had an impact, they had 3 toxic babes, and you can't stop a plant that's just walking in the archives door. That Osa plant, by the way, it's very common. One of the worst win rates of any operator on any bomb site. It's one of my least favorite pushes. It very rarely works out for teams that attempt it because there's so many answers the defense have. Particularly those explosives from inside of archives. You've just got to toss them over a bookshelf. I believe one of the C4s was able to destroy the first Osa shield. Obviously, there are 2. I think what ended up happening is Rare and Bullet both tossed their C4s at the exact same time, and so they didn't have a great way to actually space them out and destroy both shields. Machina also, with the impact, wasn't able to do anything. Those toxic babes came out way too late, and they missed. So MIBR sloppiness in that round, letting a round get away from them that definitely should have been winnable, as they had that massive man advantage as well, just to give them even a larger advantage. But regardless, it will work for FLUXO today, and they will walk away with their first successful attack.
Well, you can't hold the Fluxers down, can you, Jesse?
That's the thing about fluxing. The art of fluxing can do things that normally should be impossible. It can sway global crowds to your side. It can vanquish great foes. The only thing it can't do is defeat math, because no matter what they do, FLUXO will still be finishing 9th through this season. There's no way around that. But no, fluxing can do a lot of great things, Parker.
A Fluxer only a mother could love. You could call it a mother Fluxer. I'm glad. I hope people have fun with this one, because this is going to be a fun cast. This round in particular looks like it's shaping up to be a fun one as well, as Astro gets to the vents window, tosses in 2 Candelas, refuses to elaborate, and leaves. And now a smoke will go out as well. That is a lot of utility used on that part of the map, maybe just as a cunning distraction, as FLUXO now advances upstairs. 2 Candelas and a smoke seems like quite the investment. That's exactly half of the utility brought by Astro's Ying. And it would have only lasted for a couple seconds until MIBR wised up to the tricks of FLUXO.
Warden still being brought as well on the top floor, so not nearby, but still has a great opportunity to see through those smokes, especially if he's trying to deny the plant from vertical. They're going to retreat and change plan to clearing this top floor now, as they've got the Monty inside of offices, but this is a crossfire the Monty cannot deal with. They've perfectly set up this Fountain hold to actually stop a Monty, as they've got a great crossfire from Fountain. A C4 will also be brought out. The Monty chooses to stall as he can't get past that crossfire, and he pays the price. Beautifully done. Much better C4 used from MIBR in this round. Gomez will get the opening pick. That leaves 4 Fluxers left to try to find their way out of this sticky situation. They are in sight, Parker, so with no intel, this could just be a plant.
Astro used that utility early on. He's still got 2 Candelas remaining, and he's holding on to the diffuser. He's going for the plant. Down goes Lukid. Hashi almost dying shortly thereafter. The numbers right now very much favoring MIBR as Hashi guards from above. Rare is not giving up this spot up top either. Astro's in rough shape. He's got a drone looking all the way over towards bathroom, and there's the death mark as well to assist in that. Another death mark will go out, this time on to Rare. Astro picked apart over by that server desk. They knew where he was coming from. Ashy collecting Rare, leaves Gomez and Bullet as the last 2 standing, and Raps shows up in an explosive entry from him outside of the building, inside the building, all over the building. FLUXO wins 2 in a row.
Brilliant play by Raps in the end there. Spotted the gap on the Ying. Not Raps, but his teammate finding his way in to start that round off strong. Despite losing their Monty up on the top floor, MIBR in back-to-back rounds struggling to stop pretty basic pushes coming out and stop these plants. There was no intel at all in the bomb site. There were no anchors, as all of their players were playing either up above or deeper into archives / nearer towards bathroom. Surprising that they didn't have any awareness that plant was going down. You'll often see a bulletproof somewhere in that area to try to spot it, and they did have a BP. I don't know where that bulletproof was at, but somehow it did miss the entry from the Ying. So right under their noses, they flux a plant, and that will be good enough to take the lead for FLUXO.
They're doing it. Again, Jesse,
yes, Parker.
You love numbers.
Yes.
Are there SI points on the line for these teams, depending on the results?
There is nothing. The placements are already locked in. Nothing could possibly change in this game.
Superb.
Sorry, I know that's not the answer you wanted.
No, I mean, it's not the answer I wanted, because obviously I want every single match to be meaningful, but it is the correct answer. See, chat, let's give you some inside baseball here. Jesse was telling me that one potential improvement for our cast, after all of you showered us with praise on the subreddit, thank you very much for that, by the way. It made Jesse's day. He was very happy. One thing that Jesse said was an area for improvement was, Parker, I have so many stats. I could talk about stats for the next 6 play days nonstop. You should ask me more questions. So I said, you know what, Jesse? I will ask you more questions. And that was me asking Jesse a question. And did it go well? Not really. But we'll keep it up. We will keep it up and hope for the best in what Jesse has now called a completely meaningless match.
They're in the bomb site, meaning or not, and they're finding kills. Raps 7-1 as he finds the opening pick onto Rare in the site. Azami jumps in and Rap says, I'll take another. Makana falls. So does his teammate of Mitrix. They're trying to find a trade onto Raps. They deal a little bit of damage to Hashi, but Raps throwing in those flashbangs. He's waiting for his teammate to plant. It's still not coming through from Luke. It doesn't matter. They'll keep finding these kills. Hashi in security finds 1, finds 2. MIBR just walking into these angles. Guns are not up. Bullet will get a second, finally shutting down Raps, but it doesn't matter, Parker, because they've gotten all the other kills.
There's not much to celebrate here. You said it yourself, Jesse. This matchup doesn't mean a single thing. Why are you even here? Why are you wasting your time? That's what you just said moments ago.
Well, because I'm here to see the flux.
No, not you. I'm talking about the viewers. It was
as are the viewers.
You are the biggest FLUXO fan humanly possible.
That's not true.
Name a bigger FLUXO fan.
There are many people in chat right now who are going crazy over the fluxing that they are witnessing.
There are dozens of you.
There are dozens
of you.
There's multiple dozens, absolutely. There's maybe even triple digits of FLUXO fans that are excited about this game and want to see the fluxing commence. And it's happening right live on our screens.
All right, Jesse, what's your next stat? Let's wow the people at home. Hit me with a Mitrix stat.
A Mitrix stat? I got you a Mitrix stat. Mitrix is the second worst player in all of Brazil, racking just a 0.51 kill death ratio coming into this game.
Who's worse?
I believe it is, I believe it's Guto. Let me check.
Crunch the numbers and send them to me.
Numbers are being crunched. Let's go here. It's Nuxka. Guto is third worst. Goes Guto third, Mitrix second, Nuxka's the worst. Nuxka's the only player
What do
negative.
Nuxka and Guto have in common?
Well, they're both on the worst team in Brazil, Parker. They both play for Black Dragons.
What's that saying? Is like a rising tide lifts all ships? What's the opposite of that?
A
departing tide crashes all ships.
Currently for Black Dragons, there is no water in the sea. It's dune out there. The ships are stranded. Obviously, if you missed our earlier game, the game that we just played before this one, Black Dragons have officially gone 0-9 throughout Stage 2. They will not be winning a game. Perhaps in the LCQ, they can muster some if they make it to the LCQ, but at the moment, dead last in Brazil Stage 2.
This is a slow-paced round. 1 minute off of the clock, and both of these teams on a very small map like Border that gets quite claustrophobic. You often see those defenders get very active in their engagements. Gomez, not the one in North America, the one here in Brazil, was watching the Monty all the way over on the stairs, but he can't find him. He was playing underneath, near lobby, and nothing is to be had. MIBR, to their credit, are very good at holding on to this top floor. Even when they lost control of the bomb site of ventilation and workshop, they still stuck to the top. Well, I mean, FLUXO has the tools to dislodge them. They have Dokkaebi calls, they have Ayana, they have plenty of smokes to push them out of positions. You've got the Monty as the big one. That's going to be your best bet at chasing down these defenders. The logic bombs will now go out with just a minute to go, and now it's Makina taking an awful lot of damage. 3 players reduced to rubble, but still alive on MIBR. FLUXO very well could go up 4-2 or 4-1, and it looks like it's happening. The only kill so far from MIBR is Gomez. Rare very quickly joins. A 3v3. The 2 wounded players from MIBR are gone. Makina at 1-4 is very bad with how he's played so far. He's been an absurdly good player, whose numbers we can dive into, Jesse, in the next round. Because before we get there, there's this round to go through. Any vault over, there will be Frostmats have to be met with. Rare watching this angle, he takes down Hashi. The Monty is in and free and clear to go for a plant. Unsheathing the sidearm, losing the duel to Yex. And despite the great start, FLUXO bottles it. MIBR on the comeback. They win the round.
Not bad Monty play to come on in. That's the operator I thought that FLUXO would be banning in this game, but they do not. They banned the Lion. They use the Monty, not to great success, however. Not able to get in and have anything happen. The Monty couldn't go in first because of the frost mat, so the Monty had to jump in the window second. They also didn't have any breach for the wall, which would have completely avoided the need to jump in and shoot the frost mat. I like the play from MIBR there. Smart swings towards the end of it. I definitely feel like MIBR are playing a very fast-paced, aggressive style of Siege where they kind of just want to get into fights and have a good time here. You mentioned Makina's stats line. Obviously, he is not having the greatest of games. He is the best player statistically on MIBR. In fact, he's the only player alongside Bullet who is positive. Technically, they're both, you know, you could argue one is better than the other. They're both quite good so far. Bullet comes into this game with a +3 KD ratio. Makina comes in with a +2. So not a ratio, differential. Both players have had some success. Thank you, Parker, for your input. Neither of them have been as good as Hashi has been, who's currently rocking the best KD in the server, 78 and 71 coming into this game, and then meanwhile through this matchup has been fine, 3-3 as well. So yeah, I think after this game, it's likely that we'll see Bullet overtake Makina as the #1 player on MIBR, but still plenty of games to play. Maybe Makina today is just an attacker. Maybe he's going to pop off on that attacking half.
Maybe. Maybe not. It should be easier for him to get kills on defense, though. I mean, everybody else on the team seems to be accomplishing it. I don't think you can just blame the side because MIBR is not suffering kills at the moment. Bullet with 5, Rare with 6. I mean, most of these numbers are pretty decent for MIBR, despite the fact that they're actually losing this matchup. The big bad for FLUXO is Raps. I mean, he's got 9 kills. That's almost enough to win 2 rounds on your own. That goes quite the distance. And Raps has had very high impact kills in the process. That 1 round on IQ where he's able to spring in and get the final 2 exit kills, along with some of those mid-round through opening picks. It's provided really good value for FLUXO, and the rest of the team just needs to do their job while he kills, and that for 3 rounds has been exactly what FLUXO accomplished.
The Monty again going to cause a bit of a problem. Nitrocell unlikely to do much. With the shield in front, they just don't do that much damage, Parker. They certainly can deal some chip. And the second one from behind / below will be good enough. I believe that was Gomez. That was a vertical C4 from down below. When the shield, the fun fact about Monty, a lot of people don't know this, the shield does not cover the bottom of his feet. And thus, C4s from below are extremely effective way to deal with the Monty. Machina goes down, as does Bullets. And despite the pick on the Monty, this round is kind of devolving for MIBR.
That's not what you want to see. FLUXO poised for a 4-2 half. FLUXO was in very good position in the previous round, and they still couldn't get it done. Rounds are far from certain. No advantage is sacred, and the scariest lead in Rainbow Six tends to be that 5v3. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to quantify it. Is it that just teams get maybe a bit brash? Maybe they get over-eager? I'm not sure. Numbers have equalized now, though, as the drones that are being sent in are being deftly handled by MIBR, meaning fewer drones for FLUXO to use as information tools. They've got the Clutch drones and the Twitch drones that they can work off of. Yex goes for a bit of a puzzling swing onto that armory wall. Raps trades it right back, killing Rare. Astro now dies, or Astro gets the kill to Yex, and suddenly it's all up to Gomez. Gomez has a kill hole that he can look through. A Twitch drone still remains for Raps. He's broken double digits at this point. There's Capkin traps also strewn about the bomb site, so if the timer gets down too low, this could be very, very bad. A double drop through the hatch! 1 down for Gomez. He manages to eliminate Raps from action, still bleeding, but not able to do much. Astro amidst the smoke is there. Gomez has no idea. Poor target prioritization. He catches Astro and secures Raps. What a great end to the first half for MIBR. As things look like they were going awfully bad with Gomez missing the shots into the smoke, concealing those players from FLUXO, but they stick the landing. The first half, 3-3.
Good start from Gomez. Not only did he get that beautiful 1v2 clutch, but remember, he had that C4 that killed the Monty that started the round off with an opening pick for MIBR as well. So Gomez may be getting a little bit of momentum as he moves over to his stronger side. He's actually one of the top 10 attacking players in the league. He's 31-24 when only isolating his stats to attack. On defense, he has struggled a little bit more, of course, but if he's able to fire up and get a couple of these kills on his weaker side and then transition to his stronger side on border, which I would argue is often a more attacker-sided map as well, that could lead to really good things for MIBR, could lead to some positive results as they try to anti-flux through the rest of this game. Obviously, this has been a pretty back and forth one, and you know what? Despite the stakes, I think it's been pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's always enjoyable when you've got a matchup where teams are just, you know, trying to make some improvements. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're just playing for fun. I can't be certain. I'm not saying this to be rude, but with a team like FLUXO, there are always a lot of questions about what the team is attempting to do. I mean, we can see the results and we can talk from there, but we don't ever have that was a giant Gomez. I don't know if you saw that. Gomez was humongous.
There we go.
Can we get giant Gomez back again, please? That was quite enjoyable. Anyway, we obviously don't know what the teams are attempting to do. And I actually remember there was one time when we were criticizing OXG. I think they were actually Reciprocity at the time. And Foxay in particular, who's on the desk, responded on Twitter basically saying, like, no, this is what our thought process was. Kix and I were casting that matchup, if memory serves correctly, and it was on border. And we were talking about a mirror window that was all the way down under 90, and we were very mean in the way that we talked about what Reciprocity was trying to do. And I think it was Mark the Shark in particular, and Fox A took umbrage with that, as one does. And it's just a reminder that we have to talk about what we see. There are things that are missed just because it is very, very tough to spectate this game. There is so much going on all over the map. Tons of little micro adjustments and moves, little peek holes, etc. that we have to account for. So all we can do is speculate and go off of that. And sometimes, I mean, we get it wrong. We are not pro players and we have no idea what the goal is. I don't know what the goal was of Mitrix there, by the way, either. As he dies to Yax, Gomez takes down Astro. Hashi the very first kill for FLUXO, and now he's being harassed at top stairs, shot away at from multiple directions. Deagle out, he wins. You can't blame that one on the side. Machina dies, and the numbers will equalize given that Hashi is down but not out.
Easily finished off by Bullet. They will grab that one. As these last two players, Lukid's not done. He has a ping. There's a camera somewhere, and he's able to punish Bullet for a great trade. Take him down, and that's going to be a nice 1v2 advantage. Gomez, now the last alive, finds Raps isolated and wins the pick. Can he get the second kill? Lukid from behind, trying to find it. The nade forces his position, but he wins the fight. Gomez, huge 1v2 to end it out. Back-to-back clutches coming from Gomez. He has single-handedly taken a lead for FLUXO and anti-fluxed it away to now a 4-3 lead for MIBR.
Did you just say they anti-fluxed it away?
Oh, yeah.
That is not a real thing. You do
That's
not
a real term. The FLUXO fans say it often.
Who?
There's a lot of Fluxers out there. I've literally, since this game started, gotten DMs from people claiming to be large Fluxers themselves. Big FLUXO fans.
This is an absurd conversation, and I'm loving every minute of it.
I mean, you said it, Parker. Sometimes, you know, as casters, we don't talk about what's going on in the players' heads because we don't know. Sometimes we don't talk about what we see because we're yapping. Sometimes we have got to talk about fluxing and mayonnaise. Sometimes that's the way it goes.
I hate this topic.
You're gonna let the mayonnaise breathe, huh?
Yeah, I just wanted to let the moment settle. Hopefully hopefully we get the, you know, the Sunday scaries out. As it is Sunday as far as I'm aware. I'm no calendarologist. But I believe it is Sunday.
It would make sense. Brazil's often played on Sundays.
We usually work Saturdays, though.
That's true. Des and Ace work Saturday. We work the Tuesday.
Tuesday, innit?
Machina still 1-6.
Yeah, it's not good.
No. Almost found an entry there. There's a player top east that he was hunting for, and they're still there. I believe that's Hashi. You can see the robot outline of, I'm gonna say Talos. I believe that one's Talos. I'm correct. Could he go for the swing? I bet he does. Free kill. He sees the backpack and will miss his shots and not get a kill.
There it is. Bye, Lukid. Machina with 1 kill in this round. Only his second so far. Yax eliminating Mitrix and Hashi 2. Are FLUXO just giving themselves away to these players on MIBR? Astro on the break room door run out. Top east is where he looked next. Astro will have to go to those metal stairs as he's being hunted down. Right as the death mark expires, a second kill will come in from Machina, leaving Astro as the sole man standing. But Yex on 2 HP, Machina on 13 HP, Bullet on 47. These three players don't even combined for a full health operator. They're actually at like perfectly half of a 2-speed 2 health op. That's the last death mark. It will track Astro. They know he's inside of customs. Gomez is the only one who can actually see the mark, but he's giving that information to the rest of his team as it updates in real time. The mark expires. Bullet gets the final kill, and MIBR continues their roll.
Pretty happy about that one. It seems like this attacking half has been a lot more successful. FLUXO on this defense just not able to hit their shots when they're going for those swings. Again, we saw some great, we saw some attempted play with the Scopo at the top of these stairs, but when you're whiffing, it's very tough to win rounds. And Yex said, I won't whiff, came in, found 2 huge kills. Yex has honestly been a pretty good player on attack. You know, in the context of MIBR, at least, he's not been bad at all. His struggles have mostly come on defense, which he escaped with a solid KD as well in this game. So it does feel like a lot of players on MIBR are kind of avoiding their weaker spots as players and are able to really find some success in some of these other areas where they historically have not been. This will prompt a tactical timeout where the Fluxers will discuss what Flux will come next. I imagine there will be some very flexible rounds coming through after this tactical timeout.
What's the mood? What's the mood of the Fluxers right now? Are you still getting DMs from these people? Are they still are they active? Like, are you in a FLUXO like a Discord or Twitter group chat?
Yeah, I can read one of the DMs from.
I would yes. Don't dox them. But tell me what was said.
Okay, I will read. I won't dox. I will tell you the name of this Fluxer rhymes with May Fills. And they are a host of the Brazilian Rainbow Six League, so I'll let you figure that one out. They say, suddenly the Flux is all I need, fluxing on sunshine and good Flux vibes. Don't stop me now, because I'm having a fluxing good time. Gonna keep fluxing all night long.
So when I ask you about fans of FLUXO, you just referenced Jayswells, our host, who's working the broadcast right now, who's literally in... well, you said this is not. You don't need to be. You don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to know who this is. They rhyme with FAZE or whatever the hell you said, and you also said they're a Brazil host. Gee, I wonder who that could be. So your reference that FLUXO has fans is to talk about a person who is literally sitting in this same channel that we are casting out of right now, listening to everything we say in real time, who decided to jump in on the fun and send you a DM, and you think that's going to swing me in favor of agreeing with you regarding the size of FLUXO's fan base and the things they say.
Just because he's a hardworking man who is also a colleague of ours doesn't invalidate his opinions, Parker.
No, but it definitely weakens your argument, because this is not just a random person DMing you saying, hey, I really like FLUXO.
Okay, but they're kind of random. I mean...
Are you saying Jayswells is random? That's really hurtful.
He's a little quirky. He's a little quirky.
Jonah's a tremendous addition to our esport, and you besmirch his good name. You besmirch his good name. Mitrix finds his 3rd kill so far in a round that has really not had an awful lot happen. Again, this matchup will not impact the standings. It's not going to change anything for SI points. This is just game day reps for these two teams, and boy, oh boy, is this the brutal style of border that we were coming to expect. Both of these teams just brutal in the sense that they are just beating the ever-living hell out of each other. There's obviously been some sloppiness too, but you can see that these teams are at least adapting to what's being thrown at them.
Absolutely. And so FLUXO, if they can't win their 3rd attempted defense, they will allow MIBR to go up to match point. I love the Kiba play that we've seen from Hashi so far. He's been really annoying with these barriers. Managed to keep himself alive and on full HP, along with all of his teammates still up and alive in this game too. Mitrix is about to make an aggressive play outside the radio window. If he wants to go for a jump out, he is poised to do so, but I don't believe anybody's out there top east just yet. Looks like most of this push is going to come in from security, and they're going to hit the armory side of things. So watch out for any players that can maybe impact this from down below. The horizontal angles seem to largely be cleared out. They're walking through beepers. I think FLUXO have the poor read as to where this push is coming from.
Agina had 1 kill. Now he's up to 4. FLUXO with the lead in terms of numbers. Gomez with 1 kill. Yex traded right out. Agina dies to Lukid. Gomez is all that stands. He's almost the same HP as Mitrix and Lukid. Sidearm comes out. Gomez has to get off that plant. Mitrix has his teammates' backs, and the Fluxers are indeed fluxing on that round.
All right, Gomez, clutch once, fine. Clutch twice, okay. Nobody clutches 3 times against FLUXO, that's for sure. Good try from Gomez in the 1v3, got one, but didn't have the positioning intel for the other two. I was worried for FLUXO in that round because it felt like a lot of them were focused over towards Office, and MIBR weren't pushing Office really at all. They all kind of came in the main breach. Eventually, they did work a couple players in through beepers and through the Office doors, but for the majority of that push, it felt like they didn't have a lot of eyes over towards the Lockers bomb site. They managed to move on over, though, and they got the long angle kills. FLUXO took, MIBR took a couple of fights that maybe they should not have, and ended up losing a lot of them. So that will be 5-4. The fluxing does continue here on Border, and this game just keeps on getting better. Parker, we are no closer to finding out who's going to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, this one's going to go probably the distance at this point. And I mean, you can approach these matchups however you'd like. I'm 50-50 on it. There are days where when matchups don't really matter in the standings, there's a part of me that's like, let's get on to the ones that actually do matter, that have more at stake. Today in Brazil, there isn't actually a lot on the line for most of these matches with the way that FURIA closed out that first game of the day. As we said, that was kind of the domino that set all the others in motion. And with FURIA winning the way they did, everything else is pretty much locked in. Yeah, there's some small movements. There's SI points at play. And then, of course, there's that E1 match that is very impactful because E1 right now sitting in second place could fall out of the top two. But this matchup in particular will see no motion. So part of me, like I said, gets to a point where you're like, all right, let's get on with it. Let's get on with it. But the other part of me is like, you know what? These teams, with both of them being towards the bottom of the standings, they need game day reps. Let's watch how they approach these matchups, because this literally could be a match that happens in open quals, in the LCQs. We could see these teams do battle very shortly to try and get one of those spots for Montreal. So there's a lot to look at here. And again, like I said, I'm of two minds. I've never really settled as to where I feel or how I feel about these types of games. I will say, though, this has not been a technical masterclass between these two teams. So there's an awful lot for both of them to work on, but maybe they're not really trying as hard as they usually would. Again, this is a situation where we just simply don't know what the teams are doing and how they approach this match.
So far, this round has been approached with caution, as no gunfights have taken place. They've got the Monty working through the main floor at the moment. They don't want to use the Monty to clear top as FLUXO did. Instead, they're trying to work their way in through Workshop, find a pick to start it off. We've missed on the side of Yex, and oh no, punished by Hashi for that mistake. Gomez does trade back onto Astro. They still have a lot of horizontal pressure. They're actually inside of sight. Inteller is going for that plant, and nobody on FLUXO seems to be aware of this. Gomez is finding a kill on the Hashi. The vertical pressure can't do anything to stop the plant from Rare. That's going to be a very successful start to this round. The top floor players of FLUXO now completely lost, as they're still struggling to even get back to sight, let alone find these kills and win a post plant against the Monty, which is so difficult.
Mitrix eliminates Machina, and suddenly the second worst rated player you said in the region is finding his groove. He dies to Bullet. The Monty now walking in. Lucid's last man standing. MIBR will go to match point with a very quick burst of action. You just talked for so long, and then 3 seconds of action happened, and now you get to talk again, Jesse. Very exciting.
That's the thing about me, Parker. I'm a yapper. That's something you got to learn. All through that round, we saw, we saw a good spread from MIBR. They didn't touch the top floor at all. They hit horizontally. They walked a Monty in through, I believe, Passport, in through Waiting, planted inside of Tellers, and FLUXO, no intel whatsoever. They had a Bulletproof. Again, I'm not sure where that BP was. I didn't notice it spotting out the plants, but they simply walked in. They had east control. It's a very direct take. A lot of times people see that bathroom in Teller's bomb site and they think, well, if we're going to go direct, we basically have to jump in the bathroom window. Not true. Going in through top east and making sure that you can get in through Waiting is just as good, if not better, of a plant sometimes. As long as you can avoid those long angles from customs, you can do a really good plant. So yeah, not bad at all from MIBR. They get that one done. And now, unless FLUXO can win 2 defenses in a row, unless they can reach deep into their deepest fluxing bags and find the biggest flux that they've ever had, they're going to lose this impactless game, Parker.
I believe you called it completely useless. I believe you said colossal waste of everybody's time.
Okay, I don't think I said that.
Let the record show that Jesse J. Chick from Edmonton, Alberta is on the record saying While I love Fluxo, this match is a colossal waste of everybody's time. Come back in 5 minutes. I believe that's what you said.
The next game, it's crazy because the next game's actually so good. W7M E1 is going to be
I'm very excited for that matchup. Yeah, that'll be a good one. We'll be back to our regularly scheduled programming with that, because there are obviously standings implications with that particular matchup. W7M could leapfrog over E1 and put that second place out of reach for both E1 and FaZe Clan. A reminder that the top 2 teams in this region will get a bye in the first round of the playoffs. Seeds 3 and 6 will do battle. Seeds 4 and 5 will do battle. But 1 and 2, they get to sit atop their throne. And just like the rich, they get richer. That's just how it works. That's science. Team Liquid is guaranteed a top 2 spot. They round out our day against FaZe Clan in what will be a great matchup just based on the 2 teams, but will also not be particularly important for FaZe Clan if W7M or E1 are able to win in regulation. What is happening here? A very quick burst of action for the Fluxers as they come out ahead of that engagement, taking down Gomez and Bullet, and Gomez has been the dominant player on MIBR, so Fluxo have been able to eliminate the scariest person that they have to run across. Bad news for Fluxo, though, is that there's still a shield on the board. And the Monty of Rare will get ever closer to Fountain. He knows that the Legion's in there, and that information will go to the rest of the team. Everybody from MIBR, all 3 remaining players, will rotate around to try to tackle this problem.
Yeah, they're going to try to get a plant down, of course, once they get to that main floor, but still up above, inside of offices. Astra's going to be a bit of a problem here through this round. Trying to make their way forward in through the top floor. Are they going to commit to clearing all of top is my question, Parker. I believe they are. Once they get that done, they can go for a bit of a push, but they're really going to need to rely on getting some of these kills. Makana finds 1, finds 2. Beautiful under Lucan and Mitrix, just making that space behind his Monty. Now there's only 2 players, 1 in sight, 1 up above. Raps could get isolated. He doesn't have a great way to leave. They know that, and so Rare will just sprint towards them, force that player of Raps to get back to sight ASAP. He does make it back in time, but there are only 20 seconds remaining, Parker. They've got to get a plant down soon.
Now, as long as this Monty can stay alive, the round should be MIBR's, as he will be the focal point, drawing the fire of these remaining players from Fluxo. Solus attempting to retake from above. Gunned down by Yax, who is prepared and waiting for it, and now Raps will watch as that diffuser goes down. Hold on, he swings on in. Rare has to peel off the plant. Mackie has dropped as well, and with 1 second left, Rare smites him with the shield. There was no time left on the clock, and MIBR wins it in one of the closest finishes we have seen in the history of this league.
The new Monty shield changes coming into massive effect for the last player alive on MIBR. Rare played that expertly. Does not have the best stage from MIBR, but of course playing some of those more support roles. A veteran on this team. He has done so well through this game. Brilliantly done. They will take down the Fluxers. They will anti-flux their way through this game and successfully get a win to end off their season, even if it may have been impactless.
Yeah, I mean, MIBR got those points. That's great. And again, what we're going to look at with the standings is how close these teams actually got to that final spot. The fact that MIBR picked up 3 points here, Jesse, means they finished with 12. Vivo Keatstars finished with 13. NIP finished with 13. This is a logjam for that 6th and final spot. And again, it goes back to the early matchups in the stages where if you lose your first or second day, you think to yourself, I've got 7 more matches to go. I've got 8 more matches to go. It's really not that big of a deal. We'll be fine. But if you drop a point or 2 or 3 that early on, with how close these standings go, you could effectively lose out on the playoffs by the second play day. And that's what we see out of MIBR. MIBR's first 2 matches were against FURIA and NIP, the 2 teams directly above them in Vivo Keatstars. That was an opportunity in that very first play day for MIBR to make some noise. They pushed FURIA to the brink. FURIA prevailed, obviously 7-5. If MIBR goes to overtime, they then end, and they still lose that match, they end with the same point total as Vivo Keatstars and NIP, 13 points. MIBR's failure to win that 6th round and push the match up to overtime cost them. It was also a devastating loss to NIP in the very next game. NIP destroyed them 7-2, one of the most dominant matches that NIP was in all season. And NIP didn't win another game like that for the remainder of the stage. If MIBR can show up and be more competitive there and either go to OT or outright win, then that completely changes the calculus here. So while the stage ends, MIBR is going to finish with 12 points, Vivo Keydstars with 13, Nip with 13. It's Nip who gets that final playoff spot. And if I'm on MIBR, just as if I was on Vivo Keydstars in the previous matchup, I'm kicking myself for letting those early games slip away, which now you can go back and point the finger at and say, that's when we lost our chance to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, MIBR had such a weird season too because they had some really good games. I remember their big win against W7M on Chalet was super impressive. They took down E1 a week ago, which was a crazy game, 8-7, also on Chalet. These are big games against two teams that are about to compete for a top 2 spot. Some of the best teams in all of Brazil, they're taking down. They also lost by the slimmest of margins, 8-7 to FAZE Clan just yesterday. So we've seen MIBR put up some really good performances, but alongside of those, they've had some absolutely dreadful results. The games at the start of the season that you highlighted are absolutely going to sit in the back of their minds. They lost 7-1 to Team Liquid a couple weeks back too. So they've absolutely had some ups and some downs. I think the ceiling for MIBR is very high. I think it's actually deceptively high. This team could be a big threat if they can get that consistency down, if they can really start getting that strong performance that we've seen from them against certain key opponents. They can nail that in the LCQ. They could absolutely make their way through open qualifier playoffs, make their way through the last chance qualifier, and win it all. Take that 4th spot to Montreal. It's a long road. It's not going to be easy, but these MIBR guys, I think they could do it.
Yeah, I mean, MIBR's results against E1 and W7M are the two things that I will look back on and say there's definitely potential here with this squad. And like with our previous matchup, maybe they just need some more time to just figure things out. I mean, you bring in 2 new players to this roster, one of whom is quite young, and then you go from there. And Makina was excellent, by the way. Makina, he really was a standout performer so far and is in the running, I would argue, for one of the best rookies at a tier 1 level. Unfortunately, you can do all the work in the world, but if your team doesn't make the playoffs, people are going to care about you a little bit less. But as we do tend to see with some of these teams that finish towards the bottom of the standings in every region, when one of the big dogs needs to make a roster move, they go to teams like MIBR and look at players like Makina and go, come join us. That's it for our 3rd matchup of the day. We've got 2 more to go. No interviews, sadly, so you'll have to look at the beautiful faces of Jonah and Davide.
Well, thank you, Parker. Yes, unfortunately, MIBR don't do interviews. Their English not good enough. But we do get to talk a little bit about them and go over some stats still. MIBR, as Jesse said, Fox, anti-fluxing hard enough that the Fluxers could not put up a fluxing good enough performance to come out with a win. They were only able to get the 4 rounds, and MIBR, they take yet another.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely nice to see them be competitive and stay proactive in the game. I mean, there was some big performances out of MIBR. No shade to FLUXO. They played good, specifically Raps. He definitely was putting up some numbers. I definitely thought the game was it could have gone either way towards the middle of the middle of the side swap. And it was really nice to see. I mean, it goes to show FLUXO definitely is there a little bit. If they just fix a couple little issues on that middle ground, we see it consistently yet again here today. That middle ground of their flex player, Lukid, obviously having struggles this stage. And if they could just fix that up, a little bit more time together, then they will have to go through the open quals and try their best. MIBR will also be on the same front, but you could see way more consistent on their side.
Well, look at Gomez there, 15-5, right? We obviously gassed up Makina as best we could coming into this one, but it was Gomez, the standout player here. He's always been right behind Makina in terms of the overall standings, but today very clearly the #1 guy on MIBR and one of the several players that you're going to be looking to lead this team to a potential LCQ run. Of course, finishing not having a chance to get into the playoff position, but Gomez still leading this team to hopefully building some of that confidence, building some of that momentum, Foxe, as they head into what could be a very successful LCQ run if this performance has anything to show for it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, MIBR is always going to be an underdog team. And I think in situations like this where the whole team comes alive and Makina is actually on the bottom of the leaderboard, you got to ask yourself, why isn't this more of a consistent? Why isn't this something that's happening more often than not? And obviously, I think it comes down to the confidence of it. When MIBR plays against teams that they should be beating, they look like a completely different team than the teams that they should lose against. They get smoked by the top teams but when it comes to the bottom teams, they smoke them. So it's kind of like a catch-22 where you are looking like an all-star team against teams you should beat and a little bit weaker. And maybe it just comes down to the pressure, but Machina has been amazing all stage. And in the last game of the stage, he's actually at the bottom of the leaderboard, and everyone on that team is doing the heavy lifting. And it shows you that the team has a lot more potential as a unit if they can just fix those confidence issues, hopefully build up a little bit of an ego, beating up on those lower teams on their run, hopefully to making it towards LCQ.
Yeah, I feel like as analysts, as hosts, as casters, we always love talking about the standout player and the one guy who goes absolutely crazy and carries the team to a win. But in terms of a real winning formula for any team, it's the depth, right? It's your ability for everybody on your team to step up in any given moment. So if Machina's not doing it, maybe it's Gomez, maybe it's, anybody else stepping up and taking that leadership position. Obviously, it was Gomez today putting MIBR over the line. So a matchup that did not influence the standings whatsoever, but we do have an important one coming up next. The second place seed up for grabs right now, as it is E1 W7M after the break.
Vamos ver o que o Arthur vai arrumar aqui, hein? Me parece que a W7M já dronou, já sabe dos posicionamentos, agora... Agora é tomar a decisão. Olha a abertura. Não consigo capitalizar o flastre. Meu Deus do céu. Cai o jogador. Olha a bala. Eliminado. Dodês fez a eliminação. MC e Arthur ainda vivos. Arthur pega a primeira. Vai peitar a segunda. E aí, one level round.
Oi? Meu nome é Felícia. E eu não sei direito quem sou. Minha avó contou que a mamãe me deixou quando eu era bem pequena. E eu ainda não sei porquê. Na real, eu não sei o porquê de muitas coisas. Mas eu sempre fui curiosa. Me tranquei no meu quarto e aqui a minha vida aconteceu. Eu cresci buscando quem eu sou em frente à tela. Até que meu passado me encontrou. Meu pai era simplesmente uma lenda hacker. Encontrei uma inteligência virtual chamada FLUXO, uma simulação dos trejeitos e conhecimentos do meu pai. Como se a mente dele ainda estivesse viva, sabe? A interação com o FLUXO foi uma revelação para mim. A inteligência me convenceu de que eu também podia aprender a hackear e usar isso para o bem. Hoje, o FLUXO, ou deveria chamar de pai, é a voz que me faz companhia por onde eu vou. E juntos, a gente opera nas sombras fazendo justiça por todos aqueles que precisam. E assim, continuei minha jornada, carregando o desejo de encontrar minha mãe e os ensinamentos do meu pai. Meu nome é Felícia, e eu não sei direito quem sou, mas quer saber? Eu sei por quem eu luto. E hoje, meus seguidores honram o meu legado.
Harry vai chegando, sorrateiro, na moralzinha, tá preso no rotate, ele vai passar com o seu Oryx, vem a bala, não, ele espera, não viu o pé. Marcou, espera, na calma. O Harry tem que jogar na boa agora. Vamos ver se ele consegue mais um clutch. O jogador vai tentando estreifar para buscar a informação dele. Harry consegue dar bala. Derruba o Lukid. Agora falta o Raps. Vamos ver o Harry. Subiu. Pra caçada. Meu Deus. O Raps tá de costas. Não é possível. O Harry espera. Ele estreifa. O Raps ouviu.
Que isso?
Olha o nome dele!
Que isso, Harry?
Memorável do Harry! Joga demais! Um monstro! Uma lenda! Ele é demais! Ele é o Harry, é o capitão!
A little Brazil history lesson for all of you. Brasilia, the federal capital of Brazil, inaugurated in 1960 as the capital. A planned city actually designed in the shape of an airplane. The city architecture and roads designed as an airplane. Totally look this up on Google Maps. You can tell right away. Looks crazy. Highly recommend checking it out. But that's one fun fact. The other one, clean transition as always, is that this next game does matter pretty heavily for playoff positioning. Not necessarily for who's making playoffs, but for who you're playing and if you can get a first round bye in the very beginning of the playoffs. This is pretty significant. It is E1 and W7M going toe-to-toe next, sitting just 1 point apart on the top of the standings.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the plane because one of these teams is going to be taking off on that second seed spot. You see what I did there?
Nice.
So obviously, this is the game of the day. This is what we anticipated. I mean, two top teams going head-to-head against each other, and most of the unpredictable teams, the unexpected teams to be in this spot. Obviously, we saw E1 have a really hot stage day one. They made Manchester, kind of flunked out, but consistent as ever regionally. W7M, consistent as ever. They're making events, always getting better and better. And I feel like this is finally their season where they've finally gotten into full stride, full momentum, and they've been playing very consistent. I wouldn't be surprised if they steal that second spot. I just think that they have the edge over E1 today.
Well, right, as they are 1 point down, they need a regulation victory to move into that second place spot. That would grant them a first round bye in the playoffs and would put E1 into that third place position for good, which would be a pretty significant fall for E1, especially after the start to the stage they had. It was a big loss they took to FURIA yesterday, not only in terms of the actual scoreline, 7-1 favoring FURIA, but of course, E1, who was in first place for so long, has now been overtaken by Liquid and now has the potential to fall out of that second place spot. So that would be a fall from glory to be certain, and it would be quite a rise for W7M, who were off to a rocky start, but have cleaned it up in such a big way over the past few playdays, Foxe.
Yeah, a big fall it would be for E1, but you got to look at their history in the last year, and it wouldn't be too surprising because they, like we said, went to Manchester and then in Manchester got 0-3'd. So it's definitely possible that the pressure gets a little too heavy for E1. Obviously, a very new roster to this performance, to this success, a very young roster. Talented players all across the board. I mean, we were having live in the conversation as, you know, top 2, top 3 players so far in the Brazil League for stage 2, and obviously they have been playing phenomenal across the board. But new team, pressure is a whole different battle when it comes to the mental game. It could definitely take into an effect. And when you're playing against a team like W7M, I mean, yes, they have had some rocky starts, but it's because they've been there before. They've been at the top of the leaderboard. They've been at these events. We know these talented players can do it again. And obviously, I mean, you could see it in the stats difference, W7M compared to E1. I mean, it's like a night and day difference because of the amount of time W7M has been here before compared to E1.
Well, at the start of the day, we talked about who is the best player in Brazil, and one of the two players in the conversation is Volps, and he is, of course, the leader on this W7M team. You see him in that IGL role. You see him contributing in insane numbers every single day. You're looking at his EPS, not only just in Stage 2, between Stage 1 and Stage 2. When we talk about talented players, consistent is a word we use a lot, Foxe, but there's a reason, because it is so valuable when you bring not only flashy plays to your team, but flashy plays, leadership that is just reliable, repeatable, and something you see day in and day out.
Yeah, and of course that he is a big reason as to W7's success, and you can see in the 5th place spot there's live right there. So I mean, today regardless, we're going to have a good matchup. Especially the key qualities that Volps takes away is the fact that he's able to be that leader for his team, and he can let some of the big stars on his team shine out. But as he's doing that, he is also overperforming. And I mean, you can see E1 consistently, every player is doing pretty well. Perez is in the KPR at number 8 right now, but Volps is still at the top of the leaderboard. And so W7M, the issue with their consistency so far is the games that they lose, it seems like a team struggle. Not everybody's showing up. Besides Volps, he has not missed a day so far this stage. And it's more of heroics that come from W7M off of great strategy, great strats, and great playmaking. Whereas E1, it's a lot more consistent. They are a very new team, and they struggle with the identity of getting to the top and staying there. That's obviously their biggest difficulty as a new roster. But individually, the stats amongst them is all spread out around the board. So with a little bit more time, I could see E1 become more of a mainstay in the Brazil League and consistently making these events and these playoffs. But as of right now, I mean, I think it really comes down to who's going to handle the pressure the best.
And again, as we said, every single one of these players on both teams talented and able to step up in any given moment. I mean, we've seen it on the side of E1 from someone like Perez. We see it from someone like Dodes, who has several MVP finishes to his name. I mean, just in the few days that I've covered here, Foxe, I've seen 2-3 MVPs from Dodes already, which has been extremely impressive, also contributing to the W7M success. But then you flip things around and you look at E1. Of course, we talked about Flastry. Of course, we talked about Live, but you look at Perez, who was leading the charge for them last game.
I mean, Perez definitely went crazy in their last matchup. And I mean, even though they did get smoked by FURIA, it was a 7-1. I think that really comes down to the pressure of idolizing those guys, believing in the FURIA year of dominance, and then playing up against them. Of course, they're going to have a shaky start. But we know that E1 has players that can pop off at any given moment. And it's similar to the team that we were talking about earlier, which I believe was FURIA, that they can just bounce off of each other. Anybody can show up on a given day, because we've highlighted every single day a different star player based off of who's in the position. Whereas W7M, it's more linear. It's more the same couple of players that you see at the top. And the rest of the players are kind of just supporting that, and they understand how they want to build that team, who's the leader, who's the main player in which position that's going to be getting those kills and getting everything funneled towards, and that player never lets us down. But I think the two different play styles is one is very head focused, whereas E1 is very team focused. But I think each have their own sets of weaknesses that you can take advantage of, and the more historied IGL so far is going to be Volps on W7M.
Just a little bit more panache, you could say, over on that side. Just a little bit extra sauce for W7M right now. E1, they are in the lead by 1 point, but they are coming off a pretty tough loss. Now, that loss was on Labs. A victory for FURIA that put them into fantastic position, but a loss that E1 will not want to repeat. You got to imagine avoiding Labs today is at the top of their mind.
Yeah, I believe it really comes down to the maps that we're going to see. I mean, I'd expect W7M to like to go to these big, open, eccentric maps. But when it comes to E1, they obviously like to be able to go to these maps that are very aggressive styled, attack styled. And Clubhouse is going to be the map that we're going to see them both face off on. And I think it kind of hits both points. It hits the W7M enjoyment of roaming and being able to take a big amount of map control. And it also hits E1's aggressive entry style and aggressive, unpredictability on the map. I think it's a very good even playing ground. It's a map that every single team in the league is going to be consistent at, and it's one that always goes the distance, because Clubhouse, it's not about the way you win your defenses, it's about the way you win your attacks, and you really make or break good teams here. So I think it'll be a good limit test for E1 to see how they'll face up against W7M.
Yeah, alongside the other most picked maps this stage, we've seen Labs, we've seen Chalet, and Bank all with 7 picks here. The 8th pick for Club, so now the most played map officially in Stage 2 in the Brazil League here. But a map, as you said, Foxay, that because of that, everyone knows, everyone not necessarily loves, but they know how to play it confidently. Obviously, you see their Black Dragons, the worst performance. We've seen a lot of this from FLUXO and a fantastic performance from Liquid as of late. But again, this one should be a absolute brawl. I mean, we talked about these matches in Brazil always being so close, always being so competitive. A big part of that is you're going to a map like Clubhouse where it should be a relatively even footing going into the second half. After you switch, you should be able to get those 4 defensive wins, those 3 attacks maybe. Like, it really just comes down to which of the teams here is going to be able to just squeak out maybe 1 extra attack here, 1 extra attack there. I mean, that's going to separate these 2 teams because the margin is so slim.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I love the map pick for this game, because it really is going to be a battle of who deserves that second spot the most, who's going to be the most adaptable in the server based on their attacks, based on their defenses. The team that wins today is the one that deserves that second spot, and it doesn't take anything away from the strategy of the teams, because both teams could have opted to take each one to more of a risk, a gamble that they could have, I guess, counter-stratted on, or something that they could have set up more ideology of how to beat the other team on, but they're going to a place that's bound to be a brawl based off of how both teams show up today. And I think it's the best situation that we could have gotten of maps, because it'll be the most exciting for us to watch, and it'll really be a battle of adaptation and leadership. And again, I've been saying it all day. I think when it comes down to that, it's got to be W7M.
All right, well, maybe W7M favored for you. We'll see what Intero and Jesse have to say about that, though. We'll welcome them in here as we dive into the 4th matchup of the day. Just a few minutes away. Jesse, let's talk about Clubhouse a little bit here, because this is a map that we talk a lot about all over every single region as one of those equalizers, right? Especially now that Oregon is gone, Clubhouse has kind of taken its place. Where do you see this map landing between these 2 teams?
Jonah, I have no idea, because these 2 teams, obviously everybody knows Club and they have played it in their history, but recently not really. E1 have not touched this map at all in any way, shape, or form all season. They've yet to even play it. And while W7M have played it a few times, they've all been through the offseason. They lost it twice. They won it once. It's not a map that they've played on stream very often. So I'm really excited. It's maybe hard to come up with brand new strategies and surprise your opponents on Clubhouse, but if any teams were going to do it in any circumstance, it would be these 2 teams right here.
Parker, I can't tell if you're nervous, worried, skeptical. Thoughts?
I was a little upset that you chose Jesse to respond first. If I'm going to be honest, it really hurt my feelings. You know, I guess he comes first alphabetically.
Last time I talked about the map, you immediately were like, Jesse, you take this. I don't want anything to do with it.
I feel like that was a Jesse question, admittedly. You've been doing a great job with these questions, but that was a Jesse question. And you asked me a question about food, and that was frankly wonderful. I really appreciated that. As for these 2 teams, when it comes to an actual matchup of E1 versus W7M, I'm always going to take the known quantity in these types of matchups, unless there's a huge difference in skill, right? And I don't think there's that much daylight between the 3rd place team and the 2nd place team at the moment. W7M has a more experienced roster. They've been in tougher matches than E1. They've played against better opposition than E1. There is more at stake here for E1 than I would argue pretty much any other match, except for when they were in Manchester. And we all saw how Manchester went for this old E1 roster. So just based on all those factors, I would put money, were I a betting man, on W7M. But E1 consistently beat our expectations. So I expect that while W7M has the advantage, I don't think it's going to be a big one. And E1 winning probably shouldn't surprise anybody.
Oh, they were at the top of the table for 7 playdays.
Did you say good answer?
I said it was a very diplomatic answer, very middle of both things. Both teams could win. Don't know what's going to happen.
That's not a good answer.
Very good.
Jesse, you don't like the answer.
I like to play both sides so that I always come out on top.
Yeah, that's exactly why I don't like it. I'll plant a flag in the sand. Unfortunately, I'm also agreeing with everybody. I think W7M will win. E1 yesterday really struggled. 7-1 loss to FURIA. Don't forget it. So I don't know. They're going to have to find a way to bounce back from that. I'm curious if maybe teams will start to figure out E1 a little bit. You know, Flash Tree's dropping ridiculous numbers every single game, but how long can that keep up? Maybe they've just run out of gas.
Well, listen, I'll set the table for you for the final time here. It is very important that W7M not only win this game if they want that second seed, they need to win in regulation. An overtime win will not do it for them. They have to win this before E1 get to 6 rounds. If they lose, they could still be caught by FaZe as well. So that third place spot is not guaranteed either. We'll send it to you for the 4th match of the day. Good luck, guys.
Thank you so very much. Round differential is going to be the big thing that we look at here. As was mentioned by Jonah, and if you look at the standings right now, E1 are a single point above W7M, but there is a 4-round split between them. The reason why an overtime victory doesn't get the job done is because the best round differential that can occur in overtime is +2. So if W7M wins in overtime, that means E1 goes up to 19 points. W7M also goes up to 19 points. But then W7M's round differential goes up +13. E1's would go down 13, and then it would come to the head-to-head, which honestly would be a very intriguing thing to watch as far as I'm aware. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. W7M has a golden opportunity to take over second place. E1 will have their biggest matchup of the stage for their final day. What an exciting conclusion this will be for both of these teams.
You explained it perfectly, Parker. As everyone has stated, regulation win for W7M. It gets into that second spot. A bye through the first round is exactly what these two teams are playing for, skipping out on that first BO3 in order to go straight into the do-or-die game to make it to the major. Let's listen to what these two teams have to say about each other. Start this game.
A E1 já é um jogo conturbado. Ganharam uma partida na gente no Qualify da Arábia, me surpreenderam positivamente o rendimento do time. Muita play de bolso, não tem medo de jogar rápido, mas também sabe jogar o seu jogo um pouco mais lento.
O jogo da W7M vai ser mais um jogão também. Todos os mapas que a gente jogou contra eles, se eu não me engano, foram pro overtime. Acho que vai ser um jogo bem disputado também.
Pra ficar de olho é no time. Tem que ter preocupação ali e atenção em como lidar com eles. É um pouco caótico.
Acho que a gente tem que ficar de olho no Volps. O jogo da W7M em si gira um pouco em torno dele. Se a gente conseguir ver um pouco como que ele joga, como que ele se adapta, acho que a gente consegue sair bem.
Ficou engasgado a merda de ter perdido o Munster e aí foi e perdeu o primeiro jogo da Arábia. Pô, tinha ficado engasgado, mas depois da vitória, aí não engasga mais não.
Aí, rapaziada da W7M, fica esperto, hein, mano. Das últimas vezes foi pro overtime, mas dessa vez não vai rolar não, mano. Isso aí vai acabar antes.
Jesse, you took the throw. So I have to stall for just a little bit of time before we get into your favorite part of the day, the operator bans, which I do think is a very odd thing to find as your favorite part of the day. You're not excited by the map bans. You're not excited by the results. You're not excited by clutches. No. All you care about are the 4 operators that won't be played moving forward.
Exactly.
And I think that's bizarre, but I mean, variety is the spice of life.
It is, and we're going to get a lot of variety. As I mentioned in the pregame, you know, we don't have very much data at all for these teams on Clubhouse. We really have no idea what they like to ban. I've made some guesses, but really it's anybody's game. There's a lot of opportunities to deceive your opponents and try to throw them off guard. Again, Clubhouse can be kind of default sometimes, but I also don't think it's as default as Border was before it left the pool, because like there's still multiple ways you can attack every site. You can switch up your site rotation at that. A lot of people think the basement's the best site, but then, you know, is it gym bedroom? Do you want to go CCTV cache? When you hold CCTV, are you worried about a Raptors push? Are you worried about a gym push? Are you roaming on the basement? Are you anchoring? You know, all of these are pretty standard, but I think you have more options on Clubhouse than teams previously did on Oregon. So there is room to catch your opponent off guard here, and I'm really excited to see what E1 can do. Again, their first time playing this map since the season began. W7M similarly have only played it in some off-season tournaments, never on the big stage. So this is going to be a brand new slate for both of these two teams as we wait to get ourselves into the lobby. And again, so much on the line. As if you make it to top 2, you get to skip that first round of playoffs, which means you only have to win one BO3 to make it to Montreal. That means that you could win a BO3 your first game and then you're in. It also means you could lose your first BO3 and then win the third place matchup. You basically get 2 chances. All you've got to do is win one of those BO3s. Doesn't guarantee you a spot, but it gives you very, very good odds. And in fact, I crunched the numbers, beep, boop, 75%. So that's pretty good.
A favorable position to be in at that point, as you said, that best of 3 is all that decides for them. Team Liquid made quite the run through the last chance qualifiers early in the spring. They won it all, beating FLUXO, and then made a deep run at the event itself, finishing in the top 4, losing out to the eventual winners of Beast Coast, now known as Cloud9 Beast Coast. And along the way, Team Liquid dispatched FURIA. It was the first loss on international soil in over a calendar year for the world champions, who went on quite a dynasty run. Liquid are now in the top 2 spots. They cannot finish worse than second, so they will get a bye, which does not bode well for their opponents with the way that Liquid has been playing. They have been indomitable so far with only a single loss, and it was done in overtime. So Liquid have been looking mighty good all stage. They're in our very final matchup up against FaZe Clan, and depending on the way that this match breaks, Jesse, that FaZe match might have a lot more on the line for FaZe Clan. Ditto for Team Liquid, because if E1 wins here and does so in a very convincing fashion, and Liquid lose that match and do so in debilitating fashion, it's E1 who could finish atop the scoreboard. Let's go through your operator bans, and so far the attackers are locked in. How are you doing on numbers?
Well, we got to dig into how my predictions have gone. The Monte ban is very respectful, of course, going out for E1 against W7M. The Mira will be chosen by W7M as well, and then I'd expect this last one to be in Azami, as she can be incredibly powerful on this map. We'll have to find out here. Thatcher's kind of an interesting one. You might see a Kaid ban as well, just because they've removed the Thatcher. We'll likely see a lot of Maverick if Kaid doesn't get banned in this round. And Tubarão instead. So similar ideas to the Kaid. You want to keep those hatches closed with all the impact tricking that you can do on Clubhouse on some of those hatches. Definitely can be effective to ban out that Tubarão. Also very good on some of those top floor walls. Cash wall, of course. Jacuzzi wall, very important. So all making sense with these bans. I'm really excited to see what they can bring out. Not surprising that a lot of these operators that you'd expect to get banned out did not get taken out, because we want to see these teams playing a little bit out of the ordinary, a little bit surprising. I expect we'll see a lot of Azami through this game, as she's very powerful on club. Could see a lot of good roam clearing as well. Do could be left on the board. Deimos left on the board. Lion left on the board. A lot of good roam clearing operators. So we'll see if either of these teams risk a roam on the basement bomb site.
The old SSG special, as we referred to it as for so long, and if people have gone back far enough to either watch those matches, or if you're just an older viewer who's been around for a long period of time, this was something popularized by Space Station in 2019. It was not their conception, but they certainly popularized it as they played it as well as they did, and they ended up winning a world championship off of the backs of strategies like that. You don't need to be innovators. You just need to do something that somebody else has innovated on better. That SSG roam that was so popularized usually involved a castle, a vigil, a Mozzie, a mute, and maybe a Mira, amongst other operators that could cycle in or out as the 4th and 5th operators. But Mozzie, mute, and castle were almost always required. And what you would do is you would put a heavy investment upstairs and then roam with the hatches so that you could get back to the bomb site very quickly. Some teams would figure that out and hit the bomb site quick, knowing that there were 4 roamers, and they'd find some success. From the lineup that we see on the side of E1, they're roaming, but they're not investing as heavily as, 4 years ago. So the first step for W7M is going to be clear the top floor, determine where these operators are sitting, use these entry operators successfully, and take out the defenders off-site. SDK will be the first point of contact inside of Weight Room, as a zombie of Live will have the attention of W7M. This allows SDK to potentially catch them looking the wrong way.
Not the player you want to track, though. Already down to the basement is live. It's going to be STK, as you mentioned, the one that they need to find first. They've cleared a lot of this top floor, but a lot of it you can see is just face checking. You don't see the drone denial of Mozzie particularly, but also Vigil and Mute being as effective here, just because Dokkaebi is so strong, Deimos is so strong. Yes, Mute can counter some of those gadgets. We do see some of that coming through, but even still, the drone denial isn't what it once was. Dodez on the Deimos. I don't believe they know about this Valkyrie up here, Parker. They should know that they haven't droned it, so they may be aware that it's possible someone's in here, but no, they have no idea. Look at Dots. I thought he was outside. He's just inside, so he's dead. As SDK goes for a very easy flank, hits the head, and that should set off alarm bells in the heads of W7M. How do they respond?
Well, they respond by doing nothing. They lose the blitz as he pounces on STK, and then STK will be rewarded with the death mark. That death tracker now hunting him down. That secondary does so much damage, and that's a Nitro Cell tossed out by STK. A smart move from Dodez to not re-aggress. Dash has his teammates back, and E1 is now up, but just by one.
Another track goes through. SDK finally punished, but it feels like he's done his job. A missed cutoff from Dash at the bottom of the main stairs and only 30 seconds to go for this execute. They're going to run on in, but they just don't have a lot of time here. Starting to open up the wall. They want to maybe try to deal with this Electro Claw. Again, the timer's going to be very, very low. They missed the nade. It's not going to go through the wall, and that means they've just got to sprint through and try to make it through Moto. It's going to be a Nitro Cell to clear out one. The gun of Perez for the second. The pistol comes out, but it's not going to be enough. Just no time at all to make that push work after they lost so many bodies on the top floor. An excellent start from SDK, followed by a very solid anchor from the last 4 players on E1.
So were you asking the question about off-site control and how W7M was going to go about clearing out roamers? And well, we've got our answer there. The answer, Jesse, was not very well. So, I mean, the big thing with Clubhouse is that it is a large map. You're going to need to drone it out. The reason why the extended roam that we first started seeing, and if people think it's silly that I'm referencing this, this is why I'm bringing it up. For years, downstairs defenses of Clubhouse did not involve roams. That bottom floor is so large, all 5 defenders can sit very comfortably in the 2 bomb sites. And I mean the bomb sites. I'm not talking about Moto. I'm not talking about bottom stairs. I'm not talking about dirt tunnel or blue. I'm talking about the actual bomb sites themselves. You can put 1 person at dummies. You can have 1 person by escape door. You can have 1 person inside a church. You can have 2 people sitting by hatch. And all 5 of those defenders sit so neatly. It wasn't until operators like Mozzie, like Mute, suddenly gets the SMG-11, because if people don't remember, he only used to have a pistol as the sidearm. It wasn't until operators like Mozzie showed up, Mute got some changes, Castle started to become strong again, and now all of a sudden you can roam. And we reference this because it was really quite a change for an old map. New operators made this map very different in the way that it was played out. And a lot of times, when you're looking at the defender lineups, Mutant Mozzie and the Vigil as well, if he was being brought, meant that attackers would be all out of drones in about 30 to 45 seconds. And for a map as big as Clubhouse, it takes about just over a minute to properly drone the map. That's a third of the round. You find yourself running out of time and running out of intel very quickly. So E1 going undroned, having players off site, worked very, very effectively.
We're going to see a Rafters attempted to be cleared, I assume. This is a cool strat. Good use of the Sense Shield out on the platform. Dodez finds the head of STK to start things off. Looking for another 2. They know Flashery's up here on Rafters. They've got a really interesting operator lineup with both Sens and Osa trying to come through for a direct breach play, but oh no. 1 C4 will take down all of those Osa shields, leaving Dodez completely exposed. He can jump on the rappel, but that makes him a little bit vulnerable to a run-out from Secret. Dokkaebi calls come on out. I'm staring at these smoke bolts and, of course, the Sense wall as well. That should start the push when they get in. Dodez finds another onto Basetto as they're just rolling into the site, Parker.
And Perez with 1 kill, but E1 has lost the plot on this matchup. Wait. Perez and Live suddenly coming online, and now W7M at a disadvantage as they need 1 player to get that diffuser down, meaning only 1 body will still be upright for the execute. And that's Dodez, who so far does lead his team in kills. but you don't really think a Thermite is the player to get this job done. Live dies to Dots. He wasn't expecting the Capitao so close, and now it's Perez on top red. Engaging with the Thermite. Dots getting Diffuser down. Will be shaken off of this position. It's played slow by Perez, who looks the wrong way, and Dots gets the final kill.
I theorized that we would see some really creative stuff coming out on Clubhouse, and that is exactly what we get. What a cool strategy. I thought with the Capitao, okay, we're going to try to use these firebolts to clear out rafters. We're going to have a horrible time because there's a Wamai and an Azami. But no, that's not the game plan at all. You set up 2 Osa shields outside the cash wall on the platform to try to protect your players that are out there. Then you toss out those Capitao smoke bolts for top red. You roll in those Sens walls. There were explosives on the side of E1. You know, they had that Nitro Cell. They had a couple of options to deal with those bits of utility. Both the Sens wall and the Osa shields are extremely vulnerable to explosives, but it didn't matter because there were so many players funneling in and getting those kills in the midst of all that chaos. There was no Warden being brought by E1. Could have shut down a lot of that pressure, but it just wasn't on the field. And so W7M, with a really cool strategy, managed to get on in. Didn't go perfectly to plan. You know, they lost their shields. They didn't get a plant down. But in the end, it didn't matter. They played it well enough through the chaos that it did come out in their favor. So just a really cool strat. I've never seen anything like that on that bomb site. It's ridiculous that Clubhouse is as old as it is, and we're still seeing such innovative strats.
W7M is a team that, now that they are back under this organization, now that, well, Volps is back under this organization, the rest of the team can do well. They can bring in tools to just continue to improve. And I've been kind of keeping an eye on social media, Reddit in particular, the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit, that is chronic, like it is criminally underused, by the way. If you're watching this broadcast and you don't engage with the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit, you really ought to. It's a great resource, and unfortunately, it seems like there are fewer and fewer people using it as of late. But there's been a pretty decent discussion, actually, about the depth issues that W7M has. This is a top 3 team in the region, and honestly, I don't think they would fare poorly at an international event, but there are definitely standout performers who do more than pull their own weight. So I think this is one of those situations where, like Liquid has been before, like FURIA was at before as well, when they were under W7M, where maybe a roster change or two could really put up W7M at the very tip top of the region. They're doing very well, all things considered, and that innovation that they bring is great. You've got 2 top 3 teams right now colliding on a map that is kind of foreign territory here, and I like what we've seen through 2 rounds.
Jordan through the bottom of the floor. It's Jim Bedroom to start off round number 3. No bottom floor hold happening. SDK alone inside of Cash. As the Twitch drone guides Volps, he will walk up and find his opening pick onto Live. They want to go direct to site here. They've already opened up with 1 kill. Now they lose Dodez. Like stall things out a little bit. They are over still on the Jacuzzi breach. They're working it with a Maverick, and they now have that entry point. Still worried about the flank that could come out from the Cash window, and they need to be because Loban's losing his gunfights too. STK takes him out, and now Dash is in an awkward position because he can't safely play on these outdoor windows. A swing with the super shorty, not going to be good enough for 1. Takes about half of his own HP. Still has to back off. SDK finds another onto Dash from the Cash window. Everybody falling. W7M in the blink of an eye. Not the cleanest execute, and they will fumble as E1 take the lead.
Well, we expected it to be close, and I mean, we're looking at it right now, being as close as it can get. Clubhouse stands atop most regions as the most played map. It is just inched out by Chalet in Brazil, but that will change because Chalet is 5 rounds ahead, and Clubhouse will have at least 7 before this matchup concludes. This is a tremendously early timeout by W7M. Yeah. And I mean, the thing with W7M is that, referencing those numbers, this is a terrifically defender-sided map. Like, Clubhouse is over 60% of all 81 rounds won by the defenders. It is the 2nd most defender-sided map with more than a single play on it in the region. W7M are on the bad side of this map. What do you think it could be that's causing them to call a timeout 3 rounds in while on the worst side?
Well, in the pregame interview, Norris, the coach of W7M, discussed how frustrating it is to play against a team like E1, how this team has thwarted them time and time again through the offseason. Then, of course, in stage 1 as well. Remember, E1 were in Manchester. They were in W7M's spot. They stopped them from getting to this position. So, really, this is a team that W7M have had a lot of troubles with in the past. I wonder if some of that frustration was maybe starting to seep into the team. Maybe they're starting to get a little bit worried with how E1 have played. Might have also just been, W7M have a seemingly very deep strat book on this map. I wonder if it was also just discussing, hey, we played the first quarter, those were our strats. Here's a reminder of what we're doing in the second quarter. We're playing this. These are the bomb sites. Keep your head in the game. The fact that only one of them worked is not that big of a deal. Really impossible to tell from a coaching POV what Norris wanted to talk with the team about so badly, but hopefully it can make that change. We often criticize teams for taking that tactical timeout too late. This feels too early, but also, I mean, if this turns it around for them, if they can go ahead and win this half 4-2, even get a 3-3 split and then steamroll on their defenses, I mean, we'll be looking back to this moment as one that was critical for their success.
Yeah, I mean, if this timeout doesn't work at that point, what do you do? I will say W7M has the favored side through the second half. If they can keep it close, and maybe that's what the concern is here, they can easily start to put up some rounds in the second half. But again, as we always talk about, Jesse, and as people at home might not know, we don't get to hear what the teams are talking about. Number one, in this region in particular, the listen-ins are done on the Brazilian stream, not on the English stream. So when you see like the 5 players surrounding the one viewpoint, that's the teams talking, and the Brazilian fans can hear it and understand it. We obviously don't get that audio, and more importantly, we couldn't understand it anyway. We don't speak Portuguese, or at least you and I don't. But we also don't, even if it was in English, we still don't get to listen to these timeouts. So we have no idea what they're talking about. Maybe there have been a couple things that W7M had pre-planned that they have just spectacularly failed on doing. And because of that, there's some concern about the confidence level or the competency. That's the first pick from Perez. It's traded right away from W7M, but Lobin, who has yet to find a kill and is playing a high-value utility operator in that Capitao, wanders blindly into bar and gets picked off. That is a devastating loss for W7M.
Yeah, the second basement attack, too, where they've just misdroned a roamer. This time it's Perez playing inside of bar. I mean, this is a problem that W7M have now had in back-to-back rounds. You were talking about, are there any fundamental problems that W7M are failing on? That's got to be one of them. Again, this is not a map that W7M have a ton of practice on. They haven't played this map in official games very much. I'm sure they've scrimmed it. But those game day reps can be really important, and for them to not have this droning lockdown is certainly going to be an issue. Sometimes you got to take shortcuts. I get it. It's a tough map to clear. They've got to be better than that. Candelas now will try to execute in the 4v4.
There's the first gas to go off in blue. 2 more in back pocket for Basetto. STK's attention is turned elsewhere as it looks like if W7M have droned this correctly, the bottom of main stairs is free and clear for them to rush down in that position. And based on the color of the silhouettes, it looks like that's the next step. Blue being approached by Dots. You also saw Dodez in oil pit. Nitrocell goes out over towards blue. This is the main point of focus at the moment, but W7M are taking full advantage of this. STK the only kill, but 2 have already come in for W7M. Make that 3-4 for Volps. Just like that. The timeout works, and W7M ties the game.
A brilliant round from Volps. With those 4 kills, he will pass into the triple-digit club, joining only JV92, who joins that just earlier today, and he will actually pass JV92's total kill count. That's over 100 kills from Volps now in Stage 2. He has been the best player, bar none, inside of Brazil. He has the most kills out of any team coming into this playday. He has the best kill-death ratio out of any team. He's got the most opening kills. He's got the best entry. He has been absolutely ridiculous for W7M. You talk a little bit about the lopsidedness sometimes of this roster. W7M have 2 ridiculously talented players in Volps and Lobin. Dodez is also extremely good as well. Dots and Dash are absolutely performing in their roles too, but these are the main stars of this team, and Volps, from start to finish, has been the best player inside of all of BR. Sometimes people ask me, Jesse, who do you think the best player in North America is? I think this stage, the best in NA, is really hard to call. There's a lot of good contenders. In Brazil, that's just not the case. It's been Volps. Every stat line points to that. The impact that he has when watching these games is absolutely undeniable. And that's just what an incredible player can do. Despite everything going pretty well for E1 there, they had all the utility. It doesn't matter when somebody's shooting like that.
For people who only watch the Brazil League broadcast and haven't listened to us during the NA League broadcast, we talk an awful lot whenever DZ or Sonics play about how good that player swap, quote unquote, seemed to be for both of these teams. It was very mutually beneficial. Canadian moves off of DZ. DZ looks like a better team because of it under Nate's leadership, along with Kobe being on the team. Sonics getting Super as coach and getting Canadian as an in-game leader, they also look mighty good. It was a move that made both teams better. And I think the comparable here is Volps and Team Liquid. Volps moves off of Team Liquid, goes back to W7M after the W7M roster had moved over to FURIA, and now this new team is built with Volps as the superstar, I would argue, and W7M looks exceptionally good. Volps is playing much better on this team than he did on Team Liquid. And Team Liquid replaced him with Maya. And now Team Liquid look even better with Maya on the roster. So it's always nice to see when a player leaves a team and it benefits both of them. Because at the end of the day, we're here to tell a story and we're here to be honest with the viewers. And sometimes players can leave and it's bad for both. In this case, it's been good for both. Leadoff pick, by the way, comes from the man himself, Volps. He gets another right after Jesse, and now it's a 5v3 favoring W7M. Lobin finally on the board. He eliminates Flastry. Perez is isolated downstairs beneath the bomb site. His only way up is red stairs. That leaves STK as the only man standing in the way of W7M. And STK takes out Volps and Dots back to back. It's allowed Perez to get up top too, and suddenly this round is very winnable for E1.
STK putting up a big performance. He's been doing it all game long. 8-3 right now. Needs to be able to continue that performance, of course. Lobin, finally active in this game, can go down below if he wants to. At the moment is vertical. They're going to come in through construction and onto the cash window. These Kiba barriers will keep them safe, but only for so long, as the Deimos track makes this life extremely dangerous for STK.
Grenades will go out, and it actually lands. You don't usually see that, and STK is finished by Dash as well. You said the timeout would be the turning point. This is a defender-sided map, and W7M, Jesse, have just taken 3 wins as attackers. That is very out of the ordinary for the way that this map goes. Now, W7M have made steady improvements as the stage has gone on, like most of these teams, but so is E1. The fact that E1 are now in a hole on the better side really gives me pause for this second half. Unlike the match that preceded this, there's a lot on the line here. The desk talked about it, we've talked about it, but if you missed that part of the broadcast, W7M trails E1 by a single point. W7M can jump over E1 and finish in second place with a regulation victory. With the side that they're on and the way that they're playing, it feels pretty good if you're a W7M fan.
Yep, this is absolutely the start that you wanted. Of course, defense just around the corner. Both E1 and W7M, of course, slightly better on the defense when it comes to their win rates than their attacks, as most teams in Siege are. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. Both these teams have very high attack win rates, very high defense. So no surprises coming out of this one, but of course, you always want to be finding more success on that defensive half. W7M now have the opportunity to go up 4-2. Flawless since that tack timeout. My God, really has been a huge change for them. They clearly knew what they were doing. Now, can they do it one more time on the attack? I really think that this Deimos has been a huge help for them. Hasn't always been getting the specific kills, and it's not always been Lobin playing the operator either, but the intel that it's able to feed to the rest of the team has been really big. You saw it most prominently in that last round. That was honestly the operator that I thought... Okay, that was Jodez. My mistake. Through the Mav hole actually gets that kill into STK. Honestly, I expected E1 to ban the Deimos. I don't think Monty was a bad operator to ban, but W7M are so good with this operator, with the intel that Deimos provides. I'm surprised they let it through, and they're kind of paying the price for it now.
Dash just got a very rude awakening on that one. This is what I was talking about, by the way, with the 5 players with visible screen as well. This is the listen-in where if you're on the Brazilian broadcast, you'll hear them speaking, but we obviously don't hear it. STK being dead, that is the best player on E1, but Perez has had a pretty good start to this matchup. A very pivotal round for E1. If W7M goes up 4-2 here, I just do not see a way for E1 to be able to close that gap when they move to attack.
messy work on this wall, but they'll get the job done eventually. They should be able to walk in through this. They know that there's still a player over by Cash. They've got to constantly watch this window that Loban has got his sights trained on. It's where SDK was able to get 2 big kills at the start of the last time that they pushed this site, round 3. SDK is dead, so they're not as concerned anymore, but it's still an area that they haven't cleared, so anybody could rotate there at any moment. Their goal is to get into gym here, Parker. They have no smokes, but they've got some flashes, and there's good cover to get a plant down in gym. So they can get into that part of the map, try to plant the defuse kit, and hopefully cover from all these windows.
These grenades will be used to take out the castle barricades. While the frag grenade changes might have made them less lethal against players, they're still just as effective at cutting through the utility that the defenders bring. Live will tense his reflexes and lose that engagement. He gets death marked as well, and they know that he's down. He's a sitting duck at this point. Paceto finished off by the grenade. How does this happen? How are we seeing back-to-back grenade kills from W7M here, Jesse? I just don't quite get it. These players are upright. Perez is last man standing. He gets 1 kill. Dots and Volps having a very good round. Dodez as well. A 4-2 half for the attackers. This might be a quick second half.
E1 did not have the performance that they wanted yesterday against one of the world's top teams in FURIA. They will go against another one of the world's top teams today and are still seemingly struggling. 2 rounds on the favored side of Clubhouse. They might have something up their sleeve when it comes to their attack. Again, we have not seen E1 play Clubhouse in over half a year at this point, and with a very different roster. So we really don't know what they're capable of on attack. But this is not the side that you want to really see yourself starting on. Dodez quietly peeking up on those scoreboards as well. He just had a big round. Dodez actually teamed with Flastry, one of the best players on E1, all the way back in 2022 in Series B, the equivalent of Challenger League for Brazil. They ended up finishing 4th place in the year on a team called Dromedalho, which is a species of camel native to the Middle East and North Africa.
What? Now you're going too far.
What do you mean? It was their team name.
Okay, fair enough. What's your assessment on this matchup? What is going wrong for E1 here? I mean, obviously the kills are just not coming in. They've only 1 player, well, 2 players, I guess, have a fair amount of kills, but Flastry Live and Paceto just not showing up.
I mean, I think W7M are putting together really good attacks, like really, really good coordinated late round executes. And E1 in the midst of that chaos, if they don't start outright, if they don't start with STK finding a man advantage, then the rest of the team is just kind of crumbling. Their ability to recover is not really there on their defense. I'd like to see them be able to go for some more like aggressive swings to try to retake man advantage. That's more of a defense thing, obviously. We're not going to see that until at least overtime, but on the attack, a big thing is going to be setting their own pace. Get SDK in a position where he can find an opening kill, let him frag, give yourselves that man advantage, and then go from there. Because it feels like when W7M win the early round, there's almost nothing that E1 can do about it.
Deployable shield set at the top of red, as you would now get a listen in from E1. If you speak Portuguese, feel free to go on over to the Brazilian broadcast and listen to the listen in, as we don't have that information. Even if we did, it would be lost on most English viewers, which is perfectly understandable. Wall has been opened up, and it looks like the edge in will come from the Grim. SDK almost missed out on a golden opportunity for a pick, but he corrects his error as Paris dies elsewhere to Volps. The one thing about W7M so far this matchup is a term that I use to describe teams like this is they're very sticky. W7M is almost perfect in trading back kills very quickly so far on Clubhouse. On a map like this, that is terrific because it means you are never giving up the advantage. And it's a big map. It's very easy for you to have like an isolated roamer or an isolated entry do something on their own, die, and you've effectively lost a player with no response. W7M's ability to keep it close round by round is a huge part of why they're succeeding.
Full cash control now from the attackers, something W7 have never gotten despite attacking this map twice, or this bomb site twice. That allows them to play on these windows rather safely. They don't have any smokes to help themselves get in, and that doesn't do them any favors. Loban, an aggressive swing, finds the head of Paceto. Diffuse kit on the ground, quickly picked up by Live. They've now got to work in with just 3 bodies, 2 on the windows and 1 in construction. All these players on the site, though, are so tricky to find.
Loban dies to Flastry. Back to even numbers we go. Damage has been done on the side of E1. Flastry's on low HP. The Deimos of Live holds that diffuser with 30 seconds left. He still has all 3 of those death marks. Time to use one, and he'll do that. Isolating Dash, the bandit being spotted, and there's some information to be had. After Flastry taking a bunch of damage, now it's Live's turn to get softened up as he gets the diffuser at the halfway point. Volp's looking for the rush around. Dash will kill the Deimos, surrendering the diffuser inside a weight room, and now it's Flastry to drop outside of the window. W7M get the final 2 picks. This is a quick replay just to show what happened. And the Bulls, they're running 5 rounds. They're 2 away from a victory, and they would surpass E1 at the top of the standings, finishing in 2nd overall.
Okay, I said earlier that I, thought E1 would ban the Deimos, but I'm okay with them banning the Monty. I really wish they banned the Deimos. Not only was it very effectively used by W7M on their attacks, when E1 put Live on the Deimos that round, he completely misplayed it. He had a track onto Dash and then started to plant. That meant that Dash had a live ping of exactly where the plant was going down, which enabled him to swing out and stop the plant. He was planting on Deimos while his tracker was active, giving information for free to the defenders. That's a big blunder by Live. I don't necessarily mind that he's only going 1-6. If the team was finding some success and he was playing more support roles, I think it's okay to go 1-6. But making big mistakes like that is what will cost you against good teams like W7M. They didn't have the best start, but they didn't have a bad start at all. That push could have gone down successfully with Live getting a plant down, and then the rest of the 2 players, STK and Basetto, trying to cover, or Flastry trying to cover, I should say. But it just couldn't happen with perfect information being fed to the defense. That's something that can't happen, Parker.
No, not at all. I mean, E1 are committing a huge amount of mistakes in a very, very critical matchup. And I feel somewhat vindicated based on what was said. I mean, I was saying they're committing mistakes, but I don't know how Dash dies in the first 20 seconds of this round.
Hold on, I'll rewind the VOD.
I can't believe you watch this stuff in real time. That is some serious dedication. One day you should get nominated for an Esports award.
Oh yeah, I'll work on that. Thanks, Parker.
You're very welcome. I don't know if you saw, but Pengu got nominated for one.
Pengu's a great caster.
I didn't get nominated for one.
Yeah, Pengu's a better caster than you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, why don't you work with him then, okay, jackass?
Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Loban dies. I'm kidding, of course. I hope that people don't listen to this and think there's any real animosity here, because there isn't. When friends are friends, they say friendly banter to each other. Like when you say that Lynx is your favorite caster, I know it's a joke.
It's not.
Okay. Halfway point of the round, and E1 have something that they have lacked for most of this matchup, and that's a numbers advantage. W7M have looked mighty good through defense and on attack. Now W7M will ride the better side. They started on attack, they ran up the score, they win their first defense, and even though they are outnumbered at the moment by 2, this is still a bomb site that you can absolutely make work while at a disadvantage, especially if you still have utility up. And there's Kiba barriers aplenty, there's goo mines strewn about the site, and as far as I'm aware, those Goyo canisters are all still in place. That's lots of stall potential for W7M.
Yeah, these frag grenades are going to be so important. Perez just used one, likely to clear out maybe a Kiba, maybe a Goyo, I didn't quite see. But he's going to have one more that he can try to use. He needs to clear out this utility. He's over by Blue and Oil Pit at the moment, so that seems to be where he's going to be pressuring. SCK over by Blue as well. They're likely to have a 2-man pinch onto Blue, and then these other players are going to be going to drop inside of Kitchen. Flastry maybe on the main stairs. Clearing out Volps is going to be the key focal point. He can stop this hatch drop. If he is alive when this push goes through, he's going to stop it.
Flastry with that pick onto Dodes. Dots follows a Pasetto as well. My, what a quick round that was. And they do that flawlessly. The bomb site can work in your favor. And if there is enough utility, you can be in good shape. But of course, these are all hypotheticals. Just because something can happen doesn't necessarily mean it will happen. Just like how you can be nominated for an Esports award doesn't mean it will happen. That's just a very relevant example.
Yeah.
Right, just so we're on the same page here. But yeah, that was a very triumphant round by E1. Now, if you look at the way this map plays, that's half of what you expect E1 to get on attack. So if E1 can win this next round, pressure is still on, but they will have a sigh of relief. W7M, in a very odd decision, will go back to the bomb site that they just lost. We don't really see this all that often at a tier 1 level.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially with Clubhouse having what many people would say is 3 viable sites. CCTV Cash has its proponents and it has people who don't really like it, but W7M deciding that they would rather risk the basement again. I think the reason, Parker, is that basement can really be played very differently. If you play basement on Clubhouse in a full anchor strategy, not that W7M were, but it kind of had to be that because they lost the roamer so quickly. It can play out very differently from if you full commit to the roam. And this time, they seemingly want to kind of make that switch happen. While they played somewhat aggressively in the most recent round and lost a lot of those opening picks, now they're playing a bit more passive, with their only real aggressive roamer being Loban, who can obviously make some crazy stuff happen on that Scopos. If you get droned out, if you get spotted playing the Scopos, you can just get back to site. Easy peasy, no problem. Yeah, Volps is a bit roaming, Dotas is a bit roaming, but they can both fall off very easily as well. I'm really excited to see what they can do with this strategy. If Loban, who is in strip, does not get droned, he could have a massive flank. And if he does get droned, he'll just leave.
Part of that round for W7M was really worrying Sun on Dash. Loban does it again. You are 2 and 6. Why the hell are you trying to peek strip door? What are you doing? You are a great anti-flank operator. You could be hidden anywhere on the map. Why are you peeking when you couldn't hit water if you fell out of a boat? What are you doing? I see stuff like that, and I understand, Jesse, that we are not tier 1 players. I understand that we could never, frankly, be a tier 1 player. I don't know about you, but I certainly couldn't be, and I don't obviously want to speak for you. But I just see stuff like that, and I'm like, what is going through your head here? What is happening? Dash in the previous round, now Loban in this round. W7M has been sunk in both rounds because somebody did something maybe not super smart.
Not what you want to see. Obviously, Loban, poor decision there, of course. He's a great player when it comes to his mechanics. Obviously not today, but typically he hits some ridiculous shots. Not making the right call in this one. Still leaves his teammates in a 4v5. And I will say, this bomb site's a very holdable 4v5. 3v5 in the previous round wasn't good enough, but you have +1, so you have maybe a bit of a better shot. You've also got the church wall completely closed. It was largely open in the last round. You've got Volps inside of blue. You've got Dotas deep in armory. And one player, I believe, up in dirt tunnel as well. That'll be Dots. So good positioning all around. No longer do you have those Goyo canisters to stall out time, but there's only 40 seconds on the clock anyways. On the side of E1, it looks to be a similar strategy. They're going to be dropping him through the kitchen hatch. They'll have some pressure blue. They'll have some pressure main stairs. But really, it's going to be all about keeping Basetto alive as he tries to drop into armory.
Nitrocell goes out, Dots dies to Basetto. E1 continuing their formidable advance that started in the previous round. And honestly, a lot of it really stems from those opening picks. Dash dying early, then Loban dying. Not a good sign, but hey, I guess if your strategy is just drop kitchen hatch, maybe it'll work the 4th time. Live lives longer than we thought. Diffuser in hand. Flastry watching the cross. If Flastry can win this, the round might as well be over. Dash will need to swing. Dash wins it. Diffuser goes down. Live in a 1v2, but one of those players is down. That's Volps. And the blood trail is shown. Dash might actually be able to get the retrieve here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Live's passiveness might have just cost him this round, unless he can manage to stitch together 2. Immediately hopping on the diffuser is Dash, and Volps has the teammates back after getting picked up. A blunder in the early rounds from W7M is answered by a blunder in the tail end of the round by E1, and it's W7M to go to match point.
So far in Stage 2, Live has been the most clutch player in the entirety of the Brazilian Rainbow Six League. He's clutched 6 separate rounds for E1, doubling every other player in the league. Not combined, but individually. Nobody else has more than 3 clutches to their name. A rare miss from Live in the 1v1 turned 1v2. Not able to capitalize on that. You know, he's been the best clutch player, but he's also never had to play against Volps through this stage. And Volps is absolutely on fire today, as he has been from start to finish. Excellent job coming through there in the dying seconds for W7M on the defense. When the plant went down, I was a little concerned. You know, they lost those opening 2 gunfights. A poor swing from Dots outside of dirt tunnel made that another 3v5. But you had 2 players, Volps and Dotas, just getting so many kills as they dropped in without any cover of that back armory position. And W7M make them pay. If E1 cannot win the next 3 rounds in a row, W7M will be finishing second place in the Brazil League, and they will get that bye for the first round of playoffs.
I mean, where was the coverage there on that drop? I'm not trying to be mean here by any stretch of the imagination, but I mean, that hatch was effectively a clown car of players with just, it was like, how many people are going to drop through this hatch? Fourth time was a charm as Live managed to survive, but that was it. And then Flastry gets collapsed upon by Dash, who plays that one excellently. I believe it was Dash, might have been Dots. I always get confused with this team because they got Dash, Dotas, and Dots. It's an absolute nightmare, by the way, to cast quickly. This is like, if I am not in peak mental form, W7M is my worst nightmare because you've got 3 players that are almost exactly the same. It was like when there was 2 Astros.
Yeah.
That one was also just really something else. Anyway, but I mean, W7M played that perfectly. And the fact that Live didn't pressure up with the downed player is a bit surprising to me. At that point, you know you're going to be in a 50-50 no matter what. Here are your alternatives. You can either play passively in Dirt Tunnel, which is a nightmare because there's only one way out, and if there's 2 players left, one of them's going to be watching it, the other one can go on the diffuser. Going into Dirt Tunnel is just about the worst place you can go at that point. There's 2 players at that stage. Do you secure the kill, which is what you probably should do? Do you post yourself up so that you can maybe move over to boxes or crates or pallets or whatever teams call it nowadays and catch Volps or even catch the Bandit? I'm not sure, but E1, I think in that particular instance, completely misplayed the post plant. Live wasn't in a great spot. So, I mean, it was tough for him to play it well, but especially when he was relying on Flastry to get the cross and secure the kill through that main hallway. Great start for W7M, by the way. They pick off STK, the best player statistically for E1. Maybe that's Perez now, but you've got yourself a pretty nice nest egg for the next minute and a half.
And Volps isn't done. Looking to find his 112th kill in the league. At least for the stage. His phone rings, but he will get punished. Perez finds the head for the trade. Now he's definitely the best performing player on the team. 10-6, the first to hit double digits for E1 this game. Looking to find anything else on this construction extension, but nobody else is to be found. 2 players from W7M on the bottom floor. That leaves the bomb site a little bit weak. Dots takes some fire and has to back on off. He needs to stall for a little bit so that somebody can either make a flank between Dash and Loban or come back to site. At the moment, 2 players down below is not what you want to see. Looks like Loban's going to come up. I believe that's through Garage. And Dash will stick down in the bottom floor for now.
It's just the quiet that comes with the final minute. E1 have spent almost the entirety of this stage in first place. Top 2 for the entirety of the stage, basically. And they are letting it slip through their fingers at this moment. I think maybe that phrasing is a little bit wrong. It's not that they're letting it slip through their fingers, though they have committed a litany of mistakes over the last couple rounds. It's that W7M are forcing them to make those mistakes. The death of Volps just a few seconds ago, it really, or well, longer than that, has really opened this up for E1 because that's the raid boss that is gone. But there's still follow-up. There's still lots of players from W7M there. Perez has been down. Those are the 2 best players for E1. Logic bombs go out. Live finds himself inside the site yet again. He's lost Flastry. It's just him and Basetto. W7M have only lost 1 player. Live will get off the diffuser and hop out the window. He managed to survive a little bit longer than we had anticipated. He takes down Dots, another will go onto the window, crosses there, and it's W7M to win it in regulation. They hop over E1, and Team Liquid are safe in first place. That will have a cascading effect on the standings. Liquid, the best in Brazil, they don't even need to play their next match against FaZe if they don't want to. FaZe Clan, based on round differential, have a shot at finishing 3rd over E1, but it would require quite the result. They basically need to 7-0 Liquid, which seems very unlikely with the way that Team Liquid have played so far. So what might be a pointless match for these 2 teams looked way more important just a couple weeks ago, but now all for naught. What a performance by W7M. E1 losing steam as the stage goes on, and they now find themselves on the outside of the top 2.
Brilliant performance, W7M. They get the job done. They secure top 2. They will get a bye through the first round of playoffs. And that's important because last time the playoffs are exactly where they fell. They didn't make it to Montreal. They're going to give themselves the best shot that they can possibly have to make it to the second major after missing the first. They got to be feeling absolutely fantastic about that. E1, you know, not the end of the stage that they thought they were going to have, not the end that they wanted, I'm sure. This stage is really falling apart for them, but still opportunities. Of course, they'll get to reshape it up. They will still get to go through playoffs. They will not get a bye, but they will still have that opportunity. Whether they finish 3rd or 4th, it doesn't matter. That will affect their first round opponent, but that is all. They will still have to win 2 BO3s in order to make it to the major for the second stage in a row. A great game, and I don't know if it could have ended any more poetically than live, losing back-to-back clutches. What was once known as the most clutch player in all of Brazil, failing that twice, kind of perfectly paints the picture of the small downfall that we've seen from E1. Is it a downfall that they can recover from? Is it a downfall that's going to spiral into them losing every game through playoffs? Only time will tell, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting thing to think about. Not that obviously it's exciting to think about a team like losing. That's obviously not great, but it is exciting from a narrative standpoint. The warning signs for E1 really came in the middle of the stage in that 5th play day when they played up against FLUXO, and they won, but they barely won. FLUXO seemed in control of much of that matchup, and E1 finished 7-5. They then lost to MIBR. It was their first loss of the stage in OT. Getting pushed to the brink by the team in second last, and then another team only a single position above them in the standings beating you, that is cause for concern. But maybe we overlooked it because then the next matchup, E1 destroys FaZe 7-2. That was on Lair, if you recall. And a lot of people said, well, that FaZe wasn't prepared for that map. It's a very good map for E1. Maybe that's the case. But then the next match, FURIA dismantles E1 7-1. And now W7M prevails. The score line that we saw on the screen of 7-3 to jump over E1. They had a hot start to the stage. They beat Liquid. It was Liquid's only loss. But E1, unfortunately, fell behind and they lost steam at the worst time possible. W7M, an organization that is used to winning. They had the old FURIA roster. They switched things up after the players went to FURIA. And with this new 5-man squad, Volps being the returning player, the other 4 coming in from other teams, this organization just seems to know how to pick them, and they pick winners. And speaking of winners, how about an interview from them?
Amazing, Parker. We will get to that in just a moment. W7M come out the victors, and as we said, propel themselves into second place, locking down a first round bye in the playoffs. That is a big deal. To talk about this a little bit more, we'll welcome Lobin in once again. Another chance to talk with him. Lobin, again, congratulations to you. This one, an even more impressive win than all the others that we've talked afterwards. This is pretty big. You guys are in second place now. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. We are working really hard throughout the stage to get to good positions. Like I said yesterday, we are looking forward to the playoffs, but if we can get the second spot, they're just like a plus. So we are really happy, and we're gonna try even harder now to make like the second spot worth it.
Awesome. Well, since the start of the stage, obviously, the last time I spoke with you was in day 2 after another win. And I guess I just wanted to hear about how you guys stayed consistent throughout this stage, especially with, you know, with the losses that you did face, the adversity that you did face. How did you guys bounce back so quickly within one stage?
I think it was like close to, like we started to put less pressure on ourselves. We were like thinking, oh, we are top 2 of TWC, we have to win against everybody, but that isn't like a really good way to think, because you put a lot of pressure on yourselves. And I think it was just like being more confident and less angry, if you could say. And I think it goes around that. And anything outside of that, we are working like the same as always. We didn't do anything really different. We just focus on the things outside of the game in the game itself.
Amazing, Loban. I asked this question to someone earlier, and I think I'll ask it to you as well. As we kind of reflect on this stage, you guys get a second place finish and go into playoffs. Obviously, there's still a lot to go, but this group stage now finished. Is there a favorite moment or kind of a favorite match, or that maybe from you or the team that you kind of look back on and will remember as you go into the playoffs?
I think probably the game against, like, the two games are really good. Today, because we are like the top 2, and we didn't even think about it. We were like in the start of the week, it was like, yeah, let's just get the top 3 and we are cool. And then we got the top 2, so we are pretty happy. But the FAZE game, because we never ever had beaten FAZE Clan in Brazil soil. Like since Lowe's, I never beat them.
Wow.
And it was my first time, so we are pretty happy.
Amazing. Well, congratulations again, Loban. Great to watch you guys play, and we'll see you in playoffs.
Yeah, see you.
Alrighty. Thank you, Loban. Another big win for W7M. They just keep on getting better every single week, it feels like, Foxe. And for E1, a tough time to start to slip a little bit. Not when you wanted to, see some gaps emerge in what was otherwise an infallible team for the majority of the group stage.
Yeah, a majority, but not towards the end. And I think that's what we've consistently seen from E1, at least since Manchester, is when pressure does get on the line, things do become a little bit more shaky and up in the air. Obviously, they made it to Manchester, so hopefully they will be able to make it to Montreal and at least get that far, and hopefully be able to correct their mistakes at a tournament. But first they have to go through playoffs, and that's something that we've seen so far from E1, that, yeah, once the pressure gets on the line from a new team, which is very normal for a newer team, relatively new compared to all of the other rosters, when that pressure gets on the line, when everything's on your backs, it makes players, makes teams just uncoordinated, and it's just a challenge that everybody, goes through eventually. So hopefully E1 is able to catch up and fix their things, because yes, you're right, they've been very competitive, and then a 7-1 loss FURIA, 7-3 loss today. I mean, that's not characteristic of the E1 that we have been watching. Obviously, on the other side for W7M, hey, the experience came in clutch. That's what we were talking about, is they were just going to be able to draw them out, play their game, and they brought them to a map that they knew that they could exploit them on. And I think that's exactly what we saw. Just wow. Like, I mean, we talked about Volps being one of the best players of the stage, and I mean, he showed up today immensely.
And we mentioned mistakes. Very few mistakes for W7M. You see, again, as you mentioned, Volps, Dota, such good performances from them. They've been top performers all stage long. Again, we talked a lot about Perez Live, Flashtree, STK, players who have had such standout performances for E1 over the past few weeks. Today was not that day for them. A little bit of a fall from glory. At a time, they were the only team who remained completely undefeated going into that third week of play. Well, now they've lost in back-to-back play days and fall from those top 2 spots. W7M, they now claim that top spot, as we said, on the back of some fantastic entry play, the leadership, and the skill there of Volps at the top. Here are your standings now as things sit. Only one game remains today, FaZe and Team Liquid. You see W7M now overtaking E1 for that third place spot, almost solidifying this final playoff standing. Unless we see FaZe Clan pull off an absolute heist over Team Liquid, this will be your top 6 in this order getting into the playoffs. And for W7M, again, such a big advantage, Foxe, to have that bye in that first week of playoffs.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't guarantee you making it to the major, but it guarantees you 2 chances in case you miss that first one. And obviously, the ego, the confidence boost that you get going into as a top 2. And you're right. I mean, this is what we're going to see most likely in the standings, unless FaZe can get a 7-2 or better win against Liquid. But at the end of the day, it is Liquid. So, I mean, you can't really expect that to be a 7-2 victory. I mean, obviously, Liquid is the #1 team. They're not going anywhere. And I don't expect them to play any less hard today just because they are solidified in first. To them, it's all about pride. It's all about getting better. It's all about getting those wins. And of course, it's still going to be a good game regardless. But yeah, I mean, the fall from grace that we keep talking about could get that much worse for E1. And I mean, like I said, I think it's natural for them, for the situation that they're in. And they just have to be able to bounce back and hopefully get a good playoffs run, not let it affect them, which is something that can absolutely affect a new roster. A new roster is that mental game, losing that top 2 spot. that can absolutely shake your head going into playoffs.
Right, there's no doubt that going into this final play day when it really didn't necessarily matter for just getting into the playoffs. Maybe the past 2 days, E1 have felt pretty confident in their position and they didn't want to show too much. Whatever the case may be, right? We can theorize all day long. All we can speak to is the fact that they slipped out of the top 2, now taken by W7M. Well, our final matchup of the group stage, it may not matter for much, but it is Team Liquid against FaZe, 2 massive organizations with so much experience. Should hopefully be a fantastic matchup to close out the group portion of this stage. You're not going to want to miss it, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Pelas costas, hein? Hornetão preparado, vai smocar. Loira com a eliminação pra cima do Raids. Tá esperto o time da BD. Tá tentando counterar essa execução. O Wesk tá esperando pra jogar. Vem no alçapão, tentando marcar. Posicionamento perfeito. Dafodil consegue garantir. Vai vir o drop agora. Olha a bala. Consegue deitar. Loira na marcação. Tem jogador dando cover. Loira chega. Triple kill dele. Hornetão no plant. Step vai marcando. A bala do Loira pega. É 3v1 agora. Recarregando. Stamp é o último jogador vivo. Ele tenta buscar e cai. Ace do Loira pra ganhar o jogo! 3-1 no placar e o Loira dá um show no banco!
Did you like it? Then buy it.
Só no aguardo, e o Loira agora cravado no pixel. O Dafodil avança. Vem a tentativa da troca, o Loira vem, consegue levar. Balaça do Loira! Que isso, Loira? Linda balinha, vem em embalo de rapel agora e o Loira já se reposiciona. Olha o conhecimento de jogo. Dafodil com mais uma, é 2x2. Flório e Loira contra Lenda e Dafodil. Lenda vem pra cima buscando espaço, Loira só espera. Quietinho. Ghost atento na tela do seu jogador. Loira esperou, conseguiu garantir e o Flório pega mais uma! A BD joga no seguro, joga na calma, garante a vitória, 2-0.
A look at Salvador, Brazil, as we get into our final best of one of the group stage. Come quite a long ways here, FAZE, through 9 play days now on our very final matchup, and this one between two storied organizations that have come together so many times, including at this time in stage 1 in a very similar situation. FaZe ended up taking that matchup over Liquid, but of course that was a very different Liquid at the time. They ended stage 1 out of the playoff position, went to the major because of the last chance qualifier. Instead, this time though, they sit in first place, looking to lock that down and have a good victory this time against their FaZe opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid definitely seemed very shaky stage 1, then they went to the major, and it was almost like they completely revitalized the understanding of how they wanted to play. Everything was clicking. They had an amazing Manchester run, came home, and have been just dominating ever since. And obviously, everybody is firing on all cylinders, all playing very well off of each other. And the way that they want to play the game has really been a step ahead in the current meta of how they've been able to dominate everybody else in the league, the way that they're able to abuse the shields, the blitz more specifically. You can see Lagonis that being his most played operator. Obviously, Liquid is a team that if you let the shields get rampant, you let them, you know, play their brain game against you, it could just take it a whole nother level.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned Lagonis. His most played operator is Blitz. After that is Thermite and Monty tied for second place. So he's a shield player through and through. He's going to be that support on the attack. But if there's any compliment we've paid Liquid the most over the course of the stage, it is that every single one of these players is incredibly talented and has had their MVP moment. Of course, Palu was one of the 2 players we talked about to start the day as one of the best players in Brazil, if not the best player in Brazil right now. He and Volps competing for that title between stage 1 and stage 2. But Maya, FAZE, is someone we've talked a lot about as well this stage.
Yeah, of course. I mean, individual performance has definitely been improved, especially I want to say from the meta. I feel like it really suits Liquid in the way that they want to play, and they're able to feel limitless when they're able to do their strats successfully, and they're very consistent. But a team that has been struggling with consistency is FaZe. I mean, it doesn't look like the same FaZe that we all know and love, that we've been seeing going to these events. You know they're going to be a top team. You know they're going to make it to the finals or the semis. It's a team that has been there before, but this stage has been a little rocky. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're able to fully get around to their strats. Cyber has definitely been getting shut down this stage a lot. A lot of teams are becoming keen to the way that FaZe wants to play, where they set up, Cyber goes and gets those kills. They've been understanding how they can shut FaZe down by not letting Cyber get those opening kills. And when that doesn't happen and they just have to rely on their strats, I mean, they just have been inconsistent, and it's not a FaZe that we're used to seeing at least performing, you know, this week to their standard.
Well, someone who has been performing so incredibly well has been Vidiking specifically. We'll talk a bit more about him in just a moment. Right now, take a look at the attacking win rate here, a combination of stats between stage 1 and stage 2, because this is an area that Liquid excels. They have been at the top of the attacking win percentage, not only in stage 1, but stage 2 as well, sitting at 57% in stage 2, 52% between stage 1 and stage 2. And this is such a good way to separate yourself from your competition when you are outperforming almost every single team on the attacking side?
Yeah, of course. I mean, attack is the harder side of the two. You obviously need to be way more coordinated. But ever since Liquid has brought in Lagonis, there has been some growing pains, but slowly and surely they've been getting better and better. And obviously, what easier op to put your IGL on than the Monty, then the Blitz, who's able to stand there, gather so much info, pinpoint everybody that you need, and then coordinate the attacks. I mean, everybody on Liquid is able to get their own kills, get their own fights. And, you know, FaZe, on the other hand, they're the #1 defensive team. And obviously, there's a good reason for that. Every player on the team is very supportive, very slow. They rely on winning these rounds, and they're not necessarily the players that you would see going out and making these huge plays, but they get the opportunity to make these plays because of the way that their defenses are fundamentally set up.
Well, it's funny. We look at this stat, of course, combining stage 1 and stage 2. Technically, in stage 2 alone, Liquid have a single 0.1% better defensive win rate than FaZe. That's less than a round, so essentially tied in terms of defensive win rate. The exact numbers, and I know Jesse will geek out about this in a moment, is 68.18% defensive win rate for Liquid and a 68.09 defensive win rate for FaZe this stage. So, of course, Liquid, a much improved performance this stage compared to last. As we mentioned before, last stage, these two teams met on the final day and the final match of the group stage. At the time, it was a FaZe win 7-5. They played on Oregon. As we know, a map that is no longer in the pool this stage. So the question remains, do we go to something like Clubhouse, the kind of replacement for Oregon at this point because it is the only remaining equalizer map, or is this the time to mix it up a little bit, showcase the layer, change up the meta just a touch?
I mean, when it comes down to FaZe, I don't think they are fans of attack-sided maps. And I mean, as I'm saying that, look at that. I mean, Chalet, Border, Bank, Nighthaven Labs, some of the most aggressive attack-sided maps get banned off the rip from FaZe. I mean, obviously, they want to go to more consistent, more default, keep it basic. And you called it. I mean, Clubhouse is going to be the map that we end up on. And I think that's a good playing ground for both teams. I think it is very default. And you win your Clubhouse by your attacks, and that doesn't make me feel too confident if you're FaZe, because FaZe keeps all their games super close because they are that dominant on defense. But Clubhouse is a map that doesn't necessarily rely too much on defense. Obviously, you can run away with a 5-1 split, a 4-2 split. But if you're playing against the #1 attacking team on a map that definitely serves favor towards the attacking teams, I don't think it'll be that... There won't be that much potential for FaZe to get the full utility out of their defenses, at least on this map. I think the map definitely favors Liquid in this regard.
Well, Liquid will be going into this one just really looking to maintain that first place position, and it really doesn't matter exactly what happens for their sake. On the other hand, for FaZe, if they are able to pull off an absolute heist and win by 6 rounds or more, they would leapfrog E1 in that 3rd place position because they would have a slight edge in terms of round differential. They need the full 3 points, so they need the regulation win, and they need an insane round differential margin. So that is unlikely to happen, but that is the only reason why the playoff picture and the bracket is not technically finalized just yet. Before we get into this last one, of course, we will welcome back in Parker and Jesse to get this one going and have a final quick chat with them. Parker, I'm going to start with you, my friend. I'm not going to make the same mistake I did last time. But tell me, do you want a question about recipes here, or we're going to talk about FaZe and Liquid and keep this, you know, tidy, professional? What's the situation?
I mean, I think this will be an exciting matchup. You know, I mean, Liquid obviously doesn't have the same to play for as FaZe certainly does, but I mean, for Liquid, it's another game day rep. A lot of these teams are friends with each other, but there is absolutely a vicious competitiveness between all of these players. Liquid are the team that's got this losing albatross around their neck. Let's not mince words here. Liquid needs to win something. They have won 2 international events ever, period. OGA Pit and the Atlantic City Major, all the way back when FOXA was like 6 years old. So it's been a long time since anything has happened with this squad. They are simply too good to not win. A matchup against FaZe Clan that very honestly could be a matchup in the LCQs, or in the playoffs rather, and could even be a matchup that happens at the major. This is an opportunity for Liquid to figure out FaZe Clan, take the match seriously, and prove without any shadow of a doubt that they're the top dogs of Brazil.
And it feels like this is a little bit of the reason why we're seeing Clubhouse come out here, Jesse, because it is, yes, a great map to go balls to the wall, toe-to-toe with your opponent and absolutely make something happen. The one thing being that you're also not showing off anything we don't know about this map. You're not revealing anything that might become a weapon against you in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in our last game when the stakes were so high. Two teams who don't really play Clubhouse went to it, and we saw a lot of cool creative stuff. This is not the same situation. Both Liquid and FaZe have played a ton of Clubhouse. I believe Liquid's played it 12 times this season. FaZe Clan have played it 7 times. So lots of VODs, lots of history. These two teams are just going to be giving their best, trying to play their defaults as far as they can, trying to get these wins, and hopefully putting on a good show as well.
Well, again, a big win for FaZe here would mean they would match up against NIP in the playoffs rather than FURIA. Which matchup would you rather have? I think we all know the answer to that. Can they pull it off? We'll find out. Gents, take it away.
Thank you very much. All right, so is this the one they call El Clasico? I think that's what they said. I think that's what they call it. They call it like the French Derby or whatever, all the way over in EU and whatever. But I mean, like Liquid versus FaZe Clan, that's like cats versus dogs. Okay, it's like Edmonton versus Calgary. It's two deep rivals fighting against each other. In this instance, by the way, Liquid is Edmonton, so I mean that's your favorite team. You should be very happy about that one. But these are two of the most storied organizations going all the way back to when they were Font Energy and BRK. They were the top dogs of Brazil all the way back in 2016 and 2017 before these two organizations came in and snatched up these rosters, which don't exactly have the same players on it. Obviously, Neska's been on the roster from the very beginning, but on FaZe Clan, you've got a whole new cast there, very different from the roster that started there. I think Cyber would technically be the longest standing player on the team at this point, but I mean, I could be proven wrong. So, I mean, it's like you've just got these two giants doing battle, and there are always sparks when they face one another. This time around, Liquid is the team on top. FaZe Clan have been one of the best teams in the world, but they've had some international struggles, which is very abnormal for them. Go all the way back to stage 1. And FaZe Clan defeated them 7-5 on Oregon in the very final playday. We basically just have a mirror matchup of these playdays. Liquid could not just have their revenge, but also cement themselves as the best of Brazil. Their only loss would come in overtime to E1 at that point. This is a great opportunity for Liquid to show themselves as the best in the region. But before we get there, we got a matchup ready, Jesse.
That we do, Parker. At the moment, FaZe and Liquid are looking like two of the best teams in all of Brazil. Liquid undoubtedly having one of their most successful stages in so long, but they haven't beaten FaZe Clan in over a year. FaZe have a 4-map win streak over Team Liquid. We've got a game coming up right here between these two Titans, which should be fantastic.
No, I just didn't speak because it was only like...
Ah, jogo contra FaZe é sempre difícil, né, mano? Querendo ou não, ultimamente a gente tem perdido mais aí pra eles aí. Eles ganharam 3 vezes da gente aí. Um dos melhores times do Brasil e do mundo também, não tem nem o que dizer.
Contra a Team Liquid é aquele jogo de sempre, né? Que a gente já tá acostumado, a gente sabe muito o que os caras fazem, os caras sabem muito o que a gente faz. É sempre vence aquele que tem a melhor adaptação dentro do jogo. Eles são um time muito bom, é um time que a gente não pode bobear, senão a gente pode custar muitos rounds pra gente.
Ficar de olho no range é um dos caras que tem se destacado muito desde o Invi, tem se mantido numa consistência muito alta e vem jogando bastante, sendo bem impactante na frente.
Acho que na Team Liquid ultimamente tem que ficar de olho no Reset, está jogando muito bem, tá sendo o top fragger do time ali, ele faz uma funçãozinha mais solta assim, então tá jogando muito bem nessa função.
O recado que eu mando é pro próprio range mesmo, tudo bem que você ganhou as outras 3, mas mano, vai chegar a minha hora e você vai cair, mano.
Jogamos 3 jogos, estamos 3-0, vai vir acho que o 4-0 aí, né, mano? Não tem muito o que falar.
Three and 0 for FaZe Clan, one of those being a BO3, so 4 maps in a row. This is going to be a battle for FaZe and a battle for Liquid. We'll get into the operator bans, lots of data to draw from. I expect a Monty off the board to start from FaZe. and it's Grim instead. Liquid are very unlikely to ban the Monty, meaning that we are going to see two of the best Monty players in the world facing off, Vidaking and Lagonis. Could be a Maverick here. This is probably the hardest ban to call. It'll be Capitao instead. A lot of really interesting operators taking Secret, taking Rafters. Going to be tough without those two pieces of the puzzles. This will be a Kaid. It's the only operator Liquid have banned on this map for upwards of a year. So there should be a Kaid unless they're going crazy with their predictions. Nope. Going to change that up. And then I'm expecting a Mira to end this out. Just a very common ban on Club. FaZe will often themselves ban the Kaid, but with Liquid stealing it, Mira makes the most sense. There it goes. So defensive bans couldn't be more predictable. The offensive bans couldn't be more unique. Grim and Capitao, two operators that do similar things. They're both very good at area denial. They will stop certain parts of the map from being playable from the defenders, whether it's by pinging them constantly with bees or whether that is burning them alive with those firebolts. Taking some difficult positions like Rafters and like Secret is going to be really, really tough without those tools on the board.
And back to all reliable, all familiar. Here we are in Germany, Hanover, Germany. Jawohl. My German accent is not good. German.
Parker, do you want more stats about this great German map of ours?
Take me there.
Parker, Team Liquid, as I said in the pre-show, are 10 wins and 2 losses on Clubhouse this season. They've only lost to 2 teams. I'm going to let you guess what those teams are. I will give you a hint for one of them, that it starts with an F and has players on the roster that won a major in Yavla. Can you guess what team I'm thinking of?
Well, there's only one team that won in Yavla, and I'm pretty sure they started with an F. Is it FaZe Clan?
No, it was FLUXO, actually, who do have Astro that won that major. Liquid lost to FLUXO in the offseason on Clubhouse. They also lost to FaZe.
You worded that so well.
Thank you.
You tricked me.
Although you were technically right, because both were correct answers. They've lost to 2 teams, FaZe and FLUXO. Obviously,
so you didn't
FaZe
trick me.
No, you were still right. FaZe, the big one, of course, here against Team Liquid. That was over the offseason, a very big map up in their BO3 that, of course, they won 2-0. And we've got a rush, Parker, so it's time for Stats is over.
Jesse, you're an angry little elf today, aren't you? Polly with the very first kill. Maya dies to Handy, and the burst on in amidst the fire is Nesk. He's looking for some heat himself. He catches Cyber looking longingly, and now around the bomb chassis, Nesk doesn't see souls in this position. It's all up to Palu. Lucifer himself. Trying to send FaZe to hell. He's got a soft wall, but he doesn't see souls, who moonwalks his way towards the Moto door. That was a very fast round. A nice chance by Liquid. Answered by FaZe.
Trying to set the pace of this game. It doesn't go their way. A little bit of a rush attempt there. I'm not going to be too upset. We talk about how defender side of this map can be at times. And for Team Liquid, going for a rush like that, I don't hate it at all. It's one of those rounds, though, where if the defense respond appropriately, they should be the favorites to win it. And Handy did a great job getting ready for those swings, managing to shut them down with 2 big kills and then a finish off. Not technically 3 kills, but he did impact out a player that was downed by one of his teammates. So 2 kills from Handy. Souls has grabbed the other 3. These 2 players have long been on this roster, as all 5 have. Handy's long been the best player on FaZe. It feels like all stage, he has been their star player. He's often been their entry fragger, their main killer on the map. Has the 3rd most kills out of any player in Brazil. At least 2 players have hit triple digits today on their overall kill counts. Handy will need to drop 18 if he is to join the same club, but given that it's Handy, that is absolutely doable.
Handy, of course, the brother of Nade, as they... Well, I mean, they look the same. You should expect them to. They're twins. Gave us one of the best esports photos of all time from the SI finals in Brazil earlier this year, when the brothers had to square off against one another, which is a first for our esport, but really did result in not just a great storyline, but also everything that came with it. God, that... I mean, leave it to Brazilian teams in Brazil to give us, I would argue, the best storyline that we've ever seen in this esport. It was a question that was asked back in 2018 when we saw Penta versus EG. When would a match surpass this? And we got our answer. It just took some of the biggest magic that we have seen so far. Second round going a lot slower for Team Liquid. which is pretty standard stuff. FaZe Clan defending upstairs, but roaming on that main floor, holding map control, and it will force Team Liquid to be a bit more precise with their drones. Liquid actually has tons of drones still available. They've also got one logic bomb. The second one is being worked on in a lab right now. And Resets, of course, has all three of those death marks. So finding these players on FaZe Clan shouldn't be too much of an issue, especially since there's no mute jammers on the board to slow Liquid down.
Yeah, 2 players not on the top floor. Soul's going to be the most readily available. The logic bombs come out. They could find Handy with this 2 potentially. But nobody finding Souls. They pop the logic bombs and they hold their angles, but nothing coming of it. Handy, I think they know he's in the basement and they're trying to find a kill. They're trying to lure him out, and oh my god, Maya almost loses his head. Handy's gonna have to make a retreat. Now they definitely know Handy's down there if they didn't before. Roaching over towards the main stairs. Resets likely as a ping on the Azami. Nope, just the castle. So they're still gonna be hunting for Handy while they start to get this pick onto Souls as well, who's in a tough spot.
If there's any player who could survive this onslaught, it's Souls. One of the best players in the world, one of the best Brazilian players on the scene. Handy and Vidaking striking first, KDS on the board as well. All 3 kills from FaZe, all 3 players. There's Souls on the board. They are 1 away from a team ace. It's all up to Cyber. But no, Vidaking will get the job done instead. A flawless round by FaZe Clan. A 2-0 start. And this is what you expect on Clubhouse. The previous matchup was on Clubhouse 2. If you did not tune in to E1 versus W7M, you missed an exhilarating match. But you also missed a pretty decent showing from W7M across the board. The big problem for E1 in that matchup was failing to win the better side, which is defense. Being a defender is much easier on this map, and you are far likelier to win a round than an attacker. FaZe Clan is showing how you get that done. E1 could learn from it. But again, this is a low-stakes match for Team Liquid.
Yes.
It is a joke that is used often, but this is also a potential for Liquid to save strats. I know that we said in the pre-show before going into this matchup that, yeah, this is an opportunity for Liquid to get some game day reps, to figure out FaZe Clan, etc. But it's also time for Liquid to potentially just sit back and relax. They've secured first overall. They're in good shape. They're okay either way. If Clubhouse is a map that you want to play later on, why would you risk giving up strats that you could save for bigger moments? So we might see a more casual Team Liquid, despite how competitive they are, in this matchup. We won't know until we get a couple more rounds in, but FaZe Clan seem to be having an awful lot of fun. They're in good spirits, and why not? You're up 2-0.
The stakes aren't that high for FaZe. They're going to be in playoffs no matter what. They can't finish top 2, but there is seeding on the line. For those who didn't join our pre-show, FaZe Clan need to win 7-0 or 7-1 in order to surpass E1 in round count. That would give them an arguably easier first round matchup. That would mean that they play NIP in the first round instead of FURIA. So, you know, with how well FURIA has been playing recently, you'd like to avoid them if you can. But of course, that's going to be tough. 7-0 or 7-1 over Liquid is not easy. Technically, FaZe could also, if they lose this game, fall to 5th. But it doesn't matter, because if they finish 4th, they play the 5th seed, and if they finish 5th, they play the 4th seed. That would be them playing FURIA in any case. So losing this, falling in the standings has no impact. Winning this extremely dominantly for FaZe Clan would give them a bit of a better matchup in the first round of playoffs.
You were sharing the stakes with everybody.
Hopefully I'm not wrong.
I'm not the numbers guy.
No, that's my job.
The last time I saw stakes get shared this well, we were at Fogo de Chao in Brazil, actually.
Oh, that was so good.
It was. Did you like the chicken hearts?
They were very chewy. They weren't bad. I wouldn't like go out of my way to get them again, but I
think chicken hearts are wonderful. I mean, obviously they're kind of gross as what they are, but they still taste very good. And Brazilian steakhouses are great. If you have the time to go to one, go to one. When they say come to Brazil, go to Brazil. It's worth your visit. KDS is the first to die, and there's a little bit over a minute to go as FaZe Clan now find themselves not just down 1, but Souls, who's yet to die. Same with Vidaking. Souls at very limited HP. Playing right now inside a weight room. There's the shield on the window, and he's a single bullet from that pistol away from death. Cyber dies to Resets. Liquid getting their licks in. There goes Vidaking. Souls, the last one standing without a death just yet, and it's about to end. Lagona smites him. Handy tearing through the wall, but can't find a target, and resets will get the job done. Liquid finally on the board.
That's the only one they can afford to lose if FaZe Clan want to finish third place overall in the standings. Still, this game will continue on a good push, ultimately. I'm surprised it took 3 rounds to get Lagonis on a shield. Usually his favorite operators, he's played more than half of all attacking rounds on either Monty or Blitz. 51% pick rate of those 2 operators combined. He's incredible IGL, one of the best in the entire world. Didn't have a huge impact on the Blitz, wasn't able to do that much in the early round, but of course secured that final kill late, got the plant to the ground, and did make the space for his teammates over towards Cash as well. So even if he wasn't getting kills in the first 90 seconds of that one, he certainly was having an impact. So good to see that from Lagonis. Again, incredible as a support player. He's got the second most plants out of any player in Brazil as well, with 8 of them throughout the stage thus far. So just a very good all-around player. Doesn't always get those kills, but can be extremely effective in other ways. We will go to the basement. As I'm talking about his shield pick rate, he will go to a half shield, a kind of a shield. He'll go to the OSA, and I'm honestly not sure what he's going to do with this. I don't know. It's rare to see an OSA on this bomb site.
Yeah, it is a bit of an odd choice. I do like OSA a lot. I talk about OSA quite frequently because I think she's an operator that is slept on, not just from a competitive standpoint at the top level, but is also slept on by the casuals who play this game. And part of our job as commentators is not just to tell you what's happening on your screen. In a lot of ways, we are ambassadors to the game. Plenty of the people who watch this game will never have the skills to compete at a tier 1 level. I am included in that group. So if you're a silver, if you're a gold, if you're a plat player, or anywhere above or below that, you watch pro play to take cues on how to defend bomb sites, how to attack bomb sites, what operators can provide good value for your team, for your stacks, etc. And I've heard from collegiate teams in the past that they actually watch pro play and take notes from the pros because they then want to take that into their own matches. An operator like OSA, her application on a bomb site like this is a little bit intriguing to me because a lot of times you want to see that shield get set up somewhere either by blue or somewhere over by dirt tunnel. So if that's how they choose to use OSA in the hands of Lagonis, then I think you can gain value from it. But we've got 1 minute and 45 seconds still to go. The OSA, who is currently very far from even entering the building, will not be a factor for a little bit.
Oftentimes you'll see OSA get used on this site, even just like drop the kitchen hatch, make yourself a little bit more protected. I feel like that's far better on a Monty, but you could do it on an OSA as well. They're currently opening the Ash wall. Maya, we just saw him there at the bottom of the main stairs. That could be an opening point, and that's probably where Lagonis is going to end up. Walking in through Ash wall, being able to set up that OSA shield, and then planting way at the far end of Armory. That's going to be the game plan. They've got great soft breach up above to cover as well. So they've really got a solid strategy here. They're going to deal with that barbed wire first, and then they're going to go for their push. Can they cover well enough up above, and can they apply pressure around the site to help support this plant as Lagonis puts it on the ground?
To quote the great Lonely Island, he threw it on the ground. And there you go. That's what you see the shield do. OSA will walk right in past the opening in the wall, often referred to as pulse spot. Maya with 2 kills. The OSA still very much alive, but KDS is there on the retreat. Diffuser almost went down. Nesk died to the Goyo canister. The flames too much, and they were all consuming. The Diffuser's been surrendered by that talent shield, and Palu on the Hibana is the only member still standing from Team Liquid. 3 players from FaZe Clan watching him down, and it's again another big round from Souls. FaZe Clan up 3-1. Halfway point just breached. And this is the scoreline that we come to expect in that first half.
2 kind of shortcut, almost gimmicky pushes from Liquid on the basement. I get it. Basement's a really tough bomb site. And when they're full anchoring, it's not like you can really get yourself an advantage naturally. It's very hard to find picks in the early round to get yourself that lead. But first a rush that didn't work out. Second a plant that didn't work out. Both times Palu the last alive without really having much of an impact. Unfortunate for Team Liquid, but they've got plenty of other sites to try to work their attacks on. 3-1 half is not, or 3-1 start to this game, I should say, is not particularly unheard of. That OSA strat, I think, is solid. It can definitely work out for some teams, but the problem is playing an OSA almost takes that operator off of the field. Can't really be used the same way shields can to gain information and be a spearhead. Also, oftentimes limits your positioning and doesn't allow you to get as active in those gunfights. So Lagonis Not really much of a factor as his teammates started to fall. Couldn't do much to help them out. Now we'll get a CCTV Cash defense once again. The Goyos get set up. The Kiba barriers will make this Raptors position very strong. And I do remind you once again, with both Capitao and Grim off the board, taking Raptors is a nightmare of a task.
Looking at the lineup right now from these teams and see if there's anything worth noting. I mean, I would love to hear more interviews from teams about how these recruits are chosen for certain lineups, because I mean, yeah, they bring EMPs, they bring grenades. That's great. Obviously, an operator like Thatcher brings better EMPs. Are the grenades then the main focus for Nesk? Because a lot of the thing with the recruit, obviously, is you get to bring 2 of those secondary gadgets. A lot of times, the recruit that we tend to see the most on attack, Striker, will bring flashes and smokes, or smokes and nades. But frag grenades are almost always being brought by these ops. And you don't usually see them in isolation. There's another set of frags being brought from T-Liquid as well in the hands of resets. That's IQ with nades. Obviously not as impactful as they used to be since the nade changes came in, but still definitely there. And nades are now usually used to either A, take out castle barricades from a safe distance, or B, dislodge and displace the defenders so that you can push them into somebody's waiting arms. I don't know how much time we'll have to spectate Nesk, but I imagine that with Nesk being as strong as he is on the entry, he'll be using them for the dislodging portion. Push the defenders into a favorable position for Liquid and have somebody else, if not Nesk, get that kill.
Well, they're not going to be clearing Raptors. This is a construction side take. So they're going to be starting to open up this wall now. They use the IQ beautifully to deal with those Vault cameras. Now we're starting off with a kill. Nesk will go down. Parker, you asked the question. Not very well will that Striker get used. Taken down immediately. These Kiba barriers are a huge problem as well. Those nades would certainly come in handy to clear out those. They don't have much to really work with on these angles. It's very direct, very linear. The main wall is open, but I don't see anybody currently playing on it. They're going to stall out for a little bit. They can jump in and go for a plant, but I think they want to wait for these Toxic Babes to end out. They're going to have to flood the site with flashes, nades, all the utility that they can muster. We're going for a plant inside of Cash.
And Vidaking will be able to greet them from construction. He's got 1 gas canister remaining in pocket, and there it goes with 30 seconds being the detonation, or 30 seconds being left on the clock. With that detonation of the gas, it means Liquid's entry will be slowed down by about 10 seconds. That flash goes down below, and unfortunately for the Valkyrie of Hand, he's not involved in any engagements just yet. Vidaking is picked off. Lagonis has been dropped. It's all up to Paul Liu on the side of Team Liquid. FaZe Clan are just simply unbeatable. Not just on this map, not just on any of these bomb sites, but in this matchup. Liquid started things off with a very fast pace. It was a big gamble to have your match begin under those circumstances. And obviously it doesn't work for Liquid. But again, the stakes are much higher for FaZe Clan. Liquid playing for posterity. As Liquid calls the timeout, the scores on your screen really tell a story. Liquid combining for, what is that? 11 kills, if my math is correct. Yep. Handy has 8. Souls has 8 kills. Cyber has not spawned in yet. It does not matter. 4-1 is the first half. And again, when you look at a map like Clubhouse, you expect a 4-2 half for these defenders every single time. If a team can beat 2 rounds on attack, it either means they are a tremendously good Clubhouse team, the bans are super goofy, or they're going to win the match. That's what we saw with W7M and E1. Liquid right now are just, they're losing the map the way that you expect. If FaZe Clan perseveres, and this first half is a 4-2 score line for FaZe, that's right where Liquid should be finding that score. The worrying sign then becomes, A, is it a 5-1 half? Because if so, Liquid have their work cut out for them at that point. Or 2, if Liquid lose their very first round on defense, irrespective of what happens in this round, that might be lights out for the Horsemen.
Yeah, it's vital you avoid the 5-1 half, and you might think it's a bit of a waste calling attack timeout right before round 6. You only got really 1 round to work on whatever your coach tells you. But I think it's important, because if Liquid attack like they did in round number 5, they're not going to get a 4-2 half. That was a really one-sided, linear, frankly boring attack from Team Liquid, where they had all 4 players for the majority of that push just in construction, working 1 angle. Eventually, resets went down below, but there was nobody on the main breach that whole time. Imagine what a second dimension could have done to that push. Not saying it would have won them the round, but it certainly would have given them a much better chance. Now they're going to have to pull it back here on Gym and Bedroom. And Lagonis, I believe for the first time this game, is bringing out the Monty. This was the operator I was sure FaZe Clan were going to ban against Team Liquid, as so many smart teams will. But no, they've left it up, and Lagonis has decided not to bring it. The one and only time that he's been on any shield operators this game, Team Liquid have won. So in the tactical timeout, they'll discuss their options. They will decide that shields are their best bet, and they will bring the Monty to try to get a 4-2 half to end this one out.
I mean, that's exactly why you call a timeout, is to bring an operator that you might not see as being a staple pick for you. Lagonis obviously plays shield, so it's not like this shield operator is out of the question. But, I mean, shields, I guess, can kind of function as like a break glass in case of an emergency. And Liquid obviously dubbing this an emergency. And possibly for good reason. Calling a timeout on the very final round of the weak side is a choice. I don't like the timing of that. Why not wait till the very next round, unless the coach Hugzord thinks that this is a guaranteed loss and then a 5-1 half would be their undoing. This round might be a loss anyway. Resets dies right off the rip. Maya's addition to the team has empowered everybody on Liquid to do better, but Resets in particular has benefited a disproportionate amount. Maya keeping up his strong work. He picks off KDS. He sends Handy heading for the hills, who will send some more bullets in the direction of the mountain, but doesn't find a target. Palu on the window absorbs a bit of damage, and Liquid have control of construction. They've also got the window into Logi and are now getting Palu into a position where he can do some damage outside into Bedroom through those exterior windows.
Where are they going with this Monty? Do you really hop in the window with the shield? Certainly a bold take. I mean, they have horizontal angle. Nesk is from the side, able to protect that shield jump in. I think that's the plan. Jump in and try to plant inside of Gym while Nesk goes for the push. The Lion holds everybody in place. And Lagonis in just a moment will make his hop to go for the plant.
Or we think so.
Well, just a moment here, Parker. Just one moment.
Any second now. Just any second now. There it goes.
Well,
it was obvious. He's the red spy. He's turning red. Any second now. A vault in, and down goes Vidaking. You like Team Fortress 2. I'm sure you'll love that reference, by the way. Souls eliminating Maya as the Monty gets closer, but he's losing all the supporting cast. Souls is on the run. He breaks 10 kills. Lagonis deals with Cyber. Down goes Souls as well, and it's Handy. In a 1v1, Lagonis will get the diffuser down. Handy needs to play this properly. He's going to stick it. No, he gets off. Handy wins it. Good grief. What an end to the first half. FaZe only drop a single round. They have the harder side, but they are in excellent shape for the remainder of this match.
And again, a 7-1 would be enough to get them a third place matchup. Jump ahead of E1, force E1 to play FURIA in the first round of playoffs, and then yourself play up against NIP. That would be a great result. A lot of people weren't sure if it was realistic, given how good Team Liquid had been this stage, but this game, Liquid just can't get anything going. I thought Lagonis was great on the shield in that round. Again, I'm really shocked he didn't play more Monty. Problem is, all of his teammates ended up dying. Souls had a monster performance. 11-2 is maybe the most ridiculous stat line we've seen all day. Souls has been fantastic this game. He's played against Team Liquid 23 times throughout his career. He's only won 8 of them, about a 1 in 3 success rate against Team Liquid. Of course, he's been on FaZe for a while, been on many different rosters, one of the oldest players in the scene, so he's got quite a history. But in recent times, FaZe Clan have been the more successful of the two in this head-to-head, and of course, Souls has been a big part of that. Huge performance, even with the pistol in that round.
That's a very good first half. And I mean, Liquid are definitely keeping up appearances, but I will say this doesn't look like the usual Liquid. I don't want to cast judgment because maybe they are trying their best and they're just simply losing. I'm not sure. But this doesn't look like the Liquid who have played all stage long, especially against a FaZe Clan team that has shown some deficiencies. FaZe Clan's numbers are actually not as great as they would appear on the surface. FaZe Clan has gone to overtime 5 times so far this stage. They've won 4 of those matches, which is good that they can win a close game. That is actually a very important sign. But needing to go to OT 5 times, that means you've gone to OT in half of the matches you've played. Half of the teams in this region are evenly matched enough to FaZe Clan to go to overtime. That is a worrying sign for FaZe. They only managed to get 2 victories in regulation, so they've not been clearing their opponents with the level that you come to expect. They're running rough sod over Team Liquid this time. Liquid are down to just 2 players with about 2 minutes left in the round as FaZe Clan are bulldozing over these defenders.
This is the Monty play. I mean, I'm shocked that we didn't see more of it of Liquid. Hold on, Nesk and Palu coming alive to get 2 kills. That leaves Palu now in a 1v3, but again, with the Monty, how do you ever win this? Maybe with shots like that. Cyber goes down and he sees the feet of Vidaking, deals a bit of damage. 40 HP off the mountain. Soul's still alive somewhere. Maybe those main stairs. He is down in the basement now. I'm not sure that Palu knows. Got pings. He's inside of church. This is an awkward situation. Still the Monty right around the Rosie for the box. And it's the melee eventually. Vidaking, incredible with that operator, will put FaZe Clan up to match point.
Yeah, Liquid doesn't look like they really care much about this matchup. That's my official assessment. And I mean, maybe I'm being too rude, but I mean, Team Liquid winning a single round, that's very abnormal. Liquid have been better than that in every single one of their matches so far. Liquid's only loss up to this point was in overtime against E1, in which it went almost the full distance. E1 did win 8-6, so there could have been one more round that Liquid would have prevailed on, but at the end of the day, I mean, Liquid has been clearing their opponents. Liquid has 6 regulation victories, 1 overtime victory, and 1 overtime loss. That's their record. Obviously, with the way that points break down, FaZe Clan can keep it close just by getting to OT every single time. But, I mean, Liquid demolish most of these teams. Prior to this match, the last 3 games that Liquid played were a 7-2 victory over FLUXO, a 7-1 victory over MIBR, and admittedly a 7-5 over Vivo Keydstars. Right before that, Liquid 7-3 the defending champs of FURIA. And then they 7-4 W7M. Like, when they're playing up against good competition, Liquid shows up. I think that they realize there isn't an awful lot to gain for sweating it out. I don't think they're really too worried about how things go. Yeah, FaZe Clan can get the victory in this matchup, whatever. But as for Team Liquid, their place first is locked in. And at this present moment, by the way, the round differential actually favors FaZe Clan. If they win this 7-1, they will finish plus 12, which will have them leapfrog over E1, and they'll finish 3rd. E1 started the day in the top 2. They've spent most of the stage in 1st or 2nd. They could finish the stage in 4th. As we said, the exact phrase I used, they started to lose steam.
Yeah, and then your reward is meeting FURIA first round of the playoffs. That is a tough draw from E1. Oof. We'll see what they can do if they end up in that situation. This round will determine it. If it's a 7-2, that's not good enough for FaZe. That ties them and they lose the tiebreak. So, lose the head-to-head tiebreak, I should say. It's been a while.
There's multiple tiebreaks, or there's multiple tiebreaks, by the way.
Yeah, because the first tiebreak is the round diff. Yeah, they get it. It's been a long time since Team Liquid have lost 7-1. Last time was against G2 in Manchester. Same G2 that didn't win a game, but they did win a map in a series, so that was the 7-1. They're trying somehow to clear out this Raptors position. Again, it's very difficult with these operator bans, but they've got nades, they've got some flashbangs to clear out any utility that might be there. There are actually no magnets being brought. They've got to be so careful about this, too. A lot of players working around inside of the top floor.
Souls taking off Palu. That could be the first domino in this round. There goes some of those Kiba barriers, and now it's the Azami of Nesk being watched. He's one of 3 remaining players as this Vidaking seems impervious to damage. Both those impacts are used, and, well, Nesk will have a very small window as that shield goes down. You're going to gamble with a player down below, and there's the shield. Nesk actually wins it with the Kiba. Excuse me? Nesk is still in this position, still fragging away. FaZe might have just lost out on that 3rd place overall. Wait a minute, Handy just needs one more kill, and he gets them both. Look at the elation on their face. feels a little bit like Liquid might have given them that series, but what can you say? FaZe Clan, they phase up today, and they will phase up the standings. They finish with a +6 round differential, and as long as the numbers are correct that I'm looking at, FaZe will take over 3rd place. E1 will fall to 4th and have a destiny with FURIA. FaZe and NIP will be another battle of the giants in terms of the actual orgs, though there's been a bit of a different result between these teams. W7M and Team Liquid will have the first set of the playoffs off, and Team Liquid really didn't need to sweat anything there because ultimately the matchup didn't mean anything, and it sure seemed like Liquid was playing like there was nothing at stake.
So they will vault E1 in terms of round differential. I'm being told by my rules book guy that in Brazil, different from every other region, head-to-head might be considered before round diff, which would keep E1 in 3rd place. I'm gonna let the desk figure that out because we'll find out how it goes later. But still a ridiculous game that came through between these two teams. Wherever FaZe Clan may finish, they'll be in the playoffs, 3rd or 4th, regardless of what that, we'll see what that tiebreaker ends up being. But FaZe Clan, a dominating game over Liquid here in any case. They played absolutely fantastic. Just felt like they knew this map inside and out, whereas Team Liquid, I agree, this didn't look like them. I'm not going to go ahead and say they didn't try. Like, I don't know what was in their heads in this game, but I'm surprised by the lack of shield play coming out on their attacks. I think that they're better than that. They tried a lot of interesting rushes and sort of gimmick strategies that I didn't think were all that successful. Obviously, they didn't win the majority of those. So FaZe Clan, undoubtedly the better team in this matchup. They looked oh so good. You've got to give the credit to the two players that popped off more than any other, Souls and Handy, both having some ridiculous stats in this game.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe Clan obviously showed up and played like it was a match that mattered, and for them in the stats, in the standings, it did. Liquid showed up like they wanted a pretty easy day, and, well, it was, I guess if you think about it. So, this is the FaZe Clan. Remember the old days when the FaZe videos on Machinima used to be all about quick-scoping and stuff like that, and it was just FaZe highlights, and you'd hear the boop, 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 and stuff like that. There are basically no Liquid highlights in any of this video package. This is just a FaZe montage. Imagine we're back in the old COD Machinima days, and FaZe Clan is doing what FaZe Clan does. Though it was a nice trick shot by Nesk. He got a Kiba kill, which is something I think we've only ever seen at a tier 1 level twice or something along those lines. Not really sure, to be honest with you, but yeah, just a pretty clean lockout by Handy. They had a terrific game, and FaZe Clan will sit on the top of the playoff bubble outside of the top 2. And yeah, that should lock in our standings. You were told you were wrong by Jonah. I don't know if you heard that, but Jonah said you were reading it wrong. You're the numbers guy, not the rules guy.
Exactly. I don't know. I'll let the desk figure it out. Obviously, there's a couple different interpretations. I'm just the guy who speaks numbers. Who knows? But in any case, I'm excited for playoffs, Parker, because the way that it is shaping up with these teams, it feels like at the start of the stage, Brazil was like kind of lagging behind. Like there were some players that there were some teams that didn't look up to snuff. FaZe Clan didn't look that great. FURIA didn't look that great. W7M had a rough week. All of that seems to be behind us. The top teams from Brazil that we know and love and expect to see at the international events all seem to be firing.
Yeah, I think these teams are trying to pick up the pace when they need it the most. And it goes back to the point that we made about some of these teams that were on the bubble losing out early on. You've let your control over your position in the standings and your opportunity to finish in a playoff spot is gone. So for the teams that are at the bottom, good luck in the open quals, good luck in the LCQs. Brazil is always a hellish nightmare for teams in those LCQs because it is so unpredictable, but that's what makes it so exciting to watch. As for the top 6, congratulations on playoffs. W7M and Team Liquid, you can wait and watch these teams beat the hell out of each other. But as for the other 4 teams, and in particular FaZe Clan, we'll see you in the playoffs, and we'll also see you for an interview if you're FaZe Clan.
Well, thank you guys as always. Heck of a game to end the group stage. And you mentioned unexpected, Parker. Right there, we had yet another unexpected result. So one-sided it seemed like, yeah, maybe Liquid's heart wasn't in it, but FaZe clearly was, and they now leapfrog, at least we expect them to leapfrog E1 in that third place spot. We'll get standings confirmed to you in a moment. For now, we welcome in KDS once again as we bring in our winners here. KDS, parabéns once again on this amazing victory once more. I mean, a big one over Liquid, this matchup that we see all the time. FaZe victorious again.
Yes, very happy to these results. So we are very happy because I think we can get the third position for the playoffs. So it's very good for us.
Yeah, well, looking forward to playoffs. I mean, in this regular stage, you guys got 4 overtime wins. Obviously, a win is a win, but going into the best of threes and just trying to tidy things up going into playoffs, how are you guys going to work to just be a little bit more dominant? Is that a goal of you guys? Or are you guys just worried about winning, just winning no matter what? What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I think just winning, because the best of three is a lot more easy for us because we can do more things and not to be afraid to lose, because best of one, there's a lot of surprise teams like fast plays in kind of that's things, and best of three is totally different, and we are very more happy to play this type of game.
Well, KDS, as you look forward into the playoffs, anyone specifically you're looking forward to facing, or are you looking to just take everyone down, make it to the
yes. Every team is we are going to win, and we are going to the major.
Incredible. KDS, thank you so much.
You.
We'll see you in playoffs, all right?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Amazing. Well, what a way to end it for FaZe. Quite a statement, and exactly the high you want to kind of be riding with that team as you carry yourself into playoffs and face, as we said, in best of threes, off against opponents who are, well, looking to do the same thing to you, take you down and move ahead, keep their major hopes alive. Here is where things stand. Our standings finalized. As we said, did it come down to round differential? Did it come down to head-to-head? Round differential, the far right side of your screen, because FaZe Clan won that game as one-sided as they did. That is the only reason they sit above E1 right now. So E1, in the last 24 hours, have dropped from first place to 4th place. That means E1 will play FURIA in the opening round of playoffs. FaZe Clan will play NIP in the opening round of playoffs, and that changes things dramatically, Foxe.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, FaZe was playing with a purpose today. I think everyone currently, if you look at how the last day of games went, FaZe would be more than happy to take NIP. Obviously, FURIA have been looking like they're in full form. Very scary situation for E1 to be in, considering they just lost yesterday to FURIA, a 7-1. So if you're E1, you're struggling, you're going down, and you're playing against a hot and heavy FURIA that has suddenly turned back up, back to being alive. Obviously, this is not the situation that you want it to be in. Not at all. And FaZe, I mean, they played good. Obviously, it looked very one-sided because the dominant FaZe on their defenses, they were able to just get that 5-1. And then all they had to do is just get some consistent attacks. I mean, at that point, when you got a 5-1, there's really nothing much that the enemy team can do. Obviously, demoralization at that point. Liquid has nothing really to play for. I think it just came down to, obviously, FaZe just getting that big of a lead. Liquid is like, let's, we're first no matter what it is, We don't want to show too much. Keep it for playoffs. So great position for everybody to be in currently going into the playoffs, besides E1.
Yeah, unfortunately for E1, they little fall from glory, as we said, but still very much in this fight. And if they want to do it, they'll prove it to us in those best of threes. But FaZe, you see it here again, 7-1 on Clubhouse. Not only a scoreline we didn't expect in this competition between these two teams, but on a map like Clubhouse, Fox 8, as a map that we talk about as one of these equalizer maps, as one of these back and forth competitive overtime brawls, this scoreline is especially one-sided thanks to Handy and Souls absolutely putting in the work.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't necessarily expecting it to be a 5-1. It's obviously possible on a map like Clubhouse, but like we said at the start, Clubhouse is all about your attacks. And if anything, FaZe played consistent. They did what they do best, and that's their defenses. And Liquid, I mean, Jesse mentioned it in the cast, didn't really look like they were playing like their Liquid self on their attack. It didn't look like that #1 attacking team that obviously we brought up the stats to see Liquid being that. So obviously FaZe ran away with it, and they did a really good job. They were very dynamic. I mean, Handy and Souls went huge. They were constantly shutting down Liquid. Nobody from Liquid really underperforming. This was a team loss. A 7-1, just plain and simply, is a team loss. And obviously, you can take them being first and not having much to play with into account if that's what you want to look at as a Liquid fan. But as for FaZe, everything was on the line of who they play in playoffs. This is the best position for them to be in. And obviously, if they can just figure out their issues with being more consistent on attack and in those best of threes, I mean, you heard KDS say it best. They're very confident on just getting that win. Doesn't matter who they got to go through. They just want to play, you know, the FaZe game, make it to the major, do the rest.
Well, what a way to close things out, as you said, Fox. We mentioned Vidiking before. We'll focus on Handy now. Of course, he is your MVP of this match with a KD of 14 and 3, 204 EPS. The dominance, seriously, on display the entire way through. I mean, we saw this performance from him. He was playing all sorts of different roles. We saw this performance from Vidiking, as we mentioned, someone who we didn't get a chance to highlight coming into the map, someone who's playing that second support and contributing in such major ways. So much good shield play we saw towards the end of that match in that final round that we saw FaZe end up taking. But a team effort for FaZe that closes out the stage with a bang.
Yeah, Handy's always an amazing flex player, and then obviously it was a 7-1, but that last round, the 1v2 on like 1 HP, I mean, that was a phenomenal round. Any other like game that was maybe a 6-6 going to the distance, that would have been a highlight clutch that people would have been talking about for days. I mean, Handy just does it so casually, very consistent player for FaZe, and hopefully we get to see him in Montreal because FaZe has always been that consistent team that makes it to these events.
Well, our playoff picture finalized once again. The matchups you can expect coming up. It is Liquid against E1. Sorry, that will be the potential second round. It is NIP against FaZe in that opening round as they move to the third place spot. It is FURIA against E1. World champions looking to continue to prove themselves and rise through the standings. They will play in best of threes in the opening round of playoffs in just a few days' time. You don't have to wait a week. You don't have to wait till Saturday. On Friday at 11:30 Eastern, games start up again right on the money. Caliber Jacob will be here hosting as I am off that day. And Foxy, are you here for that one? Making that happen?
No, this was my last Brazil day, but it was a great time.
It's been a good ride. I think we have Fast Ann coming in as well to join us. So a new cast of characters. We'll see everyone back here in the booth. We'll see Ace and Dez bringing you the matches your way on Friday. Again, playoffs start in less than a week. Friday, October 4th, 11:30 Eastern. You're not going to want to miss it. Thank you all for tuning into the group stage. It has been a fun ride so far. And, well, if the group stage was any indication, things are just getting started here in what continues to be maybe the most competitive region we see in the world. We'll see you on Friday. Playoffs get started very soon.